My House of Horrors Chapter 1081 to 1100. It was dark, and he could not see anything. The world behind the door appeared to be devoid of light. Chen Ge stood where he was and slowly squatted down. He gripped his backpack tightly and perked up his ears to listen. There was the sound of breathing, heartbeat, and the ticking of a clock. I think I'm inside a room. Ying Tong was blind. His world was shrouded in darkness, and he could not see anything, but the other people in his world could see him. This was the most dangerous place in this world. Pulling open the zipper of his backpack, Chen Ge felt the broken ballpoint pen. He placed the pen inside his shirt pocket and then took out the comic to keep close to his body. In this completely dark world behind the door, if he tripped or some other accident happened, the backpack might drop. He could not carry everything inside the backpack, that was too dangerous. I'll just keep the hammer, the high heels, and Zhang Ya's storybook inside the backpack. If the enemy finds nothing inside the backpack, they'll definitely get suspicious. He could not see anything, did not know where he was, did not know who his enemy was, and did not even know what he looked like. This was the strangest door that Chen Ge had ever entered. He tried to call his employee's name in his heart, but Chen Ge waited for a long time, and there was no response. The restraint on the red specters in this world is even greater than Yu Jian's world. Will I be able to hold on until my employee wakes up? After getting used to light, Chen Ge felt very unsettled after losing his sight. That was a normal reaction. After adjusting his breathing, Chen Ge stood up again. He had been in the world behind the door for about 10 minutes, and he had been standing where he was for the past 10 minutes. My body is still the same. My clothes and appearance haven't changed much. His nostrils twitched, and Chen Ge smelled the faded scent of disinfectant and blood, as well as the strange smell of a cat. He followed the smell of disinfectant to his back, and a cold sensation came from his fingertips. The black iron door is behind me. My priority now is to confirm my location and find a safe place to hide while waiting for my employees to break free. It was very difficult to find a safe place in such a situation. After all, he couldn't see anything. The black iron door usually appears at the most important place in the door pusher's memory, and places like that are usually more dangerous. They are often visited by the ghost fetus and other negative memories. About 15 minutes after entering the world behind the door, Chen Ge finally took his first step. Carrying his backpack, Chen Ge held onto the wall with one hand and waved his other hand in front of him. After the initial uneasiness, he slowly calmed down. Yin-yang vision is unable to see through the darkness, but ghost ear and spirit sniff are not affected. I can use my superhuman sense of hearing and smell to come to this conclusion. Not being able to see the enemy's position or even know what the enemy looked like was what worried Chen Ge the most. Bang! As soon as he took his second step, Chen Ge bumped into something. His knees were sore. He grimaced and forced himself not to make a sound. Instead, he squatted down again. This was the first time he made a sound, and it might attract the attention of some ghosts. For the sake of safety, he stopped moving again. There was no strange sound, and the strange smell in the air did not change. It appeared like he was the only one in the room. I need to be as light as possible. Chen Ge reached out to touch the thing that he had bumped into earlier. It was a low bedside table. This height is very similar to the cupboard in Ying Tong's room. Am I in his room? Pulling open the drawer, Chen Ge found a picture frame. When Ying Tong fell asleep in bed, he was hugging a picture frame. What he discovered next confirmed that he was indeed inside Ying Tong's room. He found a radio, a doll with an extremely uncoordinated body, and a music box. These were all things that he had seen in Ying Tong's room before. His fingers moved on the table, and Chen Ge found something that felt unfamiliar to him next to the music box. A button? It looks like a phone for the blind. The phone's buttons were very large, and the numbers on each button were protruding upward. Just by touching them, Chen Ge could tell them apart easily. Should I bring this phone with me? This phone probably belonged to Ying Tong. If he took it with him, perhaps he would be able to contact Ying Tong and obtain more information. But at the same time, bringing this phone with him would be very risky. This was because Chen Ge had no idea when this phone would ring. If he was hiding from some ghost, and the phone suddenly rang, it would definitely expose his location. I can't take it. The clues are not that important. The important thing is to survive until the end. Chen Ge did not want to carry this phone with him. The risk was too high. Chen Ge replaced the picture frame and phone and continued to search around the room. Bedside table, dresser, bed. The arrangement of the furniture in the room was similar to how Chen Ge remembered Ying Tong's room, but unfortunately, Ying Tong was not in the bedroom. Where could a blind child run to? Chen Ge tried to use his previous experience to come to this conclusion. Ying Tong has his own home behind the door. In other words, something extremely painful has happened inside this old house. Ying Tong's brother is not normal. He is a madman who hides his true nature very well. This painful memory probably came from Ying Chen. The two brothers were once adopted by a relative. According to Ying Chen, the relative treated them badly, so the relative should have a bad image in this world. While Chen Ge was thinking, the blind man's phone on the table suddenly rang. The shrill sound crawled into his mind, and it instantly shattered the silence of the small room. Oh no, at that moment, Chen Ge had the urge to take out the hammer and smash the phone. He desperately wanted to leave, but he felt like it was too dangerous to do so. The phone rang 8 times before it finally stopped. Chen Ge sighed in relief. I can't see anything. I have no idea how to set this phone to vibrate. He did not find any more clues in Ying Tong's bedroom. Chen Ge took out the hammer and slowly opened the bedroom door. The cold wind caressed his face, and Chen Ge shivered. It was still dark outside the bedroom. Hopefully, this world behind the door is not too big, or else I might really get lost here, and I might not even be able to find my way back. Just to leave a small room that was several square meters in size, Chen Ge had used almost half an hour. He did not have any confidence at all. Before me should be Ying Tong's living room. Ying Tong is not in his own bedroom. As the brother, Ying Chen would not allow Ying Tong to wander around alone, so there is a high chance that he is accompanying Ying Tong. For Chen Ge, the best result was that both Ying Chen and Ying Tong were not at home, and that would give him enough time to find a place to hide. The layout of Ying Chen's house appeared in his mind. Chen Ge moved carefully against the wall. He moved very slowly, and his body was adapting to the darkness. Darkness represented the unknown and danger, and it would evoke the fear in an adult's heart. Chen Ge gripped the hammer tightly and slowly moved his body. His fingers touched another doorknob. Chen Ge twisted the knob, and the door slid open. The room next to Ying Tong is used by Ying Chen to keep the cats. When I had Joe go in to take a look earlier, he saw 2 stray cats that were barely breathing. The stench in the air thickened, and a faded stench drifted past his nose. Chen Ge was about to walk into the room when he suddenly felt something brush against his leg. Is it a cat? Or a human? Chen Ge's body froze. There was another thing inside the room. There was a high chance that it was a cat, but he could not rule out the possibility that it was a human. He tried to focus, but he did not hear anything strange. It appeared like he was standing in an empty room. He continued to move forward. His left shoe seemed to have stepped on something. Chen Ge squatted down, and his fingertips touched many lumps of hair. It's very soft, and it's stuck together by something. It's moist, like meat wrapped in hair. After squeezing twice, Chen Ge's skin crawled with goosebumps. If he could see what he was holding in his hand, then that would have been fine, but the problem was that he could not see anything. All he could see was darkness. Is the floor of the whole room covered in these things? Chen Ge let go of his hand. He wanted to go into the room to take a look, but his heart was reluctant to do so. After losing their sight, a person would become weak and worried. The feeling of anxiety would take root in their heart, and it would crawl all over their body like poisonous weeds. Ying Tong and Ying Chen might not be home. This is a good opportunity. I cannot miss it. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Ge still entered the room. A very uncomfortable feeling came from under his feet. It felt like he was stepping on a puddle of mud. There was a faded stench of blood and stench in the air. Chen Ge was worried that if he stayed too long, he would be contaminated by the same stench, so after he failed to find anything, he prepared to leave. When he reached the door of the room, Chen Ge did not leave immediately. If the floor of this room is covered in blood and hair, then the soles of my shoes must be stained with blood. If I run around in shoes, I will leave behind blood stains. Wouldn't that be like telling others where I have gone? Chen Ge rummaged through his backpack and found a pair of shoe covers. These were the shoes that he had placed in his backpack when he went to Zhang Ming's home that night. To avoid leaving any fingerprints at Zhang Ming's home, he had prepared gloves and shoe covers. Walking to the door, Chen Ge put on the shoe covers and walked out of the room. Leaning against the wall, Chen Ge found the third doorknob. This was the room where Ying Chen filmed his video. Initially, he was not that interested, but when he pushed the door open, he was greeted by the smell of air freshener and perfume. This room does not look like how I remember it. Reaching out, Chen Ge found a mirror and a dressing table. There was a lipstick and something that looked like a music box placed on it. This appears to be a woman's room. Has a woman lived in Ying Chen's home before? Is it Ying Chen's girlfriend? But I have not heard Li Zheng mention that before. Quote. His memory started to deviate, and the unknown started to increase. After exiting the woman's room, Chen Ge found the fourth doorknob. He pushed the door open and entered. The furniture inside the room was almost identical to the one in Chen Ge's memory of Ying Chen's room. The man was an extremely disciplined person. Everything inside the room was neatly arranged. I've looked through all the rooms, but I did not find anything useful. The main problem is that I cannot see anything. If I just touch the room with my bare hands, I will definitely miss out on some important things. This was the first time that Chen Ge had encountered such a strange door. His past experience did not give him much help. Oh well, I should leave this place. If I run into the man who is possessed by the ghost fetus now, I will probably be toyed to death by him. Once Chen Ge was reminded of the room next door that was filled with hair and sticky things, his heart felt uncomfortable. He was about to leave when something suddenly touched his thigh. Who is it? This was the first time that he was touched. Chen Ge suspected that it was a cat because the thing was touching his calf. It was not easy for a cat to touch a person's thigh, so it was more likely that it was a person lying on the ground. The room was eerily quiet. Chen Ge stood where he was for a while. Then, without warning, he raised the hammer and swung it behind him. The hammer did not touch anything. There was only air behind him. Did I miss? Chen Ge did not want to stay in this room any longer. He planned to return the way he had come, but when he turned around, he stepped on something, and he almost fell to the ground. Was there something on the ground earlier? His heart started to race. Chen Ge reached out to touch the thing that he had stepped on. When his fingertip touched the thing, Chen Ge pulled his hand back. It was cold, slightly bouncy, and the surface was slightly wet. This feeling reminded him of the cadavers that he had touched at the underground morgue. Resisting the discomfort, Chen Ge reached out again. He grabbed the thing and slowly moved it. This is an arm. The fear continued to grow. Chen Ge touched its 5 fingers and even its shoulder, but he did not touch its head. The headless body was tied under the bed, and it was pressed against the headboard. One of its arms was bent inward, and the other arm seemed to have been touched by something. That was why it had come out from under the bed, and it was accidentally stepped on by Chen Ge. There is a dead body hidden inside Ying Chen's room. Why would something like this happen behind Ying Chen's door? Could it be that he heard Ying Chen's murder? Quote. Chen Ge crawled out from under the bed, and a horrible scene appeared in his mind. The blind younger brother lived alone next door. He could not see anything. One day, he suddenly heard a strange noise, and he hurried out of the bedroom to ask. At that moment, his older brother was covered in blood, dragging the dead body, and holding the knife, standing next to him. Then, he smiled and told him that he was fine. Just the thought of this made Chen Ge's heart ache. I'd better leave as soon as possible. When Ying Chen returns, I won't even have the chance to run. Exiting the room, Chen Ge searched for the door to the living room in the dark. Before he could find the location of the door, the phone in the living room suddenly rang. Who is calling? The ringing of the phone made Chen Ge's heart flutter. He was worried that the ringing would attract something bad. Should I answer it? Different choices could lead to different results. One wrong step could cost him his life. The phone rang 12 times, but it still did not hang up. Chen Ge took a deep breath and finally picked up the phone. He held his breath and did not say a word. So, you've already returned home. Ying Chen's voice came from the phone. You did not leave the football that you took away, did you? I've told you many times that the cupboard on the left is where my things are, and the cupboard on the right is where your toys are. Why can't you remember that? Quote. The wrong football. The closet. The information revealed by Ying Chen's words caused Chen Ge to frown. He had been to Ying Chen's bedroom before, and he knew that Ying Chen had tied a headless body under his bed. Could the football that this man is referring to be the head of the dead body? There was a big difference between a human head and a football. Even a blind man would not have picked up the wrong one, but that was under the premise that his big brother was a normal person. Ying Chen was a madman, and a madman with a desire to show off. He had edited the cat abuse videos in reverse and posted them on the website of Love Cats. Most of the people who watched his videos were cat lovers. Perhaps every night, he would sit inside the house that was covered in blood and hair, staring at the screen of his phone, reading the congratulatory messages from the cat lovers. This kind of unique experience probably gave him a different kind of pleasure, so it was entirely possible that he would hide the human head inside the ball and watch Ying Tong play at home. With that in mind, Chen Ge suddenly realized that the twisted mannequins on Ying Tong's study table probably had a deeper meaning. Chen Ge did not speak. The two of them only paused for a few seconds before Ying Chen on the other end of the phone noticed that something was wrong. You are not Ying Tong. Chen Ge had no idea how the man could discover that he was not Ying Tong in less than 3 seconds, but this kind of observation and judgment made him even more anxious. In Ying Tong's memory, his big brother Ying Chen had to be a very smart and scary person, and this kind of impression was reflected in the world behind the door. Why are you at my home? Ying Chen's voice did not change, but through the phone, Chen Ge could hear that his walking speed had increased. The man was trying to use words to calm Chen Ge down, but in reality, he was rushing home. Chen Ge did not hesitate and hung up the phone. He could not get any useful information from the man anymore. Even if the man did reveal something, it might be a trap. I need to leave immediately. Both of them were very decisive people. Chen Ge could still remember the location of the living room door. He did not stay any longer. Carrying his backpack, he rushed to the living room door. The cold anti-theft door was not closed tight. Chen Ge pushed it open and walked out. The temperature dropped again, and it felt even colder outside the house. I can't see, and I don't have the help of my employees. How am I supposed to fight that monster in this situation? Ying Tong's door was the third last door. Since Chen Ge had directly skipped over the door that represented Ni Xin's ghost fetus, heart, the difficulty of the world behind the door had reached a very crazy level. From that, one could see how scary a 4-star trial mission like the ghost fetus was. The layers of fear gradually deepened, and this unbearable night had just begun. Ying Tong lives in an old house from many years ago. He grew up here, so his main memory should be centered around Mingyuan Apartments. Chen Ge knew the layout of the building, but if he wanted to play hide and seek with a pervert in the dark, even he felt the pressure. Stepping out of the room, Chen Ge had only taken a few steps when something brushed against his ankle. It was as if a cat had followed him out of the room. Just how many cats does Ying Chen have at home? Chen Ge leaned against the wall and slowly walked down the corridor. There is a staircase on the left and right of the building, and the elevator is in the middle. Of course, that is if this place is the same as real life. Chen Ge did not know much about Ying Tong. He did not know what Ying Tong was most afraid of, so he could not come up with a specific plan. All he could do was take one step at a time. The old elevator will make a loud noise once it is activated, and that will indirectly expose my location. Now that I can't see anything, if I press the wrong button, Ying Chen might be standing outside the elevator when the door opens. Without giving it much thought, Chen Ge ruled out the idea of taking the elevator. Then, he was faced with the second choice. Which of the two staircases on the left and right? Ying Chen's home was closer to the staircase on the left, and it was at the top of the stairs. Chen Ge believed that if Ying Chen wanted to get home in the shortest time possible, there was a high chance that he would take the stairs on the left. Then, I will take the stairs on the right. In this world behind the door, any choice could be a matter of life and death. If Chen Ge made the wrong choice and he ran into Ying Chen in the staircase, the madman might follow him silently and try his best to kill him. After all, Chen Ge had found out about his secret. Touching the wall, Chen Ge slowly overcame his fear of the dark. He started to jog. The staircase was empty. When Chen Ge was about to reach the top of the stairs on the right, he suddenly heard the meow of a cat coming from before him. It was a very soft meow, and the sound came from the staircase on the right. There is a cat there. If this was in real life, Chen Ge would not have been so nervous when he ran into a cat, but this was the world behind the door. The cat itself was a complicated contradiction. It had many symbols, and in different people's eyes, cats had different meanings. Therefore, Chen Ge had a hard time coming to a conclusion. Ying Chen had taken in a large number of stray cats, but the reason he adopted them was to satisfy his own twisted interests. If the cats had enough power to resist, they would have been the first to kill Ying Chen. Unfortunately, be it in real life or the world behind the door, Ying Chen was alive and well. In other words, even in the world behind the door, he had the power to kill the cats easily. When Chen Ge was thinking, another meow came from the right staircase. This time, it was much louder than the previous one. Something seemed to brush against his ankle. Before Chen Ge could react, the third meow came, and this time, the sound came from beside him. The interval between the meows became shorter and shorter, and the sound became shriller and shriller. It sounded like a baby crying. Are they trying to warn me? Ying Chen was a cat abuser, so the cats would not help him. If that was the case, the chance of Ying Chen being in the staircase on the right was very high. To trust the cats or to trust his own judgment, Chen Ge was faced with another life and death decision. After a short pause, Chen Ge gritted his teeth and turned around. He raced down the stairs on the left. The meowing of the cats behind him became shriller and shriller. It sounded like crying and laughter at the same time. It was very scary. Stumbling, after losing his sight, Chen Ge could not even get used to basic running. He tried his best to get to the left staircase and hid on the stairs between the two floors. Squatting on the stairs, Chen Ge gripped the handrail and lowered his center of gravity to the minimum. That way, even if someone pushed him from behind, he would not fall. Chen Ge did not dare move. He stayed there because he wanted to verify something very important. If the door is pushed open later, it means that Ying Chen has returned home. He went up the stairs from the right staircase, and that will prove that the cats are helping me. The louder the cat's meowing, the closer Ying Chen is to me. Quote. Chen Ge was very courageous. To maintain the small advantage that he had, he hid in the left staircase. After all, Ying Chen's house was at the left staircase. If he was not careful, he would be discovered. As time moved on, sweat started to appear on Chen Ge's palms. He had not been so nervous for a long time. About 1 minute later, the door to Ying Chen's house creaked without warning. It sounded like someone had opened the front door and walked in. Hearing the door creak, Chen Ge's tightened fist slowly loosened. Ying Chen has probably returned home. He silently retreated down the stairs. Even though Chen Ge had made the right bet and confirmed the suspicion in his heart, his brows were tightly furrowed together. From this simple encounter, he had gained a few pieces of information. First, and this was the most important, he could use the cat's meowing to determine Ying Chen's location. Second, Ying Chen did not make any sound when he walked. Chen Ge had used ghost ear earlier, but he did not hear any footsteps. He only heard the sound of the door opening, and it was as if Ying Chen had suddenly appeared at the door. Third, Ying Chen could have returned home the fastest by going up the stairs on the left, but he had done the exact opposite. He had chosen the staircase on the right. If this was not an accident, then it could only mean that Ying Chen was very cunning. He was trying to predict Chen Ge's choice. How am I supposed to find Ying Tong after losing my sight? It was not a safe place to stay for long. After Ying Chen returned home, he would definitely discover that someone had entered his house and discovered his dead body. He would definitely give chase. Touching the railing, Chen Ge slowly moved down the stairs. He planned to temporarily leave this building. If possible, he even wanted to leave this residential area. Chen Ge memorized the route that he had taken. A normal person would have been panicking by now, but Chen Ge was still actively looking for a way out. He walked down 3 floors, and Chen Ge heard the front door of Ying Chen's house open again. Ying Chen appeared to have come out from inside the house. This is not looking good. He had to prevent himself from tripping, and he had to make as little noise as possible. He could not move fast down the stairs. If Ying Chen chased after him now, there was a high chance that he would be captured. The man did not make any sound when he walked. After he returned home, he probably took a knife and other tools with him. Not long after that, the old-fashioned elevator made a sound. It sounded like someone was taking the elevator and rushing down the stairs. Ying Chen probably thought that I had chosen the left staircase from the start. He probably thought that I had already left this building, so he took the elevator to catch up to me as soon as possible. Chen Ge could not see anything behind the door, but Ying Chen did not know that. He was using a normal person's logic to predict Chen Ge's movement. I cannot let Ying Chen know that I cannot see, or else he will definitely mistake me for Ying Tong. At that time, that madman who is filled with evil interests will be able to do anything. Chen Ge had encountered many crazed murderers in his life. Ying Chen was not the most cunning or the most dangerous, but he was the one who had the most desire to show off. The key was that Chen Ge was currently in the world behind the door. In this world that was woven from Ying Tong's memory, his brother Ying Chen represented a fear that he could not shake off or resist. The noise from the old-fashioned elevator soon stopped. It appeared to have stopped at the first floor. I cannot confirm Ying Chen's exact location. This is too passive. Chen Ge slowly came to the corner of the stairs. He was about to continue down when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the corridor. Someone is running down the corridor. And there is more than one. Quote. Ying Chen did not make any sound when he walked, so the person who was coming was unlikely to be Ying Chen. Chen Ge froze where he was. Honestly, he had now experienced the helplessness of a blind man. They were living in the same world, but because they could not see, sometimes they could not even fight back. The footsteps closed in quickly, and they soon appeared before Chen Ge. He gripped the hammer in his backpack tightly. His body pressed close to the wall, and he was on high alert. The footsteps stopped not far away from Chen Ge. Moments later, a boy's voice entered Chen Ge's ears. Why are you sitting in the corridor? The boy's voice sounded normal. He sounded like a normal boy, but there was curiosity and confusion in his voice. Chen Ge thought about it for a long time, but he did not know what to say. His instinct told him that this was an opportunity. He could temporarily hide in one of the children's homes and lock the door to avoid Ying Chen's pursuit. But rationality told Chen Ge that he could not trust the people behind the door so easily. These children sounded harmless, but their real faces could be very scary. Perhaps they were just monsters that possessed the voices of children, and if they left with them, they would be eaten. Such a strange person. We'd better stay away from him, another boy said. Let's continue to look for Ying Tong. I love playing hide and seek with him. We never have to worry that he will go back on his word. Yes, he is too stupid. Last time, I was hiding behind him, and he did not notice me. Every time he comes to capture us, in the end, it will be the few of us who go and find him. I really don't understand why you guys still want to play with him. The few children were chatting and laughing. When Chen Ge heard Ying Tong's name, he lowered his head and memorized every word that the few children said. It's hide and seek again. Every time I'm behind the door, I run into hide and seek. This really matches the description of the ghost fetus mission on the black phone. This is a game of hide and seek between life and death. The few children were also looking for Ying Tong. They did not know Ying Tong's location, so Chen Ge did not open his mouth to ask them for more information. As if thinking that Chen Ge was a very boring person, the few children ran away as they chatted among themselves. The sound of footsteps slowly faded away. Chen Ge touched the wall and slowly stood up. His instinct, which had been honed from entering the world behind the door, told him that this building was very dangerous, and it was best to leave as soon as possible. He took the first step down the stairs. Just as he raised his left leg, someone suddenly pushed him from behind. His body lost its balance, and Chen Ge fell down the stairs with the backpack in his hand. Piercing pain came from all parts of his body. Chen Ge used his hands to protect his head and gritted his teeth to steady his body. Ignoring everything else, he immediately crawled up from the ground. He half squatted on the ground and gripped his backpack tightly. No wonder his eyes have been closed. So, he is blind. A boy's voice came from the stairs. Chen Ge had heard this voice before. The one who pushed him was one of the children. He is so strong. Has Ying Tong encountered something like this before? The footsteps moved away from Chen Ge. After the child pushed Chen Ge down the stairs, he ran away. Moving his wrist, Chen Ge did not chase after the child but thought about what the child had said earlier. No wonder his eyes have been closed. Could it be that in the eyes of the people behind the door, I have not opened my eyes? If that is the case, what should I do to open my eyes? Quote. Even though the boy had pushed Chen Ge down the stairs, he had also revealed a very important piece of information to Chen Ge. In the eyes of the people behind the door, Chen Ge was a strange person who kept his eyes closed. Perhaps it is not that I cannot see, but I have not opened my eyes. Leaning against the wall, Chen Ge reached out to touch his eyes. He was sure that his eyes were open. Why would something like this happen? There was nothing to block Chen Ge's eyes. He used his nails to dig into the flesh at the corner of his eyes and slowly slid them down. His vision was still dark. He could not even see the blood that had seeped into his eyelids. Darkness. It appears like there is only one color in this world. The corridor returned to normal, and the group of children had already run away. Perhaps in other people's eyes, Ying Tong has always appeared with his eyes closed, so in his world behind the door, all the blind people have their eyes closed. Could there be such a situation? Even though one of Ying Tong's eyes is closed, he is not completely blind, and he knows what his big brother is doing. To survive, he is pretending that he cannot see anything. His world can have color, but he cannot open his eyes. If Ying Chen has really killed someone in real life, once Ying Chen finds out that his little brother is not blind, he will definitely create an accident to kill Ying Tong. That madman can do anything. I cannot use the standard of a good person to analyze the logic of a bad person. For Ying Chen, blood brothers do not represent family, but they can represent some kind of entertainment tool. Chen Ge was reminded of something. He had once opened the fridge at Ying Chen's home in real life, and he had discovered that the bottom of the fridge was filled with minced meat. The bones had been removed, and the meat had been processed, so it was impossible to tell what kind of meat it was from the surface. If the meat is animal meat, then it would be fine, but I'm afraid it is not animal meat. Chen Ge had encountered many crazed murderers, and in his mind, there were different levels of crazed murderers. To be able to remove the bones, process, and disguise the meat as non-animal meat and store it under his own fridge, this was not something that a normal madman would do. When he is drinking with me, Ying Chen behaves like a normal person. In fact, he is more sociable than most people. If all my speculation is correct, then this man is a very scary person. Ying Chen wears a mask before every living person. He will only remove the mask before his younger brother, Ying Tong, and the boy has been exposed to such a scary scene since he was very young. Even without the ghost fetus, Ying Tong would have become the door pusher in the future. The horror and distortion of the world behind the door were directly proportional to the despair the door pusher had experienced in reality. Although Chen Ge could not find anything special about this world through his sense of touch and smell, perhaps he would see the true horror of this world when he opened his eyes. It's useless to think so much. It's better to find a safe place to hide. Only one of the children pushed me, which means that there should be someone else I can talk to. If there's really nowhere else to go, I can try to persuade them. Quote. Chen Ge was not that confident. Actually, he had been paying close attention to his surroundings. If there was an accident, he would be able to react immediately. The reason he was pushed down the stairs by the child earlier was because he really did not expect that one of the children had not left. At the time, the sound of their footsteps had been mixed together. The second reason was because the child was very strong. He did not seem like a normal child at all. After losing his sight, confirming someone's identity through sound was a very risky thing to do. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Chen Ge would not trust anyone. If this place corresponds to real life, Ying Chen's family lives on the 7th floor. I can use the sound of the elevator to determine the floor and try to take the elevator. The old elevator would make a loud noise when it started, and it would be very dangerous. But at the end of the day, the elevator represented a third option. If Ying Chen knew that he could only take the stairs, the elevator would become his only hope of escape. Of course, Chen Ge did not wish for that to happen. He did not want to cross paths with Ying Chen just yet. Let's assume that this place is the same as real life. Ying Chen's family lives on the 7th floor, and I am currently at the corner between the 3rd and 4th floor. Ying Chen should be on the 1st floor. He might be waiting at the entrance of the 1st floor, or he might have already left and escaped from this building. Unable to see anything, Chen Ge could only rely on his own guesses to choose his own path. Ying Tong does not know that I am blind. Earlier, he came up from the stairs on the right. If he noticed that something was wrong, he might enter the stairs on the left to investigate. After all, from his perspective, the person who sneaked into his house left through the stairs on the left, so there is a chance that he might have left some clues in the stairs on the left. Quote. With that in mind, Chen Ge left the stairs on the left. He entered the long corridor and headed toward the stairs on the right. Hopefully, I am overthinking this, but it is always better to be safe than sorry. The best situation that Chen Ge predicted was that after Ying Chen reached the 1st floor, he would hear movement coming from the stairs on the left, and he would rush down the stairs on the left while Chen Ge hid in the stairs on the right. That way, he would be able to evade the man and escape from this building. After he left this building, there would be more places for him to hide. That was a beautiful thought, but reality was always cold and cruel. Just as Chen Ge entered the corridor on the 3rd floor, he heard the door open. The sound was very close to him, about 2 or 3 meters away from him. With his hand on the wall, Chen Ge stood where he was. The cold wind howled, and a horrible stench came out from the room. Standing in the corridor was a very dangerous thing for Chen Ge. After a moment's hesitation, he took the first step forward. He felt like he had stepped on something under his shoes. It was very brittle, like he had just stepped on a bug. This was a very uncomfortable feeling. Chen Ge did not dare stay any longer. Just as he prepared to take the second step, someone suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Are you new here? A middle-aged man's voice entered Chen Ge's ears. It was this man who had opened the door earlier. Yes. Chen Ge's brain was spinning fast. The stench in the air included the smell of moldy food, accumulated clothes, and the stench of a human body. The uncle next to him appeared to be very unkempt. It had been a long time since he cleaned up the room. Why is the body of a new tenant so hot? I thought you came from outside to deliver something. The middle-aged man said something that was very strange. Hot. Chen Ge felt like his body temperature was already very low. This was the first time someone had said that his body was very hot. He did not argue. From the perspective of a living person, his body temperature was not only not high, it was on the low side. But from the perspective of a dead person, he was indeed different from other people. He was an anomaly. Chen Ge was thinking about how to answer the middle-aged man's question when the sound of a cat's meow suddenly echoed in his ears. Sucking in a cold breath, Chen Ge's ears perked up, and he quickly determined the source of the cat's meow. It was coming from the left corridor. Before he could say anything, the second meow came, and it sounded even more urgent than before. Ying Chen is coming. It was too late to run down the right corridor now. Chen Ge only had one choice. He whispered to the middle-aged man, "Brother, I have something very important to tell you." Gripping the backpack tightly, Chen Ge held the wall and touched the door frame. "Let's go in and talk. Give me 3 minutes." Without waiting for an explanation, he entered the middle-aged man's home. "Who gave you permission to go in? Quick, close the door." Chen Ge could not see anything. He could only hear the increasingly shrill meow of the cats. It sounded like he was the only one who could hear it. "What are you doing here?" The middle-aged man's movement was slow. He shuffled around. At that moment, the cats sounded like they were being slaughtered. It was so loud that it was scary. Chen Ge followed the sound and grabbed the middle-aged man's arm. He yanked him into the room. "Close the door." The sound of the door closing came. Chen Ge signaled for the middle-aged man to keep quiet. At that moment, the cat's meowing did not stop. If anything, it became more and more shrill. Ying Chen appeared to have heard the sound of the door closing. He was walking toward them. If you do not wish to die, do not speak." Chen Ge hissed through his teeth. The middle-aged man finally shut his mouth. Chen Ge stood where he was. The middle-aged man walked past him like he was entering the living room. The sound of footsteps revealed that there was someone inside the room, but Chen Ge had no control over the man at that moment. The shrill and painful meowing of the cats entered his ears. It was impossible to tell where they were coming from. It was as if Ying Chen was standing right before Chen Ge. He did not even dare breathe. He could only wait because Ying Chen might be standing right outside the door. There was only a door between him and Chen Ge. Chen Ge clamped his hand over his mouth, and his mind turned. Ying Chen knows that someone has entered his home, but he does not know that it is me who has entered his home. From his perspective, he might mistakenly believe that it is the owner of this room who has sneaked into his home. With Ying Chen's personality, he might kill this middle-aged man. Assuming that the middle-aged man and Ying Chen are just normal neighbors, if Ying Chen wants to kill the middle-aged man, then the middle-aged man and I will be in the same boat. What I need to do now is to wait for Ying Chen to leave and then test the middle-aged man. I will slowly reveal the truth to him and see how he will react. The meowing of the cats lasted for more than a minute before they stopped. Ying Chen had left. Wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead and the blood stain on the corner of his brows, Chen Ge called out from inside the room, "Big brother, are you still there?" Ying Chen was probably going home to retrieve something to prepare to kill the middle-aged man. This was a residential building. A fight would definitely attract the attention of others. Chen Ge believed that Ying Chen would first drug the middle-aged man and then deliver the fatal blow after he lost consciousness. The stench inside the room was overwhelming, but Chen Ge did not mind it that much. In his mind, as long as there was no stench of dead bodies, it was not a bad place to be. "Big brother, I know it is rude of me to suddenly barge into your home, but I hope that you will allow me to finish what I have to say." Chen Ge took a deep breath. He knew that once he said that, the situation would become more complicated, and there would be more things to predict. There are two brothers living on the 7th floor. The younger brother is blind, and the older brother likes to raise stray cats. Do you have any impression of them? There was still no response from inside the room. The middle-aged man appeared to have disappeared into thin air. Today, when I passed by the house, I noticed that the door was open. After I entered the house, I discovered that there was a dead body hidden under the big brother's bed. He is a murderer. After Chen Ge said that, there was finally some movement inside the room. The middle-aged man's voice came from a corner of the living room. "Impossible. I know that man. His name is Ying Chen. He is a dumb and dumb person, and he often does things that are unrewarding, like gardening at the residential area, taking in stray cats, and so on." Dumb and dumb. Do you think Ying Chen is that kind of person? Quote. Yes, he is a good person. Based on his own explanation, he wants to do more good deeds and accumulate more karma, hoping to move God to help his brother's eyes recover sooner. Don't you think he is a dumb person? The middle-aged man did not believe Chen Ge at all. From his perspective, Ying Chen had nothing to do with murder. You can't judge a book by its cover. You have only seen the side that he has shown. That is his disguise. Chen Ge did not expect the man to think that he was joking even though he had said it so clearly. I do not know why you would say that about him. If that is really the case, we should call more people to go up and take a look. Absolutely not. Chen Ge did not want to expose his existence. Once he was targeted by Ying Chen, he would not be able to see anything, and he would not even know how he died. Why are you here? The middle-aged man reached out to grab Chen Ge's hair. Is there something wrong with your eyes that you have kept them closed? I am telling the truth. Ying Chen has killed people, and there is more than one victim. You look like a madman to me. You are blind, so how did you manage to see the dead bodies? The middle-aged man did not believe what Chen Ge said. From his perspective, Chen Ge was more like an outsider who was lying. I touched it with my hands. It was tied under his bed. It was a headless body. Touching a dead body. You sure are brave. The middle-aged man's arm tightened. He did not welcome Chen Ge. He pulled on Chen Ge's hair and pushed him to the door. Compared to a murderer, a person like you who sneaks into other people's houses to touch dead bodies is more disgusting, isn't it? With his hair pulled, his scalp prickled with pain. Chen Ge grabbed the middle-aged man's arm. He wanted to fling the man's hand away, but when his fingertips touched the middle-aged man's skin, his expression changed. The middle-aged man's body was cold and had no body temperature. More importantly, the surface of his skin was uneven, and there was something that looked like plaque. Livor mortis. These two words appeared in his mind. Chen Ge immediately let go of his hand. This uncle is a dead man. Get out of here now. If I see you again in this residential area, I will not let you off easy, do you understand? Chen Ge was pushed out of the room by the middle-aged man. Standing in the corridor, a chill rose in Chen Ge's heart. In Ying Tong's memory, the middle-aged man appeared as a private person. In other words, he has probably been killed in real life. Then, why was he killed as a neighbor? Did he discover Ying Chen's secret? Or did Ying Tong tell him something in secret, but he did not believe him, and that caused him to be killed? Quote. Many things behind the door were interconnected. Chen Ge stopped at the door for a while. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the old-fashioned elevator moving. At the same time, the cats started to meow again. Ying Chen is coming in the elevator. Chen Ge wanted to warn the middle-aged man, but it was already too late. The meowing of the cats became louder, and he hurried to hide in the stairwell. The elevator stopped on this floor. There was no sound of footsteps or breathing. Moments later, there was the sound of knocking coming from the corridor. The sound seemed to come out of nowhere. There was no sign of it. The middle-aged man might tell him about me. The knocking was loud, but no one answered the door. Chen Ge was standing on the stairs. Even though he had lost his sight, he was very calm. In that situation, he did not run away but chose to stay. Ying Chen still did not know about him, so the situation was temporarily in his favor. After knocking for a long time, the front door finally opened, and the middle-aged man's voice came from the corridor. Ying Chen, why are you looking for me? Is it because you want me to pay the rent? There was a trace of impatience in the middle-aged man's voice. He did not take Chen Ge's warning seriously. My little brother, Ying Tong, sneaked out from home to play. He has not returned home yet. When I was going up the stairs, I heard people moving around here, so I came over to ask if you have seen my little brother. Ying Chen's voice sounded very young. His image behind the door appeared to be younger than in real life. The world behind the door was woven from the memory of the door pusher. From that, one could conclude that the younger voice of Ying Chen was the one that Ying Tong had the deepest impression of. In other words, Ying Chen had probably done something to Ying Tong a long time ago, and that incident had become the deepest shadow in Ying Tong's heart. He could not stop thinking about his older brother's voice. If you are blind, you should pay more attention to your surroundings. You are the one who did not close the door, and now that something has happened, you come to ask someone else for help. The middle-aged man had a bad personality. That was evident from his attitude toward Chen Ge. I am so sorry. These are some date cakes sent by my relative from my hometown. I hope you will accept them. If you see my little brother, please tell me. His eyes are not that good, and I am afraid that something might happen to him. Date cakes. Why is the color so red? Is it colored? Quote. It is all natural, and the texture is especially smooth. You should give it a try. If you like it, I have more at home. Ying Chen was very friendly. His performance was just like the middle-aged man had described him to be. He looked like a weakling who was too good for his own good. The taste is not bad, completely different from the ones I buy on the street. Okay, if I see your brother, I will inform you immediately. The middle-aged man chewed on something, and as he chewed, he closed the front door. The middle-aged man did not expose my existence, but the problem is, Ying Chen did not enter his home. Ying Chen should be standing at his door right now. The sound of the elevator door opening came from the corridor. Chen Ge was about to leave, but at that moment, he heard another meow. The meow came from the middle of the corridor. Ying Chen did not get into the elevator. Sticking close to the wall, Chen Ge immediately walked down the stairs. He did not dare to make a sound. Being blind meant that he could not walk fast. If he made a sound, he would definitely be caught. He had no way of determining Ying Chen's location. He only knew that the cat's meowing kept coming, and the madman was heading toward the staircase. Hey! The door in the corridor opened again, and the middle-aged man's voice came from the door. Why are there so many letters inside this bag of jujube cakes? They were written for me by my relative. I'm sorry, but I forgot to take them out. Ying Chen's voice appeared above Chen Ge's head. He had already entered the staircase, but he was on the 4th floor, and Chen Ge had just reached the 3rd floor. Chen Ge was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He held his breath and stood where he was. I will take the letters with me. If you see my brother, remember to tell me. The cat stopped meowing. When Ying Chen's voice came again, he had already left the staircase and walked to the middle-aged man's side. Okay. Not long after the middle-aged man said this, he added, why do you keep looking at my house? Do you suspect that your brother is in my house? Quote. Of course not. The voice in the staircase suddenly disappeared, and then there was the sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Ying Chen has made his move on the middle-aged man. Chen Ge gritted his teeth. The man had made his move without saying a word. His way of doing things was very decisive. This kind of enemy was very scary. I need to leave this building as soon as possible. Before I recover my sight, I'd better stay as far away from this place as I can. Chen Ge had no idea about Ying Chen's power, and he had no idea what this world was like. The world that he could perceive through his sense of hearing, smell, and touch was not complete. Not daring to stay where he was, Chen Ge picked up his speed and headed down the stairs. The middle-aged man should be dead for sure. If Ying Chen can mistake him for me, that will be perfect. But with Ying Chen's intelligence, he will definitely suspect me. I need to prepare for the worst. Holding the wall, Chen Ge walked down the stairs. He silently calculated the number of floors in his heart. Assuming Ying Chen's family lives on the 7th floor, I should be on the 1st floor by now. There would be a corner between 2 floors, so he could not be wrong. But when Chen Ge took his first step down the stairs, he was not stepping on flat ground but a staircase. Does Ying Chen's family have a basement? Chen Ge tried to think back, and he came to a very bad conclusion. He remembered very clearly that the building that Ying Chen's family lived in did not have a basement. The world behind this door is not the same as the real world. *T. Quote. Ying Chen had not discovered Chen Ge. Other than relying on the cat's meowing, another important reason was that he had been here before, and he had a basic map of the place in his mind. By comparing the map in his mind, he was not completely lost. But now, he realized that the map in his mind was different from this world behind the door. The fear of the unknown was instantly magnified. Should I continue to move down the stairs, or should I knock on the door to ask for help from the tenants inside the building? There is no basement in the real world, but this staircase continues to extend downwards. I wonder where it will lead to. Quote. He should have reached the 1st floor already, but the stairs did not finish. In a situation where there was no basement, Chen Ge had no idea what had gone wrong. Could this place be separated into 7 floors above ground and 7 floors below ground? Just like the inside and outside of the door. The people on the 7th floor above ground are normal, but the 7th floor below ground is filled with blood and ghosts. Quote. Standing in the staircase, Chen Ge walked down a few more steps. He did not feel any discomfort, and he did not feel anything different. The environment around him did not appear to have changed at all. It shouldn't be the 7th floor above ground or the 7th floor below ground. Then, is there a possibility that this is a staircase that has no end? The lowest floor of the building is connected to the top floor of the building, and the top floor of the building is connected to the lowest floor of the building. For a blind person, repeating the action of going down the stairs in the dark will create a very special feeling of despair in their heart. It is like there is no end to everything, and they are just struggling in vain. A normal person would not have such an experience, but Chen Ge was different. Not long ago, he had completed a nightmare mission at Zhongyuan Apartments, and he had been blindfolded to experience what it felt like to go up the stairs blindfolded. Darkness, loneliness, and the unknown, everything would ferment at the bottom of one's heart. It would give birth to a demon that represented fear, and in the end, it would consume oneself. I cannot continue to move down the stairs. This world behind the door is different from the real world. I need to be more careful. Chen Ge retreated to what he thought was the 1st floor. Touching the wall, he moved down the corridor. He ran all over the floor, and he discovered something very despairing. There is no exit. There is no way out. Despair grew in his heart. Chen Ge realized that he had still underestimated the difficulty of this world behind the door. Am I experiencing what Ying Tong once experienced? The residential area has an exit, but for him, this building is completely sealed off. This building is his entire world, and there is no way out. Quote. Biting on the tip of his tongue, Chen Ge used the pain to force himself to calm down. Looks like the hope of solving this situation lies on Ying Tong. He is the door pusher of this world, so he should know the way to open his eyes. I have to find Ying Tong before Ying Chen finds me. Without any clues, without any help, inside a sealed building, a blind person had to find another blind person while being chased by a crazed murderer. This was a mission of such difficulty that Chen Ge had not encountered before. From now on, I have to memorize every step that I have taken, every position, and every direction that I am facing. The real world was different from the world behind the door. There was no way to compare them, so Chen Ge wanted to draw a new map in his mind. This was very difficult to do, but to increase his chance of survival, Chen Ge had no choice but to do so. Since he could not see, he had to memorize all the routes that he had taken. As long as he was familiar with the terrain, he could run and even set up traps to kill Ying Chen. Hiding was never Chen Ge's style. He wanted to make use of everything around him to deal with the danger once and for all. Even though he had lost his sight, if Ying Chen treated him like a normal blind person and toyed with him like a cat playing with a mouse, he would be at a great disadvantage. The middle-aged man that I ran into earlier had something similar to livor mortis on his body. His body temperature was very low, so he was definitely not a living person. From this perspective, could all the tenants in this building be dead people? Some of their deaths probably have something to do with Ying Chen, and some of their deaths might be related to the ghost fetus. In their eyes, Ying Chen is a good person. Now, I need to figure out a way to change Ying Chen's image in their eyes. It would be best if I can win their trust and help. The cats did not call. Ying Chen was very far away from where he was. Chen Ge walked to the corner of the first floor, and knocked lightly on the door that was closest to the stairwell. In the dark and quiet world, the monotonous knocking on the door kept repeating. Even Chen Ge felt chills run down his spine. It felt like someone was watching him from the dark. Is there no one? Chen Ge moved to the next door. He knocked for a long time, but no one opened the door. There was not even the slightest sound coming from inside the house. He knocked on 5 doors, but none of them opened. Chen Ge was getting more and more agitated. After Ying Chen deals with the dead bodies, he might continue to wander down the stairwell to look for Ying Tong. If he hears the knocking, he will definitely come to investigate. Now is my best chance. His movements picked up. Chen Ge knocked on the 7th door when the iron door on the other side of the stairwell was suddenly pushed open. Are you looking for someone? Why do you keep knocking on the door? A woman's voice came from behind Chen Ge, and it gave him quite a fright. After adjusting himself, Chen Ge turned around. Yes, I am looking for a child. His name is Ying Tong. Ying Tong. It is the child who lives on the 7th floor. He is blind in both eyes. I know him, but the question is, why are you looking for him? This is not the 7th floor, is it? The woman was conversing with Chen Ge when a child's scream of pain suddenly came from the room behind her. The scream was similar to the voice that Chen Ge remembered from Ying Tong. He could not confirm whether the child inside the woman's room was Ying Tong or not because he had only heard Ying Tong say one thing when he was outside the door. The sound of footsteps came. The woman walked back to her room, and Chen Ge followed behind her. The woman seemed to be in a hurry. After she entered the room, she did not close the door. Chen Ge stumbled as he followed behind her. Why is it this kind of stench again? The woman's room was similar to the middle-aged man's room. The stench of many different things floated in the air, and it was very pungent. The child's crying and screaming kept coming from inside the room. Chen Ge was afraid that the commotion would attract Ying Chen's attention, so he moved to the front door and closed it behind him. Why are you acting up again? Weren't you fine earlier? What did you see? The woman's voice was anxious. She started to rummage through the room to look for something. Even though Chen Ge thought the child's voice was similar to Ying Tong's, he heard the woman say, "What did you see?" Ying Tong was blind, but the child inside the woman's room was not blind. Stay here and do not move. I will go and find some medicine for you. The footsteps came from inside the room, heading toward the door. Chen Ge wanted to move aside, but he did not expect that the moment he moved, he would run into the woman. I am so sorry, I did not mean to. In the darkness, Chen Ge wanted to go and help the woman. In his panic, he grabbed the woman's arm. The woman's arm was very thin, and it was unnaturally twisted. Chen Ge's hand was soon flung away by the woman. She seemed to be angry, and even the tone of her voice had changed. We will talk about your problem later. I need to go upstairs to borrow some medicine. The front door was pushed open. The woman walked out, and then the door was closed again. Medicine. The child's crying and screaming slowly dwindled, and the room became quiet. The woman's body is twisted, just like the mannequins in Yingtong's bedroom. Other than that, her body temperature is very low. 10 minutes later, the front door was pushed open again, and the woman with the twisted arm walked into the room. Chen Ge heard the sound of water being poured and swallowing. After the child's crying completely stopped, he nudged deeper into the room. Do you mind if I ask what kind of illness the child is suffering from? Don't think too much into it. I am actually a doctor. Quote. A normal doctor will not be able to cure his illness. The woman walked out from the room. She walked to stand before Chen Ge. Have you heard of acrophobia? Is it a type of phobia? More or less. Whenever the child sees something sharp, his illness will act up. He will panic, despair, cry, and make a ruckus. He will always fantasize about someone stabbing his eyes with something sharp. Why would something like this happen? Most mental illnesses have a trigger. He wouldn't have gotten this illness for no reason. Quote. Many people suffered from phobias, but it was rare for it to be this serious. The boy inside the room appeared to have reached a stage where he could not shake off his fear on his own without medication. This situation was very dangerous. You're not wrong, but I have no idea how the boy got this illness. I'm just looking after him on behalf of someone else. The woman spoke very slowly. After the boy inside the room took the medication, his condition seemed to have improved, and the woman relaxed. He's suffering from a mental illness. To alleviate the illness, we have to find the cause. Chen Ge took several steps toward the woman. He could not see anything, so he could only touch the wall to get closer. I also wanted to find the cause, but no matter how I asked, the boy refused to tell me. He did not seem to know himself. The woman sounded helpless. In the end, I gave up. Do you mind if I talk to him for a while? I specialize in mental illness. Chen Ge was glad that he had met Dr. Gao before. The way he spoke and his demeanor was very similar to the Dr. Gao when he was not corrupted. A psychiatrist needed to lower the patient's guard before they could slowly walk into the patient's world. Be it his appearance or the feeling he gave, Chen Ge fit this condition perfectly. You're a psychiatrist. If I remember correctly, there's no one in this profession here. Or you new here? Quote. You can say that. I can promise you that I mean you no harm. Chen Ge pointed at his eyes with a bitter smile. I can't see anything, and I can't resist. If I do anything to displease you, you can chase me away at any time. Blindness made Chen Ge a weakness, and he was using this weakness to the best of his ability. The boy is more fragile. Just don't talk nonsense. The woman grabbed Chen Ge's arm. Slow down. The sofa is in front of you. Turn left. Chen Ge noticed a problem. These adult tenants were not as bad as the monsters behind the door, but of course, they were not good either. They gave Chen Ge the feeling that they were normal people. I really do not want to associate them with dead bodies. With the woman leading the way, Chen Ge entered the inner room. The stench in the air thickened, and to make matters worse, there was an additional stench of rotting meat. This was not present in the middle-aged man's room. By the way, can you tell me what your relationship with this child is? Relationship. The woman thought about it for a while and gave an answer that Chen Ge did not expect. He can be considered a friend. He has nowhere to go, so I'm taking care of him. The woman's answer was ambiguous. After that, she walked out, leaving Chen Ge and the boy in the room. Touching the wall in the closet, Chen Ge's legs touched the bed. He slowly sat down. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, but I can't see you. If you're beside me, can you say something or give me a light pat on my hand? Quote. Opening his palm, Chen Ge waited for a long time before he felt a chill in the center of his palm. This kind of chill was different from the chill of a dead body. It was soft to the touch. It did not feel like he was being touched by a human but more like a gust of cold wind. Ying Tong. Chen Ge uttered the name subconsciously, but there was no reply. Moments later, a boy's voice came from about 1 meter away from Chen Ge. My name is Amu. The boy's voice was about 60% similar to Ying Tong's voice in real life. It was very young. Chen Ge had gone through Ying Chen and Ying Tong's information before. In real life, Ying Tong was already 10 years old, but the boy before him sounded more like a 4 or 5-year-old. Amu, can you tell me how you met the big sister outside? Chen Ge wanted to get to the bottom of the adult's identity first. If the woman could be trusted, then he would try his best to win her over to his side. It was too dangerous to be alone in the building. Are you talking about Miss Dress? The boy asked shyly. Miss Dress. The boy's way of addressing the woman was very strange. It felt like the boy had come up with the name on a whim. Do you usually call her that? Yes, Miss Dress and Mr. Wood have been taking care of me. They are very kind people. They play games with me and do many things with me. The boy's voice was innocent and cute, but when Chen Ge heard it, he felt goosebumps rise all over his body. From his perspective, all the tenants in this building, other than Ying Tong and Ying Chen, were dead bodies. Names like Miss Dress and Mr. Wood were obviously given by a child. A speculation appeared in his mind, but because it was too cruel, he did not dare voice this speculation to test Amu. Are Miss Dress and Mr. Wood husband and wife? Chen Ge asked casually. No, Miss Dress likes to get angry very much, and her temper is very bad. Mr. Wood does not like her very much. The boy's voice was very timid. Mr. Wood and I are a little afraid of Miss Dress. I heard everything. The woman's voice came from the living room. Who taught you all this? The woman's temper did not look that good. But even though Miss Dress has a bad temper, she has a gentle side. Every time I am sick, she will appear to take care of me. She will even chat with me and tell me stories. The picture that the boy described was very beautiful. When he said that, there might have been a smile on his face, but unfortunately, Chen Ge could not see anything. He could only hear the boy's voice. Every time you are sick, she will appear. Did your parents ask her to come and take care of you? Chen Ge tried to pry open the boy's memory bit by bit. Yes, my parents went to a place very far away. When they left, they begged Miss Dress, Mr. Wood, and Miss Red to take care of me. 3 people. Even though he said it was 3 people, Chen Ge was thinking about 3 dead bodies in his heart. Amu, do you mind telling me what the 3 of them look like? Chen Ge did not ask anything that would cause the boy pain. He did not mention the boy's fear of sharp weapons, and he did not ask the boy how he got this illness. Instead, he listened to the boy's fairy tale like he was the most loyal listener. Miss Dress always wears a long dress, and there are many flowers embroidered on the dress. Each flower feels different when you touch it. Mr. Wood does not like to talk, and his skin is very hard, like the bark of a tree. Miss Red likes to be clean, and her hair is always wet. She likes the color red very much, and everything around her is red. The boy was not an introverted person. He seemed to like to communicate with others. As if he was showing off, he listed out the names and characteristics of the 3 people. Chen Ge did not pay much attention to the introduction of Miss Dress and Mr. Wood, but the last name, Miss Red, attracted Chen Ge's attention. Miss Dress and Mr. Wood's characteristics could be felt with the touch of the hand, but Miss Red was different. Her name had a red letter in it, and the color was not something that a blind person could tell. The boy before him called himself Amu. Miss Dress had said earlier that the boy's eyes were normal. He was not blind, so theoretically speaking, he could not be Ying Tong. But when Chen Ge heard the boy's voice, he felt like the boy's voice was very similar to Ying Tong's. There could not be such a coincidence in this world. He believed that the boy had to be related to Ying Tong, but something had happened in between. Chen Ge asked for more information about the boy's parents. Through the boy's words, he could tell that the boy missed his parents very much. In the boy's memory, his parents were very kind to him. They cared for him meticulously and constantly. The boy's parents were like a pair of large and gentle hands that protected him. At this point, Chen Ge had already noticed the problem. The boy's memory contained many beautiful memories. He once had a very beautiful past, but now that he was reminded of the illness that he suffered from, it felt very strange. Why would a child who lived in such a warm environment end up with a fear of sharp objects? Why would he imagine that someone was going to stab his eyes blind whenever he saw something sharp? What had happened to him? When did the most important change in his life start? After gaining a general understanding of the boy's life, Chen Ge carefully asked the next question. Mu, do you know Ying Chen and Ying Tong who live on the 7th floor? I don't know them. I have been staying inside the house. I have never left it. You don't know them. To confirm this, Chen Ge turned to ask Miss Dress in the living room. Mu has never left this room before. Yes, he suffers from a fear of sharp objects. Even hearing the word sharp or sharp will trigger a reaction, much less seeing sharp objects. How can I allow him to leave this room? Miss Dress's voice came from the living room. Then, Chen Ge heard the sound of water being poured. After a while, the footsteps came again. Do you want something to drink? It's fine. Chen Ge did not dare drink water from a stranger, especially when he could not see it. Mu does not know Ying Chen and Ying Tong, but as a resident here, you should know the two brothers, right? Of course, the two brothers are very pitiful. Their parents died when they were young, and they were raised by their relatives. Miss Dress seemed to know Ying Chen and Ying Tong very well. Then, what is your impression of the two brothers? Chen Ge had finally found a person who was willing to communicate with him, so he quickly seized the opportunity to ask. His big brother's character is undeniable. He is kind, passionate, and loves small animals. He is a hard worker and has excellent grades. He is the type that I like. Regarding his younger brother, I do not have much to say about him. I feel like his younger brother is just a burden. He is blind, unable to take care of himself, and he likes to say strange things. He does not appear to have a normal mental state. Miss Dress's words caused Chen Ge to feel deeply unsettled. In Miss Dress's heart, Ying Chen was so perfect, and Ying Tong's image was very bad. Sometimes, what the eyes see is not necessarily the truth. Chen Ge felt like even if he told the woman directly that Ying Chen was a murderer, the woman would not believe him. I'm sorry, I forgot that you are blind as well. I do not mean to discriminate against blind people, but his younger brother's personality is very bad. He has always been taken care of by his big brother, and he relies on his big brother to survive. He keeps looking for trouble and sneaking out of the house. He does not want to leave his big brother. How is a blind man supposed to survive? Miss Dress was very direct with her words. Do you hate Ying Tong that much? Then, don't you think that Ying Tong looks very similar to Mu? Chen Ge could not see, but he felt like he could guess something from the sound alone. But Miss Dress did not seem to notice the connection between Mu and Ying Tong at all. Stop joking. Mu just celebrated his 6th birthday, and Ying Tong is almost 10. Their size and height are completely different. I am talking about their looks. Why did you bring up their height? Chen Ge wanted to verify his speculation, so he kept pressing. I really cannot tell from their looks. Ying Tong's face is very scary, and it is completely different from Mu. What Miss Dress said next sent a chill down Chen Ge's spine. Ying Tong rarely leaves the house. I remember the first time he sneaked out from home, he fell from a pile of rubble. There was a large bruise on his face, and there was a nail stuck close to his eye. If not for his big brother finding him in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Disfigurement. Chen Ge had a feeling that this was an accident created by Ying Chen. Ying Tong probably knew about this, and that was why he had escaped again and again. But the reality was that Ying Tong had escaped again and again, but he was captured by Ying Chen again and again. What he was experiencing now was exactly what Ying Tong had experienced. As a blind man, it was too difficult to hide from Ying Chen. Fine, even though their looks and height are different, have you noticed that their voices are very similar? Chen Ge still refused to give up. It was not easy for him to find a reliable person, and he did not want to give up so easily. Yes, their voices are slightly similar, but that does not mean anything. It is normal for boys to sound similar before they go through puberty. How come you don't get it? Chen Ge wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. Fine, we will not discuss this anymore. Then, can you tell me what is going on with Amu's parents? Why would they ask you to take care of Amu? Quote. Do you really not get it, or are you just playing dumb? Miss Dress appeared to be quite dissatisfied with Chen Ge. She grabbed Chen Ge by his arm and dragged him out of the room. What are you doing? The woman closed the door. After making sure that Amu could not hear her, she whispered, didn't Amu tell you that his parents have gone to a faraway place? Why would you ask something like that? I seriously doubt that you are a psychiatrist. Quote. Have Amu's parents passed away? Yes, Amu is an orphan that Ying Chen found outside the residential area. He had no one to take care of him. In the end, the tenants of our residential area came up with a plan and decided to adopt them together. Them. Chen Ge caught the keyword in the woman's words. They are triplets, Amu, Tong, and Ying. All three of them were discovered by Ying Chen. He felt sorry for the children, but he did not have the ability to take care of them, so he asked us to take care of them for him. After the paperwork was done, he would send the three children to the children's home. What Miss Dress said made Chen Ge suck in a cold breath. Ying Chen asked you to take care of these three children. What do you think? In such a cold society, people as kind and selfless as Ying Chen are hard to come by. He has given so much time and energy to take care of these three children. Miss Dress had a very good impression of Ying Chen. It was not something that could be changed with just a few words. Then, do all three children suffer from some kind of disease? Chen Ge went through the surface and asked a crucial question. How did you know that? Then again, if they were not physically impaired, they would have been adopted a long time ago, Miss Dress said softly. Amu suffers from a phobia of sharp objects, Tong suffers from a very serious case of claustrophobia. He will go crazy if he is left alone in a room. Ying suffers from an even rarer disease. It's called phobia of screaming. Whenever he hears screams or screams, he will suffer from it. Have you ever wondered why these three children would suffer from such a disease? And why was it Ying Chen who first discovered them? Quote. I have not considered that question before. Perhaps it has something to do with the children's biological parents. But in Amu's memory, his parents were very kind to him. That is the warmest part of his memory. At this point, Chen Ge's face had taken on an ugly shade of color. With just these few clues that he had, a very bold conjecture had formed in his mind. Miss Dress, Mr. Wood, and Miss Red were all victims who were killed by Ying Chen in real life. Ying Tong, who was imprisoned, knew the truth, but he did not dare reveal it to anyone. In the end, he even became friends with the three dead bodies. From Chen Ge's perspective, even though Ying Tong had a problem with his eyes, it was not that he was completely blind. The child had been forced to live under Ying Chen's prank, and it had caused him to suffer from many mental illnesses. But he knew very well that he could only survive as a blind man. So, he sealed away his weakness, fear, and the remaining good memories to form the innocent Amu, Ying, and Tong. As for himself, he continued to be a blind man and kept looking for a way to escape. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. Chen Ge's initial plan was to find Ying Tong, but from the clues that he had gathered so far, he might need to find Ying, Amu, Tong, and Amu. Ying Chen knows about the existence of Amu and his two brothers. In fact, one could say that the appearance of these three children is related to him. It was he who personally created these three tragedies. The three children suffer from three different mental illnesses, and these three illnesses are probably caused by Ying Chen. They correspond to the sharp weapon, imprisonment, and shock respectively. He asked the dead body to take care of the three children. In real life, it was he who hid the dead body at home. Ying Tong has been living with the dead body for a long time, and that has given birth to three different personas. This also explains why none of the three children are able to leave their home, and only Ying Tong has chosen to run away from them. Other than that, there is one more thing that we need to pay attention to. Amu is not blind, but Amu is only 6 years old. If my previous analysis is correct, Amu is one of Ying Tong's different personas. From this, we can indirectly prove that Ying Tong was not blind before he was 6 years old. At least, he was not completely blind. The more he analyzed, the scarier Chen Ge felt. He took a deep breath and turned toward the living room to ask, "Miss Dress, are you still there? Do you mind telling me when was the first time Yingtong ran away from home?" Quote. It was very long ago. It was about 5 years ago. At the time, Ying Chen's relative had just moved away, and only Ying Chen and Yingtong were left at home. Miss Dress revealed another very important piece of information. Yingtong ran away from home right after his relative moved away. Do you really not think that is a problem? Why would Yingtong move away from home for no reason? His big brother, Ying Chen, must have done something bad to make his little brother feel fear. Chen Ge could not see Miss Dress's expression, so he could not tell whether she agreed with him or not. Think about one more thing. Amu is the same age as Yingtong when he ran away from home. Amu suffers from a fear of sharp weapons. After Yingtong ran away from home, he was found by Ying Chen, and a nail was placed near his eyes. Isn't a nail a sharp weapon? When Amu sees a sharp weapon, doesn't he fantasize that someone is trying to stab his eyes with a sharp weapon? Quote. What are you trying to say? Amu was Yingtong at the time. The reason he suffered from sharp weapons phobia was because Ying Chen had done something similar to Yingtong. That was why he was afraid of sharp objects. That was the cause of his phobia. The world behind the door was strange and absurd. Most of the time, it was illogical. However, when combined with the memories of the door pusher in real life, one would realize that underneath all the absurdity was a wounded heart in real life. To convince Miss Dress, Chen Ge shared all of his deductions and speculations. If you do not believe me, you can bring me to meet Ah Tong and Ah Ying. Combining the experiences of these 3 children together, it is the wound that Yingtong once suffered. I still do not understand it. Amu is a living person. He is an independent existence. How could he represent a certain age of Yingtong's memory? As a native of the world behind the door, Miss Dress herself was woven from Yingtong's memory. The purpose of her existence was to take care of Yingtong, to accompany him, and to be his friend. You will naturally understand this question after you find Yingtong. Even though his face is ruined and he is blind, he will have no problem communicating normally with others. Chen Ge sighed. None of you have really listened to the child's voice. The words that sounded so strange to you were actually his pleas for help. The tragedy would not have repeated itself, but unfortunately, all of you have been tricked by Ying Chen. The kindness and kindness that you see are all that B*****'s disguise. His real self will make all of you feel disgusted. Quote. The tenants in the building all thought that Ying Chen was a good person, and they all thought that Yingtong was a burden. But in reality, this was something that Ying Chen had purposely created. It was because they believed in Ying Chen that most of the tenants had turned into dead bodies. I do not expect you to trust me completely. I only hope that you will give me a chance to prove myself. Chen Ge's attitude was sincere. He had no other choice. Yingtong's world behind the door was the most difficult world that he had ever experienced. He had to try his best to grab hold of any chance he could. Only then would he be able to find a way out of this world. The room became quiet. After a long time, Miss Dress said, "How do you plan to prove yourself? You want me to help you find Yingtong." Quote. At least before we find Yingtong, do not tell Ying Chen anything about me. Other than that, you have to take care of yourself. The tenants in the building treated Ying Chen as their neighbor, but in Ying Chen's eyes, these tenants were just puppets on the stage. Once he had enough of them, he would kill them without hesitation. Fine, before we find Yingtong, I promise to keep this a secret for you. But after we find Yingtong, if you cannot prove what you have just said, then I will hand you over to Ying Chen. Quote. Very fair. It's a deal then. After getting the woman's affirmative answer, Chen Ge sighed in relief. He leaned against the wall. Ever since Amu started staying at your place, he has not left the house even once. Yes. Ever since Ying Chen sent Amu here, he has not left the house. Did Ying Chen ask you to do that? Yes, he was worried that Amu would be hurt. Miss Dress had no idea what was on Chen Ge's mind. She merely told him everything that she knew. Amu suffers from a phobia of sharp objects. It is understandable that he cannot leave the house, but what about Ah Tong and Ah Ying? You mentioned before that Ah Tong suffers from severe claustrophobia. Even this child cannot leave his own home, right? Is it really for his own good to keep a child with claustrophobia inside his own home? Chen Ge's question hit the nail on the head. The woman thought about it for a while, and she suddenly realized that what Chen Ge said made a lot of sense. Ying Chen did not allow Amu to leave the house for his own good. He merely wanted to hide him so that Ying Tong would not find him. Chen Ge searched around for a long time before he finally found a chair. He sat down. Amu is a part of Ying Tong. I suspect that after Ying Tong finds Amu, some kind of change will happen to him. Ying Tong did not dare open his eyes because he had to be a blind man, or else he would die. His eyes would be blinded, and that was why Amu appeared. If Ying Tong found Amu behind the door, Ying Tong might recover part of his sight. More importantly, as an outsider, Chen Ge had experienced Ying Tong's most despairing experience. If Ying Tong's condition could improve, he should be able to benefit greatly from it as well. When I was pushed down the stairs by the children, I noticed the problem. They did not say that I was blind, but they were curious about why I kept my eyes closed. At that moment, I started to suspect whether Ying Tong was really blind or not. I did not expect my guess to be so accurate. There is a high chance that Ying Tong is not completely blind. He is just too afraid to open his eyes. I have to help Ying Tong walk out of his despair and try to open his eyes. Quote. Chen Ge's tone was firm. He had never wanted to help someone so badly before. Some pain could only be understood after experiencing it, and that was what Chen Ge was experiencing. He had to walk out of the door alive, save Ying Tong in real life, and then make sure that Ying Chen received the punishment he deserved. Chen Ge's voice was gentle and filled with power. It carried a determination that would never back down. The woman in the room also changed her opinion of Chen Ge. I will take you to Mr. Wood first, but he is not as easy to talk to as I am. He is a blockhead who is stubborn. Thank you. There is no need to thank me. I am just curious about what you said. Miss Dress was a girl with a good personality when she was alive. She opened the front door and grabbed Chen Ge's arm. Mr. Wood stays on Tuesday. We will go upstairs first. He stays on Tuesday. Chen Ge stopped moving. What do you mean by staying on Tuesday? You can think of it as the second floor. The first floor is Monday, and the second floor is Tuesday. There are 7 floors in a week. Miss Dress was very casual. She did not argue with Chen Ge on this topic. She helped Chen Ge into the stairwell. The number of floors is the date, and the date might represent the date of death. Chen Ge could feel the cold wind blowing at him from all directions. He was feeling very unsafe. Miss Dress, can you promise me one thing later? What is it? If there is an accident, you will run in the direction that I tell you to take me. Do not ask me anything, and do not say anything. Okay. Perhaps Ying Chen was not done dealing with the body, but Chen Ge and Miss Dress did not run into him. The two smoothly reached the third room that was closest to the left staircase on the second floor. Knocking lightly on the door, Miss Dress called A Tong's name softly. Soon, the front door opened. Didn't you just come to get the medicine? Why are you here again? It was the voice of a middle-aged man who spoke. His tone was calm, like he was not interested in anything. I have something to ask you. Miss Dress helped Chen Ge walk into the room. A blind man. He just told me a story. I think it is quite interesting. Do you want to hear it? Miss Dress had Chen Ge sit on the sofa, but Chen Ge was more worried about closing the front door first. Can I also listen to the story? Another voice came out from inside the room. This voice was 80 to 90% similar to Amu's voice. Judging from the voice, Amu sounded like a child around 4 or 5 years old, so the owner of this voice should be around 7 or 8 years old. The voice was not as young as before, and it sounded much gentler. Are you A Tong? Chen Ge turned to look at the source of the voice. Of course, there was only darkness before him, and he could not see anything. Yes, you know me. Not only do I know you, I also know your father and mother. There was a smile on Chen Ge's face. I have something to discuss with Mr. Wood and Miss Dress. Do you mind returning to the room for now? Okay. The boy was very obedient. Chen Ge listened to the sound of footsteps. He waited for the boy to walk away before whispering to Miss Dress, close the door. It is not a good time for him to hear some things. I can't do that. The boy suffers from claustrophobia. I have removed all the doors in the house, and the only one left is the front door in the living room. Mr. Wood seemed to think that Chen Ge was a liar, so his attitude toward Chen Ge was not that friendly. It's fine. That's all. Chen Ge repeated what he had told Miss Dress to Mr. Wood. After hearing everything, Mr. Wood did not reply immediately. He thought about it for a long time, and in the end, it was A Tong who came out. The boy had also heard Chen Ge's story. He pitied Chen Ge in the story, and he instinctively begged Mr. Wood to help Chen Ge. I still cannot trust you completely. Seeing is believing. Even though Mr. Wood was not a bad person, he had an old-fashioned personality. What you see with your eyes might be something that someone purposely wants you to see. His real self has already rotted away under his beautiful appearance. To convince Mr. Wood, Chen Ge revealed something else. There is a middle-aged man living on the 4th floor. Ying Chen killed him not long ago. The reason I am able to move freely inside the building now is because I know he is dealing with the dead body on the 4th floor. I still do not think that is possible unless you let me see the dead body. There is a headless body hidden under the bed in Ying Chen's bedroom. If you do not believe me, you can go and take a look, but I advise you not to do that. Once you see the body, the next person to be killed by Ying Chen will be you. Chen Ge had to win over Mr. Wood's trust. If the man refused to listen to him, then his existence might be exposed, and then the situation would spiral out of control. Chen Ge did not look like he was lying. Coupled with A Tong's persuasion, Mr. Wood finally decided to temporarily cooperate with Chen Ge and search for Ying Chen Ge together. No matter what, do not tell Ying Chen about my existence, and do not tell him that someone is helping Ying Chen. You have to maintain your previous behavior and give Ying Chen the illusion that the whole world is trying to isolate Ying Chen. Only then will all of us be able to survive. After giving that order, Chen Ge prepared to leave. He needed to find Miss Red as soon as possible. When Ah Tong and Amu are not acting up, they are just like normal children. In fact, I feel like they are more mature and cute than normal children. Chen Ge sighed. Then, with Miss Dress' support, he entered the building on the left. Which floor does Miss Red live on? Saturday. 6th floor. Chen Ge frowned. This world behind the door was the world where he frowned the most. Ying Chen is probably dealing with the dead bodies on the 4th floor. We will have to pass through the 4th floor to get to the 6th floor. It will be bad if we are discovered by him. Furthermore, the 6th floor is very close to the 7th floor. His heart was pounding. Chen Ge felt like he was walking on a tightrope on the edge of a cliff. Taking a step into the stairwell, Chen Ge and Miss Dress soon arrived at the 3rd floor. Just as they prepared to move to the 4th floor, a barely discernible meow of a cat suddenly rang out. Stop! Chen Ge grabbed Miss Dress with his hand. Ying Chen is on the 4th floor. How did you know that? Miss Dress asked softly, but Chen Ge did not answer. He held his breath and listened to the meowing of the cat. Strangely enough, the meowing of the cat did not get louder or softer. It was like Ying Chen had been standing at the same spot all this time. What is he doing? Chen Ge leaned against the wall. Is he hiding inside one of the rooms with a weapon in his hand? Is he waiting for someone to pass by? Chen Ge signaled for Miss Dress to stop talking. He carefully moved to the 4th floor, and the meowing of the cat still did not change. Could it be that the B**** has noticed that I have the ability to predict his location? Is he currently conducting some kind of experiment? Quote. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. Chen Ge pointed at the 4th floor. Miss Dress, can you help me take a look? Is Ying Chen standing in the corridor? No, there is no one in the corridor. Okay, then we will go to the 6th floor first. Chen Ge pointed above him. He did not dare stay there for long. He planned to go to the 6th floor to find Miss Red first. Ying Chen is not in the corridor on the 4th floor. He must be hiding inside one of the rooms. He is probably paying attention to his surroundings. This man does not dare to do things in a normal way. His way of doing things is very strange. I need to be more careful. Chen Ge did not know whether Ying Chen had managed to get any information about him from the middle-aged man or not, but he could not care less. Since Ying Chen had not moved, he needed to go and meet Miss Red as soon as possible to find more help. With Miss Dress's support, Chen Ge came to the corner between the fourth and fifth floor. There was a faded stench in the air, and there were some water stains under his shoes. Why did you suddenly stop? Chen Ge asked softly. He was moving up the stairs when Miss Dress, who was holding his arm, suddenly stopped moving. Chen Ge could not see anything. After noticing Miss Dress's strange behavior, he immediately became nervous. He could hear a girl singing in his ears. It sounded like it came from a broken music box. It was intermittent, and the tone of the voice was indescribably strange. Is someone coming? Go to the fifth floor first. Do not stay here. Chen Ge had a very bad feeling about this. He could tell that the singing came from the fifth floor, and he was worried that the sound would attract Ying Chen's attention. Someone just went past the fifth floor, and he did not make any sound when he walked. Miss Dress's tone was strange. Am I mistaken? Wait a minute. A music box. A girl's singing. A person who walked without making any sound. Could it be Ying Tong that you saw earlier? Chen Ge knew that there was a broken music box sitting on the table in Ying Tong's bedroom in real life. Then, should we chase after him? The woman asked. No, something is not right. Chen Ge's fingers that gripped the backpack tightened. If I were Ying Tong, I would not have made the music box play when I was running. Wouldn't that be purposely exposing my location? Perhaps he accidentally touched the music box, and it suddenly started to play. I have been to Ying Chen's home before. At the time, the music box was placed inside Ying Tong's bedroom. If Ying Tong did not return home in the middle of this, then the person holding the music box is definitely not Ying Tong. Chen Ge was breaking out in cold sweat. There is someone else helping Ying Chen inside the building. He was the one walking around with the music box to attract attention. That B** might have already guessed that someone else is looking for Ying Tong. Quote. Ying Chen was very clever, but Chen Ge was also very perceptive. Both of them were able to spot the problem from the smallest details. Do you know who in this building has a particularly good relationship with Ying Chen? The kind of person Ying Chen can trust unconditionally. Quote. There are many tenants who have a good relationship with Ying Chen. By the way, Ying Chen is very popular among the children. The children are very willing to play with him. Loved by children. Yes, Ying Chen has a good personality, and he likes to play games with the children. Occasionally, he will buy some candy and toys for the children. Was that figure just now a child? Kind of. He's very short, and he doesn't make any sound when he walks. I almost thought I was seeing things. The woman took a deep breath. She slowly realized that the building was different from usual. Are we still going to the sixth floor? Of course, but when you pass the fifth floor, pay attention to the corridor and see if there are other people. Chen Ge squatted down and touched the water stain on the ground. The water stain is almost dry. It doesn't look like Ying Chen purposely sprinkled water on the ground to preserve the footprints. Aren't you being too careful? Perhaps Auntie Wu has just cleaned this place. How can you be so sure that it was Auntie Wu who cleaned this place? Chen Ge heard a new name from the woman's lips, Auntie Wu. She is the cleaner of this building. She is very responsible. Every morning and night, she cleans the whole building, Miss Dress said casually. You don't suspect that it is Auntie Wu who is helping Ying Chen, do you? Chen Ge did not answer. Something else was on his mind. Even though the residential area that Ying Chen and Ying Tong lived in was now very old, many years ago, it was the most luxurious residential area in the old city. That could be seen from the fact that the building was equipped with an elevator so early on. It was not a big deal that Auntie Wu was responsible for cleaning the building, but the problem was that she had also appeared in the world behind Ying Tong's door. Perhaps this cleaner had already been killed by Ying Tong in real life, just like Miss Dress and Mr. Wood. But there was another possibility. Auntie Wu might have done something to Ying Tong that left a deep impression on him. Many speculations appeared in Chen Ge's mind. Auntie Wu might have helped Ying Tong escape, or perhaps Auntie Wu was the one who leaked information to Ying Chen. What is the relationship between this Auntie Wu and Ying Chen? Very bad. Auntie Wu often gets into arguments with Ying Chen. She hates cats, and she thinks that Ying Tong keeps picking up some dirty stray cats, adding to the workload of cleaning the place. The woman added after a while. By the way, during one of our private conversations, Auntie Wu said that Ying Chen has a sour smell on him. It smells like cat meat that has been left out for a long time. Chen Ge's brain worked fast, and he connected the dots that he knew. This place has just been cleaned, so it means that Auntie Wu has been here before. Following Auntie Wu was the small figure holding the music box. The music box is at Ying Chen's home. I believe that Ying Chen had the small figure take the music box to test Auntie Wu. Ying Chen suspects that the person who entered his home is Auntie Wu. Quote, "Even though I do not quite understand what you are saying, I feel like you have a point." Miss Dress noticed that Chen Ge was very logical, or at least, that was how it sounded. Ying Chen does not know about my existence, so it is normal for him to suspect Auntie Wu. The world behind the door was woven from Ying Tong's memory, and the rules that governed the operation of this world were Ying Tong's memory. If Ying Tong wanted to escape, he could only use the people and things in his memory, but on that day, Chen Ge had entered the world behind the door, and he was the only anomaly. When the two were conversing, they had already reached the 5th floor. The floor there was slightly slippery. Auntie Wu had just cleaned the place. There is no one in the corridor on the 5th floor. Shall we go to the 6th floor? Don't be in such a hurry. Let's see if there are any footprints on the ground. Look closer. Chen Ge's body was pressed against the wall. He had basically gotten used to the darkness and had overcome the physical discomfort. Footprints. The woman let go of Chen Ge's arm. She seemed to have entered the corridor to look. There are indeed footprints. Shush. How many people's footprints are there on the ground? This kind of footprints should belong to Auntie Wu. She likes to wear cloth shoes, and the other kind of sandal footprints should belong to the children inside the building. Looks like our guess is correct. Look at the direction of the toes of the footprints and tell us where they have gone. Chen Ge could not see, so he had to rely on Miss Dress for help. There are more footprints on Auntie Wu's side. She seems to have wandered around the door of the cleaning closet for a long time. She was probably there to grab some tools. The other footprints of the sandal keep heading in the same direction. The owner of the footprints should be following behind Auntie Wu. The woman then added, now that there is no one on the 5th floor, could they have gone to the 6th floor? Wandering around the cleaning closet. Normally speaking, shouldn't the storage room for the cleaning staff be on the 1st floor? Wouldn't it be very inconvenient for them to place their cleaning tools on the 5th floor? Chen Ge thought back to the time when he visited Ying Chen's home. In his memory, there was no cleaning closet on the 5th floor. The developer appears to be planning to build a model residential area. He had the property management prepare a cleaning closet for every tenant on every floor. They are filled with daily cleaning tools, ropes, and firefighting equipment. That does not sound like a problem, but why would Auntie Wu linger around this particular cleaning closet on the 5th floor? Chen Ge grabbed the woman's arm. Is the closet locked? No. Why don't you go and open the door? I suspect Auntie Wu might have hidden something inside the closet. The woman supported Chen Ge to the closet. She pulled lightly on the door. What's wrong? I can't open it. Something seems to be stuck inside it. Why can't I open it if it's not locked? Chen Ge was suddenly reminded of something. He whispered into the closet, Ying Tong. Are you in there? I know your brother is a crazed murderer and a cat abuser. I am here to help you escape from this building. Quote. What are you blabbering to the air? Just as Miss Dress said that, a soft sound came from inside the closet. It sounded like someone had removed something that was blocking the door. Who's in there? The door opened, and Miss Dress sucked in a cold breath. What did you see? Why don't you tell me? Chen Ge urged in a whisper. Ying Tong is hiding inside the closet. Why would he be hiding in this place? The woman was shocked, and her voice became louder. Ying Tong. Even though Chen Ge was mentally prepared, he knew that Ying Tong had to be hiding somewhere inside this building, but he did not expect to run into the man so soon. Looks like I am in luck this time. Who are you? Did Auntie Wu tell you that I am here? Ying Tong's voice was numb. He sounded like a robot, and there was no trace of emotion in his voice. I am here to help you escape. I know the real face of your brother, and he will definitely receive the punishment he deserves. Chen Ge took one step forward. His hand touched Ying Tong's shoulder. He used his finger to stroke Ying Tong's face, and the tip of his finger touched the uneven scars. Do I look scary? Ying Tong's voice came from behind Chen Ge. I am a blind man, so I cannot see your face, but I know that you have a kind and strong heart and a very smart and calm mind. If a normal child ran into a situation like Ying Tong's, they would have gone crazy already, but Ying Tong did not. He had been looking for a chance to escape, and he had never given up. Even though the two of them had very different personalities, they were both very smart. From a certain perspective, one could say that the two of them were very scary. Chen Ge memorized Ying Tong's face. To gain Ying Tong's trust, he grabbed Ying Tong's hand and placed it on his own face. My name is Chen Ge. From now on, you are no longer alone. No matter what the final result is, I will always be by your side. Quote. No one had told Ying Tong this before. That Auntie Wu should have been helping Ying Tong in the dark, but she did not dare give Ying Tong any guarantee. Chen Ge's hands touched Ying Tong's face, and he touched the thing that Ying Tong was holding. The boy was carrying a large bag, and inside it was a ball-shaped object and something that looked like a flashlight. What is inside your bag? Auntie Wu did not believe what I said, so I took out something and showed it to her, and then she believed me. What is it? A football made by a big brother. The sound of rustling came from beside Ying Tong's ears. Ying Tong opened the bag, and Miss Dress looked into it with curiosity. A human head. Fear spread through her heart. Miss Dress was scared out of her wits at that moment, and the sound that she made was rather loud. Shush, we cannot stay here any longer. We need to go to the 6th floor immediately. Ying Tong needs to meet Ah Ying. All of Chen Ge's speculations would be proven when Ying Tong saw Ah Ying. Now, he could not wait any longer. Miss Dress supported Chen Ge and Ying Tong on each side. The three of them re-entered the stairwell, but when they reached the corner between the 5th and 6th floor, the old elevator in the middle of the floor suddenly made a sound. The elevator is moving. Someone is taking the elevator up the stairs. Is it because Ying Chen heard the sound? Quote. The word, human head, was too clear. Even Chen Ge was starting to worry. He stopped moving, and his expression darkened. The elevator stopped on the 5th floor, and then there was the weak sound of a cat's meowing. It's Ying Chen. The sound of the cats did not increase in volume. Ying Chen should still be near the elevator, but one thing was certain. He had already reached the 5th floor. Hurry up. It was easy for the three of them to make noise when they were together, but Chen Ge did not have a better idea. He could only try to stay as far away from them as possible. Go to Miss Red's home. We need to hide inside her house first. The sound of the cats did not change. Miss Dress supported Ying Tong and Chen Ge to the 6th floor. They stopped before Miss Red's room. Do not knock on the door to prevent any noise. Call her or send her a message. Tell her to open the door. Quote. But I do not have my phone with me. While the two were conversing, the sound of a girl singing came from the other side of the corridor. The person with the broken music box was coming up the stairs. The cat's meowing could warn Ying Chen, but it could not warn other people. Ying Chen's helper was inside the building. For Chen Ge, who could not see anything, this was a very bad thing. What should we do now? Time was running out. There was a 50% chance that knocking on the door would attract Ying Chen's attention. If Miss Red was too slow to open the door, Chen Ge's group might be caught by Ying Chen. Furthermore, Ying Chen's helper was heading their way. Let's retreat to the left corridor for now. The plan had to change. When Chen Ge's group was moving down the left corridor, the cat's meowing suddenly appeared. The distance between them and Ying Chen was slowly closing. The man heard the sound earlier. Chen Ge gritted his teeth. He realized that Ying Chen was very difficult to deal with. The B** had been tricked once before, so this time, he purposely found someone to accompany him up the stairs. One stood on the left, and the other on the right. No matter which corridor they entered, they would be seen. The meowing of the cats entered their ears. The sound gradually became twisted and shrill. The three of them were standing at the left corridor of the 6th floor, and Ying Chen was probably in the corridor. I was the one who made the noise, so he will only come after me. The two of you should go to the 7th floor to hide. I will go and stop Ying Chen. Miss Dress voluntarily entered the corridor and headed toward the 5th floor. Chen Ge also held Ying Tong's hand and entered the corridor, but the two of them were silently moving toward the 7th floor. The shrill meowing of the cats crawled into his ears. Chen Ge's hand that held Ying Tong was already soaked with cold. He could not see anything, but he knew that Ying Chen was in the stairwell. The distance between them was closing. Ying Chen, don't you usually like to take the elevator? Why are you climbing the stairs today? Miss Dress, voice came from the 6th floor staircase. Perhaps the shock from seeing the human head had not completely dissipated, there was a slight tremor in her voice. I think I heard someone talking in the corridor, so I came up to take a look. By the way, why are you here? Ying Chen's voice came from the corner of the stairs. At that moment, there was less than 5 meters between him and Chen Ge and Ying Tong. If he took a few more steps, he would be able to see Chen Ge and Ying Tong, who were pressed against the wall. Mu's medicine has run out. I wish to see if Miss Red has any left. Miss Dress slowly calmed down. The reason that she gave was very convincing. Oh, to get the medicine. Ying Chen's tone had visibly relaxed. With a smile, he said, it must be hard to take care of Mu. Soon, we will not need to trouble you anymore. I have already contacted the welfare agency. In a few days, we will send all of them out. While the two were conversing, Chen Ge and Ying Tong silently moved their feet. They slowly moved upward in the dark. At that moment, if they made the slightest sound, they would be discovered by Ying Chen. You want to send Mu away. There was a trace of nervousness in Miss Dress' voice. After she found out about Ying Chen's true nature, she could not face Ying Chen like she usually did. Yeah, I don't feel good letting you take care of those children. Ying Chen's voice appeared from the 6th floor. He seemed to have walked to stand before Miss Dress. After all, those children will end up like that. Ying Chen's voice was getting softer and softer. Miss Dress could not hear him clearly. What did you say? I mean, after all, the reason why those few children ended up like that. Ying Chen appeared to lean closer to Miss Dress. It was all because of me. Bang! Miss Dress' body slammed heavily into the wall. The sound of sobbing came from inside the building. Her mouth appeared to be gagged by something. Shish, keep quiet. Don't be nervous. I won't cut your neck here. Ying Chen's voice echoed down the corridor. Like usual, it gave off a comforting feeling, like he was playing a game with a child. Just now downstairs, I think I heard you say the word, head. You don't have to answer, just nod or shake your head. Quote. He didn't say anything. I won't like you anymore if you keep acting like this. I've always admired your straightforwardness, just like how you've always admired my enthusiasm and selflessness. I'll ask you again. Did you say the word, head? So you really did. Since you said the word, head, then you must have seen my damned little brother. He was the one who stole the head from my cabinet. Next is the second question. My brother should be nearby. Is he upstairs, behind one of the doors, or hiding inside the cleaning closet? Did I use too much strength? Your eyes that are about to pop out of their sockets seem to have accidentally glanced up the stairs. Quote. Don't worry, I will not go and find him. I have imagined this feeling of strangling your neck so many times. The rough palms wrapping around such a soft neck, the bones of my fingers pressing on your veins, slowly contracting, and then watching as your expression slowly changes. How could I bear to leave you like that? You are like a graceful cat. No, you will become the most beautiful cat that I have ever adopted. The sound in the corridor slowly faded away. By then, Chen Ge and Ying Tong had reached the 7th floor. Every floor is named after a date. The whole building is like a reincarnation that we cannot escape from. In other words, if we go up from the 7th floor, we might return to the 1st floor. Miss Dress stayed on the 1st floor, and Mu was still in his room. Ying Chen knows that Miss Dress has seen Ying Tong, so he will not leave Mu alone in Miss Dress' room. He will definitely go and find Mu. Now, I have two choices. The first is to enter Miss Dress' room before Ying Chen does to find Mu, but there are two disadvantages to doing that. First, Mu might not open the door for me, and the sound of knocking might trigger more changes. Second, after I enter Miss Dress' room, Ying Chen might wait outside the door, waiting for me to come. Quote. Time was running out. Chen Ge did not have much time to think. Ying Chen did not make any sound when he walked, but the cat's meowing lingered in their ears. The distance between them and Ying Chen had not widened. If Ying Chen is allowed to take Mu away, it will be harder to find Mu in the future. Perhaps he will even kill Amu. Once he does that, part of Ying Tong's memory might be lost forever. If that is the reason why Ying Tong cannot open his eyes behind the door, that will be terrible. Chen Ge grabbed Ying Tong's hand and continued to move forward, but Ying Tong did not plan to move any further. Ying Tong, come on, follow me. Quote. I think we should split up. The people who wanted to help me are all dead. Do not stop moving. Chen Ge did not want to discuss anything with Ying Tong there. He lowered his voice and grabbed Ying Tong's arm as they walked down the 7th floor. Stepping on the new staircase, Chen Ge followed the memory in his mind and found his way to Mistress' home. He knocked lightly on the door. As the knocking echoed down the corridor, the meowing of the cats grew louder. Other than the cats meowing, Chen Ge heard another sound. It sounded like something heavy was being dragged on the ground. Amu, open the door. Hurry up and open the door. Quote. Sweat broke out on his forehead. The cat's meowing tortured his nerves. Chen Ge's heart continued to race. The knocking on the door grew louder. At that moment, he did not care about being exposed anymore. Since he had made the choice, he had to bear the consequences of his choice, and inside this building, the consequence of making the wrong choice was death. Amu. Quote. The sound of footsteps echoed inside the room. At the same time, the sound of the heavy object being dragged disappeared, and in its place was the increasingly shrill meowing of the cats. Ying Chen had abandoned the body and was running at full speed toward the door. Amu. The door creaked open, and at the same time, Chen Ge dragged Ying Tong's hand and slammed his way into the room. He did not dare hesitate. His body leaned forward. After he was inside the room, he immediately found his way to the front door and slammed it shut. Do not speak. Please do not speak. Quote. Leaning against the front door, Chen Ge sat on the ground. His hands gripped the backpack tightly. In the darkness, the screams of the cats echoed in his ears. They came closer and closer until they stopped outside the door. Dong, dong, dong. There was a knock on the door, and Chen Ge's heart skipped a beat. He pressed his back against the door, and cold sweat kept pouring down his face. It was not until then that he was suddenly reminded of something very scary. Ying Chen killed Miss Dress. Miss Dress might have the key to this room. Quote. In such an extreme situation, it was inevitable that Chen Ge would have a flaw in his thinking. Ever since he entered this world behind the door, his nerves had been on edge, especially at that moment earlier. Calm down, calm down. Miss Dress did not leave the house with her phone, so she might not have brought the key with her. After all, she left in a hurry. Quote. Chen Ge had not spent much time with Miss Dress, but he had a feeling that Miss Dress was the kind of person who did not care about others. Furthermore, Amu was unable to leave the house. Since there was always someone in the house, there was a high chance that she did not carry the key with her. The knocking on the door and the cat's meowing mixed together. Chen Ge's heart was racing. He had not felt this way for a long time. He did not even dare breathe too loudly. Half a minute passed in this manner. The knocking finally stopped, but the cat's meowing did not stop. Ying Chen was still guarding the door. He was probably standing in the blind spot that the peephole could not see. He waited for another half an hour before the cat's meowing slowly faded away. Cunning, cruel, and extremely patient. This B** start is too difficult to deal with. Chen Ge did not waste any time. He still guarded the door and used his back to push against the door. Ying Chen will definitely come back. When he heard the knocking, he rushed over as fast as he could. At that time, the cat's meowing grew louder and louder, but the sound of something being dragged stopped. This means that he has put down Miss Dress that he was dragging and chose to come to me first. He is probably going back to look for the key on Miss Dress. Quote. The sound of something being dragged stopped at the 7th floor staircase. It will only take him about 10 seconds to go back and forth. In that amount of time, I will not be able to bring Ying Tong and Amu away, so I can only wait here. Standing up, Chen Ge stumbled into the living room. His hands gripped the edge of the sofa and tried his best to drag it to the door. Amu, can you see if the sofa is blocking the door? Chen Ge could not see, so he had to ask Amu for help. It is blocking the door, but how is Miss Dress going to get in after you block it? Did Miss Dress bring the key with her when she left? I don't know, but I believe she did. Amu's words chilled Chen Ge's heart. He used the sofa to block the door and then found a mop to push against the lock. The two of you should move further away from the door. Amu, go and grab Miss Dress, phone. Okay. Amu had just agreed when the cats started meowing again. To make matters worse, other than the cats meowing, there was the sound of a girl singing from the music box. Ying Chen and his helper are waiting outside the door. The key was inserted into the keyhole. The spring turned little by little, and the soft sound caused goosebumps to rise on the back of Chen Ge's neck. Following a soft click, the door was unlocked. But when the man tried to push the doorknob open, he realized that the door would not budge at all. The door shook violently. Chen Ge stood next to the sofa and used his body to push against it. Has Miss Dress returned? Amu's voice was shaking because the person outside the door was very rough. It is Ying Chen. He is the one who turned you into this. Chen Ge lowered his voice. Ying Chen. But the adults around me all said that he was the one who took care of me. He was the one who first discovered me. Without him, I would have died a long time ago. Quote. From the moment you understood the meaning of the word, death, you should have realized that something was wrong. Amu, you have forgotten many things. Perhaps you should talk more with Ying Tong. Chen Ge suggested softly. Actually, he also wanted to hear what kind of person Ying Chen was. The door shook for a long time. In the end, with Chen Ge's protection, the man did not enter the room. Through the door, the screams of the cats kept echoing. Amid the cats meowing, there was a very weak voice of a man. It took me less than a minute to find the key and come here. The person inside the room blocked the door. Be it making the judgment in such a short time or moving a large object, these are two abilities that Ying Tong does not possess. Other than that woman, there is another adult helping him inside this building. Quote. With Ghost Ear, Chen Ge's 5 senses were better than a normal person's. After losing his sight, his other senses appeared to have been enhanced to a certain extent. So, even though the man's voice was very soft, he could hear most of it. Why are you helping that bad boy? Another voice asked. Chen Ge had heard this voice before. It was the voice of the child who had pushed him down the stairs. Perhaps the man has been tricked by Ying Tong. As you know, Ying Tong is a bad boy who loves to lie, Ying Chen said. I will stay here. You go to the second floor and take a look at room 204. The sound of the music box had disappeared, but the cat's meowing was still there. Ying Chen's helper appeared to have left, but Ying Chen was still waiting outside the door. He was a very patient hunter. Chen Ge heard the conversation outside the door. Almost at the same time, he whispered for Amu to bring Miss Dress's phone over and had him call Mr. Wood. The moment the call was connected, Chen Ge immediately said, you do not need to say anything. I will do the talking alone. Ying Chen has killed Miss Dress. He has trapped me, Amu, and Ying Tong inside the room. His next target is you or Miss Red. Later, someone will come to your door. You can watch through the peephole, but do not open the door. That child is in cahoots with Ying Chen. Quote. Hearing what Chen Ge said, Mr. Wood's breathing visibly changed. He could not accept the fact that Ying Chen had killed Miss Dress. I do not have any interaction with Miss Red, so I need you to call Miss Red later to inform her of this. Also, tell her not to leave the room and not to open the door to anyone. The last thing I want to say is, keep your phone with you at all times. Only by working together can we all survive. You have to trust me. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Finally, Mr. Wood replied with 2 words. Understood. Everything returned to normal, but Chen Ge understood that the danger was not that far away. He returned the phone to Amu, and he realized that neither Amu nor Ying Tong had spoken. Ying Tong, tell us about your big brother. Tell us everything you know. The living room was very quiet. Ying Tong still did not speak. Are you worried about something? Chen Ge whispered. Do not be afraid. Only by telling us the truth will we be able to help you. It is useless. It appeared like Miss Dress's death had made Ying Tong feel very guilty and pained. Everyone who hears the truth will die. Only by not seeing, only by not knowing, can we survive. I do not want to harm any of you. Is that why you do not dare open your eyes even though you are not blinded? Chen Ge held Ying Tong's hand. But many people in this building already know the truth. Everyone wants to help you. Your world is not completely dark. There is light here as well. Light. Ying Chen has shown you the extreme cruelty and inescapable evil. He has killed one person after another to prove to you that there is darkness. But even so, there are still people who will stand out to help you, like Miss Dress, the cleaner, Auntie Wu, and me. Chen Ge held Ying Tong's hand tightly. Trust me. No matter what, I will bring you away from this place. The world outside is very beautiful. There are many colors there, and there is an ocean of light. Quote. In this world that was covered by the eternal night, a blind man held another blind man's hand tightly and told him the story of light. The situation was already at its worst, but Chen Ge not only did not give up hope, he even encouraged the people around him. Ever since he obtained the black phone, he had been through too many desperate situations. Pain and tragedy had tempered his mind, giving him a mental fortitude that a normal person would not have. Ying Tong, leave this building and walk through that door. You will be able to see the outside world. You will no longer need to seal yourself up. Not many people would talk to Ying Tong about the outside world. The place that Chen Ge mentioned that was filled with color and light made Ying Tong yearn for it. The boy slowly perked up, and he started to tell Amu the story of his big brother. For as long as Ying Tong could remember, his mother had forbidden him from playing with Ying Chen. As long as the two brothers were together, one of his parents would be watching from the side. At the time, Ying Tong only thought it was strange. He liked to play with his big brother. His big brother was a very interesting person. He always came up with new and interesting games. He had many friends in the residential area, and everyone liked to hang out with him. At the time, Ying Tong was like Ying Chen's shadow. When his parents saw the close relationship between the two brothers, they did not feel happy. If anything, they were worried. Ying Tong was born with a problem with his eyes. His vision was not as good as other children. When they went out to play, it was his big brother who took care of him, and he was very grateful to his big brother. But one day, after they returned from playing hide and seek, Ying Tong's mother angrily dragged Ying Tong into the room. Ying Chen's crying came from outside the room. It sounded like his father was beating Ying Chen. Ying Tong, who was inside the room, had no idea what had happened. He even begged his mother not to beat his big brother. His mother did not tell him why his big brother was beaten. He only found out what had happened that day through the help of the nanny. When they were playing hide and seek, Ying Chen had dragged Ying Tong out of the apartment and sneaked into a building that was not yet completed. Then, Ying Chen had Ying Tong stand on the balcony of the third floor. The balcony did not have a fence. If Ying Tong moved, he might have fallen. Thankfully, he was seen by the workers and stopped in time. Ying Tong could not understand why his big brother would do something like that. He was afraid. He kept having nightmares, and he could not sleep. When he was young, he was reminded of the warning his parents had given him, and the image of his big brother in his mind slowly changed. A few months later, when Ying Tong woke up in the morning, he realized that his big brother's room was empty. His parents told him that his big brother had been sent out for treatment. The young Ying Tong's understanding of illness was still limited to the biological level, so he did not manage to read too much from his parents' sad expressions. After another half a year, 1 month before Ying Tong's parents died, Ying Chen was brought home. After the treatment, Ying Chen had become even more normal than a normal person. Seeing Ying Chen in this state, Ying Tong's father could not help but feel worried. 1 month later, Ying Tong's parents got into a car accident. Ying Chen and Ying Tong were taken care of by their relatives. According to Ying Tong, even though the relative was a bit greedy and stingy, he was a good person. He took good care of the two brothers, and this was completely different from the description that Ying Chen had given him. The early death of Ying Tong's parents meant that he was much more mature than other children his age. When he was 5, he understood that death represented the departure of his parents forever. During the time that he was living with his relatives, Ying Tong gradually discovered another side of his big brother. Ying Chen had a unique hobby. He liked to make insect specimens. He would dismember the insects and then reassemble them. There were many similar specimens in his bedroom. This hobby continued for a while. Suddenly, one day, Ying Tong saw a bird specimen in Ying Chen's bedroom. To perfectly recreate the appearance of a bird when it was alive, it required many tools. Ying Tong had opened Ying Chen's drawer, and it was filled with all kinds of strange objects. He told this to the relative, but the relative was ultimately an outsider, so he did not interfere with Ying Chen's hobby. In the following days, Ying Chen returned home later and later. He was always carrying scratches on his body. Some of them were scratched by cats, and some were bruised. This continued for a long time. One day, the people from the community came to visit. They suspected that the relative was abusing Ying Chen and Ying Tong. Even though Ying Tong tried his best to deny it, it was unclear what Ying Chen told the people from the community. The people did not believe Ying Chen's words. If anything, they pitied Ying Chen. The relative was warned by the community. That night, the relative got into a heated argument with Ying Chen. The next day, the people from the community came again. Ying Chen joined many anti-domestic violence group chats. It was then that he started to manage his social media account. He portrayed himself as a poor child whose home had been taken over by an outsider. The incident grew bigger and bigger. About half a year later, the relative was chased away. Ying Tong remembered clearly what happened that day. Before the relative left, he keyed his phone number into Ying Tong's phone for the blind and told Ying Tong one thing. When Ying Tong was still a baby, Ying Chen once sneaked to the side of Ying Tong's crib. No one knew what he wanted to do that day. They only knew that he was holding something in his hand. It was Ying Chen's father who told this to Ying Chen's attending doctor. Later, the attending doctor told this to Ying Chen's relative. As one of the people involved, Ying Tong was the last to find out. Ying Tong was also afraid. From that day on, he tried to distance himself from his big brother, but his big brother still acted like he always did. He invited him to go out to play with him, but he never went out with his big brother again. After the relative left, Ying Chen became more and more reckless. Various strange smells started to appear in the room, but at that time, Ying Chen did not do anything to harm Ying Tong. In fact, he even took good care of Ying Tong. Every day, he would massage Ying Tong's eyes and then ask Ying Tong how his vision was recovering. Actually, after the early treatment, Ying Tong's vision had partially recovered, but he did not dare tell his big brother about this. Just like when they were young, he kept telling Ying Chen that he could not see anything. Ying Tong was lying, but the scariest thing was that Ying Chen might know that he was lying, but he did not expose the lie. From bugs to birds to stray cats, just as Ying Tong thought that his big brother would not do anything worse, he discovered bloody hair inside his big brother's bag. Ying Chen returned home later and later. He changed all the locks on his few rooms, and he kept all the keys with him. Ying Tong hid inside his room. He could hear the door outside his room creaking in the middle of the night. Ying Chen's footsteps wandered between the kitchen, the bedroom, and the bathroom. Occasionally, he could hear some very scary noises. This continued for a while. One night, when Ying Chen went out to take out the trash, Ying Tong realized that Ying Chen's bedroom door was open. He entered the room, and then he saw something that he would not forget for the rest of his life. An arm poked out from under Ying Chen's bed. It was a dead body that had been processed. As for what happened that night, Ying Tong did not go into detail. He only told Chen Ge and Amu that from that moment on, he had made up his mind to escape. Ying Tong did not have the key to his house. Normally, he was locked inside his room by his big brother until his 6th birthday. Ying Chen said that his relative had come to visit him. At that moment, the relative was waiting for him downstairs with a gift and a cake. Ying Tong left home with hope, but when he reached the bottom of the stairs, he did not see his relative. He took out his phone for the blind and called the number that his relative had left for him. After it rang for a few times, his big brother's voice suddenly came through the phone. "Look behind you." He turned his head subconsciously, and he saw his big brother standing not far away from him, holding a phone and a pair of scissors. That kind of fear could not be hidden, especially for a 6-year-old child. The change in Ying Tong's expression was captured clearly by Ying Chen. Ying Chen knew that Ying Tong was not completely blind, so he decided to modify his little brother according to his own ideas. When Ying Tong said that, Amu, who was in the small room, acted up again. He cried and screamed, and he struggled to catch his breath. It was as if there was a sharp object piercing into his eyes again and again, and someone was forcing him to open his eyes wide to see what was happening. The door kept shaking. Ying Tong told Amu the real reason why the boy had a phobia of sharp objects. The night of his 6th birthday was one of the few memories that he did not want to remember the most. I have escaped 3 times in total, and Ying Chen has used 3 different methods to warn me. Ying Tong's voice came from beside the sofa. This is the 4th time I have escaped. I have no idea what he will do to me this time. The first time you tried to escape, it caused you to develop a phobia of sharp objects, and it led to the emergence of the suppressed personality, Amu. There are still Ah Ying and Ah Tong inside the building. These 3 people should correspond to the 3 times you have escaped. Chen Ge leaned against the sofa and used all his strength to block the door. Inside the room, Amu had already lost control. He was gasping for air. If this continued, his life might be in danger. Ying Tong, go and look in the bedroom. I remember Miss Dress fed Amu the pills inside the bedroom. There might be some pills left on the table. Chen Ge had talked for a long time, but Ying Tong did not move. He was still standing where he was. Ying Tong. Inside the room, Amu's screams grew louder. The door shook harder and harder. Ying Chen, who was outside the door, appeared to be getting anxious. Of everyone, only Ying Tong stood in the living room with a cold expression. He was like a bystander. Chen Ge wanted to pat Amu on his back to comfort him, but when his hand touched Amu, he realized that Amu's body was twisting and turning, just like the mannequins that were placed on Ying Tong's bedside table. What's going on? When I was talking to Amu earlier, I was reminded of something. Ying Tong's voice rang out again. He was standing next to Chen Ge. Do you know what the medicine that Ying Chen gave them was made from? What was it made from? Chen Ge had no idea why Ying Tong would suddenly bring that up. The most important thing at hand was to save Amu. It was made from my blood and my flesh. Ying Tong gave a rather startling answer. Amu is my pain, my fear, and my anxiety. He is my obedient self before Ying Chen. The door kept shaking. Hearing Amu's heart-wrenching screams, Ying Chen appeared to be getting more and more anxious. They are me, and I am them. I will accept their pain because they are an inseparable part of me. I have been searching for them inside the building. Only by finding them can I be considered a complete person. Only then will I no longer be a monster that has been dismembered by Ying Chen. Quote. Ying Tong's hands held onto Chen Ge, and then he hugged the frail Amu. He hugged his past self and listened to the screams that came from his past self. This continued for a long time. When the screams disappeared from inside the room, both Chen Ge and Ying Tong felt a bone-piercing pain. The darkness before their eyes seemed to have been chased away a little. Blurry and blurry, they seemed to be able to see a bit of light. Due to his fear of Ying Chen, even though Ying Tong had regained his sight, he had to pretend to be blind. If he wanted to open his eyes, he first had to overcome his fear of Ying Chen. Only by accepting the scary memories of his past would he have the chance to open his eyes. Amu had disappeared. What was left next to Chen Ge and Ying Tong was a mannequin with a twisted body. The two used their hands to touch it. The mannequin was small, and its face was full of holes. It had a very ugly face. Chen Ge placed the mannequin inside Ying Tong's bag. He was feeling rather conflicted. Amu was accepted by Ying Tong. A blurry light appeared in Ying Tong's and Chen Ge's vision. Their vision had recovered a little, but it was only a little. Looks like only by finding Ah Ying and Ah Tong will our vision recover. The only person in the room who was not blind had been turned into a mannequin, and Ying Chen was blocking the door. The situation had not only not changed, it had worsened. Chen Ge held Miss Dress's phone. He could feel the presence of the phone, but he could not see it with his eyes. In his sight, in a world of darkness, there was only a very faint light that could be seen in the distance. Amu found Mr. Wood's number through the contact list. After my call with Mr. Wood is over, the phone should have returned to the contact list. Chen Ge was about to try to call Mr. Wood when the sound of the door shaking suddenly disappeared. The shrill meowing of the cats also became softer. Ying Chen appeared to be flying away from the door. He has left. It was impossible for Ying Chen not to hear such a loud commotion in the room. He had to know that Amu had been accepted by Ying Tong, and he would definitely go to find the other two children. Chen Ge grabbed the backpack with one hand and Ying Tong with the other. He knew that his chance had come. I am on the first floor, Miss Red is on the 6th floor, and Mr. Wood is on the 2nd floor. If Ying Chen runs toward the 2nd floor, I will go down to find Miss Red. If Ying Chen goes to find Miss Red, I will go to the 2nd floor to find Mr. Wood. I have about 10 seconds. Quote. This room was too dangerous. The door could be opened at any moment, so Chen Ge had to plan ahead. Ying Tong, be prepared. No matter what happens, you have to hold on tight to me. Chen Ge focused. He leaned toward the door and grabbed the doorknob. The meowing of the cats became softer and softer, but to Chen Ge's surprise, the meowing did not stop. Ying Chen had left, but he stopped at a spot not far away from the door. He was probably hiding somewhere in the stairwell. The man wants to wait for me to open the door before coming over. Several minutes later, the meowing completely disappeared, but Chen Ge did not dare go out. Ying Chen has been pulling away from me. He seems to have realized something. Even though he has left, there might be another person standing outside the door. Chen Ge held his breath and perked up his ears to listen. Assuming that what he said outside the door earlier was purposely meant for me to hear, his helper might have gone to the 2nd floor. It looks like his helper went to the 2nd floor, but in fact, his helper might have turned off the music box and been standing outside the door. Quote. There might be someone standing outside the door. Chen Ge did not think it was safe to open the door like that, but he did not have a better solution. This was an opportunity, one that he could not miss. Ying Chen did not go far. This door might be a trap. Someone is waiting for me to open the door and jump in. The cat's meow could warn Ying Chen, but it could not do anything to Ying Chen's helper. Chen Ge knew that very well. Earlier, he had been pushed down the stairs by the child. Throughout the whole process, the child did not make a sound. It was only at the end that he revealed his fangs. Now, there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that Ying Chen and his helper are guarding Mr. Wood and Miss Red's home respectively. The second possibility is that Ying Chen is hiding somewhere in the staircase, and his helper has not left. They are standing at the door. Ying Chen purposely said those words for me to hear. Chen Ge thought about these two possibilities again and again. For a normal person, the best choice was to stay at Miss Dress's home. Even though the murderer had the key to this room, as long as he blocked the door, there should not be too much of a problem. But doing that meant that he had completely lost the initiative, and Ying Chen could make full use of this time to do other things. Chen Ge's stamina was limited. It was already difficult enough for him to hold on for so long. If this continued, the chance of an accident happening would only increase. The ones that worried him the most were Mr. Wood and Miss Red. After all, Ying Chen was AB** starred, and he was capable of doing anything. If something happened to one of the three, it would be very difficult for Ying Tong to open his eyes again. Perhaps I can make use of the trap that Ying Chen has set for me and use this trap to change my current passive situation. An idea appeared in his mind, but before this idea could be implemented, he had to make sure that there was someone outside his door. Chen Ge dragged the sofa backward. He purposely made a loud noise, but in reality, he only moved it several centimeters. Holding the doorknob, Chen Ge slowly removed the mop that was holding the lock. He slowly pressed down on the doorknob, and the lock was already open. The surroundings were eerily quiet. There was no sound, and there appeared to be no one in the corridor outside. Am I overthinking this? Chen Ge held his breath. He slowly pulled the door open. Just as he was about to open the door, a giant force suddenly slammed into the door. Someone's here. The door bumped into the sofa behind, and a cold hand reached in through the gap of the door. The withered fingers grabbed Chen Ge's wrist. Chen Ge reacted instantly and tried to close the door with all his might. The sofa was not completely moved away. At this moment, the door slammed into the sofa, cushioning the impact. This saved Chen Ge's life. The door could not be pushed open completely. Chen Ge used both of his hands to close the door, but the other party grabbed onto his wrist. The other party's hand was stuck in the gap of the door, so the door could not be closed. The gap in the security door was getting bigger and bigger. Chen Ge could not see what was happening in front of him. He was so anxious that he could not care less. He lowered his head and bit the hand that was grabbing his wrist. When a person was under high stress, the force of their bite was shocking. A child's scream came from outside the door, and the man loosened his grip from the pain. Chen Ge immediately rammed into the front door and slammed it shut. He picked up the mop that was propped against the door and placed it under the doorknob. Then he pushed the sofa back to the door. Gasping for air, Chen Ge's back was already soaked in cold sweat. He used his body to push against the sofa, and at that moment, Miss Dress's phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Chen Ge's finger tapped on different spots on the phone screen. Moments later, the call was picked up. "Hello. It's me. Ying Chen is outside my door." Mr. Wood's voice came from the other end of the phone. His tone was dark, and his voice was very low. "Lock the door and stay away from the door. You have to make sure that Ying Chen cannot hear our conversation." Chen Ge adjusted his breathing. Everything was within his expectations. Ying Chen knew that Ying Tong had accepted Amu, so he would definitely go to find Mr. Wood and Miss Red. "I am in the study, very far away from the living room door. He will not be able to hear us." "Did Ying Chen say anything to you?" "No, he has been standing at my door. If not for you reminding me earlier, I would not have known that there was an extra person outside my door." Mr. Wood's heart was still fluttering with fear. He probably wanted to wait for you to open the door and then rush in. That madman is capable of anything. Chen Ge kept retreating until he hid on the other side of the sofa. He lowered his voice to the lowest level to ensure that the person outside the door would not hear him. "I have a favor to ask of you." "Go ahead." Chen Ge took a deep breath. He wanted to make a bet with Ying Chen. "Ying Chen is guarding outside your door, and his helper is outside my room. I need you to call Miss Red now and have her take Ah Ying away from that room immediately. Try to find a way to hide Ah Ying inside the cleaning closet on the 3rd floor without alerting anyone." "Inside the cleaning closet? Have you lost your mind?" Quote. "Listen, only after Ying Tong has accepted Ah Ying, Ah Tong, and Amu will he have the chance to open his eyes. We have to allow Ying Tong to interact with these 3 children. If we all hide inside the room, Ying Tong and his helper only need to guard the 2 doors, and we will never win." Chen Ge was very calm. "That is madness. Ah Tong has claustrophobia, so the person hiding inside the cleaning closet can only be Ah Ying." There was a trace of madness in Chen Ge's voice, but he did not realize it himself. "Ying Chen is guarding your door. Your room is on the 2nd floor, and his helper is guarding my door. I am on the 1st floor. No matter how this building circulates, Miss Red will be far away from them. She will have enough time to do these things." Quote. "But what is the point of doing this? Ying Chen has set up a trap for me. When he was setting up this trap, he revealed an opening. This is our only chance." Chen Ge's voice squeezed out through his teeth. Even though he could not see, through the trap that Ying Chen had set up for him, he had confirmed the location of Ying Chen and his helper. Mr. Wood gave it some thought and seemed to understand what Chen Ge was trying to do. "Fine, I will call Miss Red now." The phone hung up, and there was only the busy tone. About 10 minutes later, the phone in Chen Ge's palm vibrated again. "Hello. Miss Red has already hidden Ah Ying inside the cleaning closet on the 3rd floor. Thank God, nothing has happened." Mr. Wood's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Is Ying Chen still outside your room?" "Yes, he knocked on the door earlier, but I ignored him." "Very good. Next is the most crucial step." Chen Ge tried his best to calm himself down. "You should have the number of the cleaning lady, Auntie Wu, right? Have her try to get closer to me. When she arrives, I will bring Ying Tong out of the room to find you." "Find me? But Ying Chen is just outside my door." Quote. "If Ying Chen's helper is held up, and he learns that Ying Tong and I have left the room, there is a high chance that he will come to find us." Chen Ge's voice was rather scary. "Miss Red lives on the 6th floor, and we are on the 1st floor. If we go down from here, we will be very close to her. Ying Chen might subconsciously think that we are going to Miss Red's home. Of course, that is not important. The important thing is that when Ying Chen goes after us, you have to bring Ah Ying away from the cleaning closet on the 3rd floor and bring him back to your own home." Quote. Mr. Wood understood Chen Ge's plan. It was a desperate move. If everything went smoothly, Chen Ge only needed to bring Ying Tong into Mr. Wood's home, and Ying Tong would be able to accept both A Ying and A Tong at the same time. Facing these three fears, Ying Tong would definitely be able to open his eyes again. Chen Ge did not want to experience the feeling of being blind anymore. The world of darkness could drive a person crazy, especially in such a dangerous situation. If he was not careful, he would fall into the hands of a crazed demon. After that, Chen Ge hung up the phone. He grabbed Ying Tong's hand. Ying Tong, this is the first floor. Later, we will run down the stairs to the second floor where Mr. Wood lives. You have to remember the number of floors in between. Even if you are alone, you have to find Mr. Wood on your own. Do you understand? Understood. Ying Tong understood the meaning behind Chen Ge's words. If they ran into a situation that could not be avoided, Chen Ge would go and distract Ying Chen's attention. Just like Miss Dress, he would use his life to buy time for Ying Tong. Of course, Chen Ge was not a noble person. The only hope to break out of this predicament was Ying Tong. Chen Ge was saving himself by helping Ying Tong. The room returned to silence. Chen Ge checked all the items that he had on him. His eyes could not see, so he could only use his hands to touch the comic. His fingertips were pulled by some kind of force, and his employees appeared to be calling his name. The front door soon started to shake again. Chen Ge's helper wanted to use brute force to open the door. Chen Ge used all of his strength to push against the sofa. His stamina was draining. There was no employee behind this door that he could rely on. His stamina was draining fast, and the scariest thing was that he did not even have the chance to catch his breath. After another half an hour, an unfamiliar middle-aged woman's voice suddenly rang out in the corridor. "Ma Gui, what are you doing here instead of going home? You were the one who was sneaking behind me earlier, weren't you? Of all the children in this building, you are the most mischievous." Quote. The person who had come was the cleaner, Auntie Wu. The moment Chen Ge heard this voice, he grabbed Ying Tong's hand and ran to the front door. He silently pushed aside the sofa that blocked the door. "I was not following you." A child's voice came from outside the door. From the voice alone, he sounded like a child about the same age as Ying Tong, but he was much stronger than an adult. "Lying again. I have already seen you, and you still deny it." Auntie Wu's footsteps stopped at the door. "Ma Gui, have you seen Ying Tong? Did the child play with you?" Quote. There was a trace of anxiety in Auntie Wu's voice. Earlier, she had asked Ying Tong to hide inside the cleaning cupboard. Later, she might have gone back to take a look, but she discovered that Ying Tong had disappeared. Chen Ge had predicted all of this, so he had asked Mr. Wood to contact Auntie Wu. He had asked Mr. Wood to tell Auntie Wu the truth and then ask for Auntie Wu's help. "I did not. Really. Normally, you are the one who bullies Ying Tong the most." Quote. You have all been tricked by Ying Tong. I did not bully him at all. If you do not believe me, you can go and ask Ying Chen. The child tried his best to deny it. Inside the room, Chen Ge had a vague understanding of why the child was so strong in the world behind Ying Tong's door. Ying Tong had been bullied by the child. For Ying Chen, the child was the second existence that was hard to resist. Auntie Wu and the boy got into an argument. Chen Ge was still looking for an opening, but he suddenly heard an extremely weak meowing in his ears. Ying Chen has started to head this way. There was only one chance. Chen Ge did not want to miss it. He removed the mop that was blocking the door and carried Ying Tong on his back. When the cats started to meow again, he yanked the front door open. Auntie Wu, the child wants to kill Ying Tong. Stop him. Quote. From the moment Chen Ge stepped through the door, he had memorized all the routes that he had taken. There was a map of the whole building in his mind. Even though his eyes were almost completely blind, he knew the rough route that he had to take. When he shouted that, the meowing of the cats became more urgent. Chen Ge rushed down the stairs. He could not see the road. Even though he remembered the height of the stairs, and the muscles in his legs were used to that height, he still tripped once on the way down the stairs. His whole body was racked with pain, but neither he nor Ying Tong made a sound. This kind of pain was nothing to them. The cat's meowing echoed above his head. Chen Ge had just reached the halfway point between the 7th and 6th floors when Ying Tong had already entered the stairwell. He had come so fast that there was no hesitation. Ying Chen's speed was faster than Chen Ge had expected. Other than that, Chen Ge had underestimated the difficulty of getting down the stairs with a blind person. If this continued, they would be captured before they even reached the stairwell. Remember what I told you. Chen Ge rushed to the 6th floor and then put Yingtong down. He took out the hammer from his backpack. He stood at the corner of the 6th floor corridor in the stairwell. Yingtong was a very clever boy. The fact that he was able to survive the torture that Ying Chen had inflicted on him proved many things. When Chen Ge put him down, the boy immediately stuck close to the wall. Following the method that Chen Ge had taught him, he silently moved down the stairs. Gripping the hammer tightly with both hands, Chen Ge gritted his teeth. The meowing of the cats was getting closer and closer to his ears. From a normal meowing, they turned into heart-wrenching screams. Ying Chen was getting closer and closer to him. There was no sound of footsteps or breathing. Chen Ge's mind was filled with the pained meowing of the cats. When all the meowing reached its climax, he raised the hammer high in the air and slammed it down on the stairwell beside him with all his might. Bang! The hammer had obviously hit something. Something heavy fell to the ground. Did I hit it? Chen Ge did not go to investigate. He dragged the hammer and turned to run. The cats meowing paused for a moment before they followed closely behind him. At the same time, Chen Ge heard Ying Chen's voice. You do not appear to be a tenant of this building. Ying Chen's voice was laced with chilliness and anger. This crazed murderer had been deeply provoked when he first met Chen Ge. Hearing Ying Chen's voice behind him, Chen Ge ran even faster. He was sweating in his heart. He hoped that Ying Tong would accept Ah Ying and Ah Tong before he was killed by Ying Chen. The cat's meowing followed closely behind him. The shrill sound seemed to pierce through Chen Ge's eardrums. He ran as fast as he could, but he was unable to pull away from the enemy. Time difference. I need to create a time difference for Ying Tong. Chen Ge felt like he was walking on the edge of a cliff. His plan was very risky. If one of them made a mistake, everyone would be killed. Ying Tong would lose the chance to open his eyes, and Chen Ge would be forever buried behind the door. The cat's screams echoed in his mind. Chen Ge felt like he was being driven mad, but he had no other choice but to run as fast as he could. He could not stop. Ying Chen might be holding a weapon in his hand. If he caught up to him, Chen Ge would definitely be injured. If he was injured during the chase, then his speed would slow down, and in the end, he would be toyed to death by Ying Chen. The world behind the door was cruel and strange. Despair was the main theme of this place. Running at full speed, Chen Ge only had a rough map in his mind. He remembered the length and width of the staircase, and he tried his best to maintain his balance. But since his eyes could not see, he did not dare slow down. So, even when he was about to reach the corner of the staircase, he was still running. Every step he took landed heavily on the ground. The sound of his footsteps in the corridor was slightly different from the sound in the staircase. In the staircase, the echo would be louder. This was a detail that Chen Ge had discovered earlier. At that moment, he could only use this detail to slow down. Holding his breath, Chen Ge heard the echo of his footsteps amid the shrill meowing of the cats. He had to slow down, or else he would run into the wall while running at high speed, and his body would definitely be injured. The hammer was too heavy. Under such circumstances, it would not be of any help to Chen Ge, so he abandoned it without hesitation. When the sound of the footsteps changed, Chen Ge whipped his body around and used all his strength to swing the hammer behind him. He hoped that the hammer would land on Ying Chen. As long as it could delay Ying Chen for a while, he would be satisfied. When the hammer was swung, Chen Ge slowed down. He opened his arms, and his fingertips touched the banister of the staircase. After confirming his location, Chen Ge ran to the 5th floor. Ying Tong should have reached the 4th floor by now. I cannot go to the 4th floor. I need to enter the 5th floor corridor first. Chen Ge's brain was working at full speed, and his nerves were stretched taut. Between life and death, he stimulated his greatest potential. You can do this with your eyes closed. Ying Chen's voice came from several meters behind him. When Chen Ge turned around, he saw Chen Ge's face. Actually, Chen Ge had done a very good job. He had waited until the last moment to appear before Ying Chen. If Ying Chen had discovered him earlier, he would have been tortured to death by the demon. In a situation where there was not much of a difference in intelligence, how could a blind man defeat a psychopathic murderer in an unfamiliar environment? This was a suicide mission, but Chen Ge had found a way out. He had obtained the help of the tenants inside the building, and before Ying Chen could react, he had brought forward the final battle. In other words, Chen Ge's idea was very simple. He could not see, and he was at an absolute disadvantage. Therefore, he had to hide in the dark. If he could not hide anymore, then they would fight to the death. The cat's meowing behind him was like a death knell. Chen Ge could feel the distance between him and Ying Chen closing. To make matters worse, he had exhausted too much of his energy. It was difficult for him to maintain this speed, but Ying Chen did not slow down. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. From the 6th floor to the 5th floor, the distance between Chen Ge and Ying Chen closed again. The cat's meowing sounded like it was right next to his scalp. If he stopped, the monster behind him would swallow his head in one gulp. Run down the 5th floor corridor and enter the corridor on the other side. I have two choices. Go up to the 6th floor or go down to the 4th floor. My speed of going up and down the stairs is much slower than Ying Chen's. Every time I enter the stairwell, the distance between us will close. The next time I enter the stairwell, I might be caught up to by him in the stairwell. This is a problem that cannot be avoided. I have to come up with a solution. In the time it took him to think, Chen Ge had already run down the 5th floor corridor and entered the stairwell. Going to the 4th floor might affect Ying Chen. To ensure that he could lure Ying Chen away, Chen Ge grabbed the handrail inside the building and ran toward the 6th floor as if his life depended on it. He took 3 steps with each step, but when he reached the middle of the 5th floor and the 6th floor, the backpack in his hands was grabbed, and he felt a gust of cold wind rush at his neck. His scalp tensed, and Chen Ge released his grip without hesitation. Bang! The knife knocked against the iron handrail, creating a crisp sound. Chen Ge's heart was racing. Ying Chen is holding a knife. Even though the backpack had been snatched away, Chen Ge did not stop. Without turning his head back, he continued to sprint toward the 6th floor. When he first entered this door, when Chen Ge realized that he was blind and could not see anything, he had taken the comic out from his backpack and placed it close to his body. He had even placed the ballpoint pen inside his pocket. At that time, he had already predicted that some kind of accident might happen that would force him to abandon his backpack. The action that seemed unnecessary at the beginning had now become the key for him to preserve his trump card. Without the hammer and the backpack that had never left his side, this was the first time that Chen Ge had felt so disheveled. When Ying Chen swung the knife, Chen Ge took 2 steps back. When Chen Ge returned to the 6th floor, the cat's meowing had stuck close to him. Is Ying Tong still not done yet? Chen Ge felt like he could not run anymore. He could not see, and an accident could happen at any moment. If he had not evaded the knife earlier, he would have died in the world behind the door. I cannot stop. If I stop, I will die. Quote. In this desperate situation where he could not even see the road ahead of him, Chen Ge continued to run as fast as he could. He had never thought of giving up. He had always been like this. The cat's meowing filled his mind. The sound seemed to brush past his ears, and it felt like a sharp knife was pressed against the back of his neck. The sound of the footsteps slowly changed. Even in this situation, Chen Ge still had to split his attention to determine whether he had entered the stairwell or not. The echo of footsteps echoed in his ears. He had already passed through the corridor and entered the completely sealed stairwell. But just as he prepared to slow down, his arm that was about to grab the handrail was suddenly grabbed by a large force. The force came from inside the stairwell. Ying Chen is behind me. The person in the stairwell is not him. The moment this thought appeared in Chen Ge's mind, a voice rang out before his face. I've got him. This was Ma Gui's voice. Ying Chen's helper was hiding in the stairwell. His arm was grabbed, Ma Gui was blocking the way, and Ying Chen was chasing after him. This was a hopeless situation. Chen Ge tried to shake his arm, but he could not escape. The cat's meowing was right behind him. He gritted his teeth so hard that they bled. In less than a second, he made the decision. He used all his strength to ram into the place where Ma Gui's voice came from. Bang! The two tumbled down the stairs. Bone-piercing pain came from all parts of his body, but Chen Ge did not seem to feel it at all. His eyes were bloodshot. Gritting his teeth, he stood up and continued to run. He could not see anything, and there was only endless despair before him. But it was in this situation that a spark of light slowly appeared in Chen Ge's world. The weak light was slowly expanding. As Chen Ge continued to run forward, the distance between him and the light was getting closer and closer. Fear and darkness chased after him. Amid the shrill meowing of the cats, Chen Ge plunged into the light. Open your eyes. Layers of blood spread out from Chen Ge. The darkness was chased away, and before his eyes was a corridor that was pieced together from dead bodies. Black threads slithered among the dead bodies like zombie-eating worms. This was the real appearance of the world behind Ying Tong's door. Covered in wounds, Chen Ge stood where he was, gasping for air. The cat's screams had disappeared, and not far from him stood two monsters. One of the monsters had the head of a child, but his body was like that of an adult. The scariest thing was that the child's face had no eyes. Instead, where the eye sockets should have been, there were two relatively small mouths. The other monster had the face of Ying Chen. From the front, he looked exactly like the Ying Chen outside the door, but there were a few other faces growing on his body. The faces were dark and twisted, and there were no eyeballs in the eye sockets. Instead, there were two dark holes. They had eyes but could not see. In this world behind the door, it was those who were not blind who had become blind. Looks like Ying Tong has finally overcome the fear that you instilled in him and has opened his eyes. After regaining his sight, Chen Ge became calmer than he had ever been. The blood under his feet spread. When he opened his eyes, the restraint that this world had placed on him had been broken, and he could hear the cries of the red specters. How did you get into this building? Ying Chen stared at Chen Ge. Each of his faces had a different expression. Perhaps in his younger brother Ying Tong's heart, his big brother was a monster with many faces. Chen Ge did not answer Ying Chen's question. He did not want to say a word to Ying Chen. At that moment, he only wanted to use the fastest and most direct method to make this B** disappear. His body had reached its limit. Despair and pain were torturing Chen Ge's nerves every second. This was the most dangerous door that he had ever entered. If he made a mistake in his judgment, death would be the only outcome. His eyes were red, and Chen Ge took out the comic that he kept close to his body. After opening his eyes, Chen Ge saw that the comic was already covered in blood. Endless blood vessels were surging through it. Ying Chen sensed danger. He revealed the hand that he had hidden behind his back. In his palm was a sharp fruit knife. Chen Ge was unarmed. Even though Ying Chen was feeling anxious, he still believed that he had a better chance of winning. Ma Gui, come with me. It is his biggest mistake that he did not escape the moment he opened his eyes. Ying Chen's voice was cold and emotionless. He and Ma Gui slowly moved forward, and they got closer and closer to Chen Ge. Ma Gui did not think that Chen Ge had the chance to turn the tables. No one had ever escaped from this building. They had all been turned into building blocks and puppets. With a strange smile on his face, Ma Gui's three mouths opened at the same time. It looked scary, and his presence was enough to overwhelm Chen Ge. But just as his feet landed, the expression on his face changed subtly. Silently, in the churning blood, a giant leg that was almost 2 meters long reached out from behind Chen Ge. The wall that was pieced together from the dead bodies was pierced through. More shockingly, as more blood vessels appeared, one leg after another supported Chen Ge's body that was about to fall. A giant blood spider that was almost 5 meters in size tore through the corridor and appeared behind Chen Ge. Compared to Ma Gui, the giant blood spider behind Chen Ge was like a monster that had walked out from the deepest part of a nightmare. Kill them. We have to make sure that their souls are completely destroyed. The recorder and the red high heels were both inside the backpack. This time, the tunnel lady's son was the first to appear. This red specter was extremely powerful, and probably because there was a door inside his body, the suppression from the world behind Ying Tong's door was not that strong. Before the other red specters had completely escaped, he was already able to appear. The legs were as sharp as knives. The faces on Ying Chen's body all frowned. He did not greet Ma Gui and retreated. Ying Chen, what do we do now? Ma Gui turned around and saw Ying Chen's back. He wanted to say something else when he felt a chill come from his heart. Lowering his head to look, the sharp legs were slowly retracting from his heart. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Ying Chen. The head fell. Ma Gui saw his body being wrapped in red spider silk, and then he was hung behind the spider. Chen Ge stood where he was. He flipped through the comic and summoned one red specter after another. The ghost fetus might be hiding inside Ying Chen. The giant red spider crawled down the corridor and soon caught up to Ying Chen. But just as Chen Ge thought that Ying Chen had been killed, there was another change inside the building. The building that was pieced together from the dead bodies started to shake. The doors were pushed open, and the dead bodies crawled out from the rooms. None of them had eyes. There were only two dark holes in their eye sockets. These people were dressed in different clothes. There were men and women, young and old. Some of them even had work permits from the community. They appeared to be everyone that Ying Tong had met in the past. These people had all seen Ying Tong, but with Ying Chen's deception, they did not see the truth. Their eyes had lied to them. The black threads that represented the curse swam in the eye sockets. These dead bodies that had no self-consciousness tried their best to stop the tunnel lady's son. Ying Chen also stopped moving. He stood on one side of the corridor with Chen Ge. This world is cruel and bloody. If you do not open your eyes, you can live in your own world and not be harmed. But if you open your eyes, you will only be able to live in my world. Every face on Ying Chen's body was swallowing the black curse that leaked out from the walls. Everyone is helping me. You will not be able to escape. There were indeed many people helping Ying Chen in the building, but there were exceptions. Chen Ge. Ying Tong's voice came from the corridor behind Chen Ge. Mr. Wood, who was wearing glasses, Auntie Wu, who was heavily injured, and Miss Red, who was wearing a blood-red dress, appeared in the corridor together with Ying Tong. Mr. Wood, Auntie Wu, and Miss Red, who might have been killed in real life, appeared in the world behind the door in the form of living people. In contrast, the people who had been used by Ying Chen all appeared in the form of dead bodies. Looks like there are many people who are willing to help me. Quote. Chen Ge and Ying Tong opened their eyes. They faced this bloody and cruel world head-on and did not run away anymore. The addition of more red specters put pressure on Ying Chen. The whole building was shaking, and the dead bodies on the wall started to peel off in large amounts. Each of the dead bodies was hiding deep resentment and curses. The world behind Ying Tong's door appeared to have been used by the ghost fetus as a breeding ground for curses. The curses behind this door were more powerful than any of the doors that Chen Ge had entered before. Chen Ge, of Ying Chen's faces, only one is real, and that face is his weakness. Ying Tong, who opened his eyes again, had found someone to rely on. Compared to Ying Chen, the boy felt like Chen Ge was more like his big brother. Even in a completely dark world, even when he could not see anything, Chen Ge still stubbornly told Ying Tong about the beautiful world that was filled with color. For Ying Tong, who was trapped in darkness and despair, Chen Ge's words strengthened his heart, and he would not waver. The reason he was able to open his eyes was because Chen Ge had risked his life for it. The world behind the door was weaved from the door pusher's memory. The words that Chen Ge had told Ying Tong, he would not only not forget them, he would remember them at the bottom of his heart, and they would become the warmth that would accompany him for the rest of his life. The boy did not become someone like Ying Chen. It was not easy for him to survive until now. Actually, through the earlier conversation, Chen Ge had understood Ying Tong's thoughts. The boy had bet everything on his fourth escape. If he failed again, he might choose to give up. Fear of sharp weapons, fear of being enclosed, fear of screaming, the three escapes had left a deep psychological scar on Ying Tong. Even so, he did not give up. He was already stronger than most adults. The dead bodies that were entangled by the black curses reached for the tunnel lady's son. They hugged the giant legs and used what they thought was justice to stop the monster before them. When their eyes were blinded, what these people saw was an illusion, and that was what Ying Chen had been doing all this time. From appearance alone, the tunnel lady's son looked more like a monster than any of the people there. In the eyes of the bystanders, this giant spider was chasing after Ying Chen, so this spider had to be evil. But was that really the case? Ying Chen used this mentality to his advantage. He edited the videos, tortured the cats, and distorted the truth. The most ironic thing was, he even posted the videos on a website where cat lovers gathered to earn money. To stir up trouble, he used a human skin to hide his obsessed heart. At that moment, Chen Ge once again experienced Yingtong's pain. His freedom was restricted, and he could not speak. After the few who knew the truth were killed, the only thing left in his world was darkness. Don't worry, I will tear off all of Ying Chen's faces. Chen Ge narrowed his eyes as he stared at Ying Chen. The bastard was eating away at the curse. He hid in the crowd, and used the bodies around him as cover. This scene was similar to how Ying Chen had chased his relative away. When he was not confident that he could kill his relative, he would use the people around him. He would do anything to achieve his goal. This was a perfect example of the saying. The biggest difficulty of Yingtong's door is how to open his eyes. The ghost fetus has already missed the best chance to kill me. Of the 9 children, only one was the ghost fetus behind the door. The other 8 were the lingering consciousness attached to an object. This consciousness would not make a subjective judgment. It would only act according to the rules behind the door. All of its actions would be within the rules of the door pusher's memory. As Chen Ge's understanding of the door deepened, he started to learn how to use the rules behind the door. The blood world was connected to the real world through the door pusher's memory. As long as he found the corresponding node in the memory, he would be able to come up with the corresponding solution. Therefore, to gain more control in the world behind the door, he had to understand the door pusher's past. He had to understand the door pusher's past and know the deepest pain hidden in the door pusher's heart. Several red specters worked together. The blood vessels seeped into the building, and the eyes of the dead bodies gained a trace of red. Chen Ge chose the most direct method to fight for the control of the world behind the door. This door was weaved from Yingtong's memory. Now that Yingtong was on his side, he had the confidence to complete this task. The tunnel lady's son and foul odor probably attracted the attention of most of the dead bodies due to their large size. The other red specters slid through the gaps that surrounded the dead bodies, especially Xiao Biyu. When the dead bodies got close to her, they would disintegrate into a puddle of stinking blood. The girl's power was far beyond Chen Ge's expectation. Screams and wails filled the building. To Chen Ge's surprise, Xu Yin and the red high heels appeared on the other side of the stairs. They sensed the danger that Chen Ge was in, and they rushed over the moment they broke through the restriction of the world behind the door. More and more helpers appeared. Other than that, Chen Ge realized that Mr. Wood and Miss Red were very powerful as well, especially Miss Red. The woman was about the same age as Ying Chen. She had a small frame and thin arms. Her shirt was soaked in blood. She was the only person covered in blood behind the door. She was as powerful as a red specter, but she was different from a normal red specter. She could not control blood vessels, and the curses on the wall that targeted living people were ineffective against her. When she was standing next to Yingtong, Chen Ge did not feel anything, but after she made her move, Chen Ge realized that this woman was more like a cat than a human, a graceful, cold, and bloody cat. Miss Red. This Miss Red only stood next to Yingtong and never left his side. She was hostile toward everyone. Even if it was Mr. Wood and Auntie Wu, she did not want to get close to them. This was the first time that Chen Ge had encountered such a strange person. Chen Ge really wanted to know what kind of memory had created this Miss Red. Perhaps the Miss Red outside the door is a unique red specter. With that thought in mind, Chen Ge made up his mind. After he left this door, he would help all the people who had been killed by Ying Chen and give them the justice that they had been waiting for. The tunnel lady's son and foul odor held up most of the dead bodies. The remaining bodies could not pose any threat to Chen Ge, and the distance between them and Ying Chen continued to close. The two parties had switched roles, and the situation on the battlefield had changed. After Ying Chen absorbs the curse on the whole building, things will become more difficult. I cannot afford to give him the time. Chen Ge had made up his mind. Even though he knew that this was the world behind the door, and the Ying Chen before him was just a part of Ying Tong's memory, he still did not plan to let the man go. It was too dangerous. From the moment he entered the world behind the door to the moment he opened his eyes, the whole process did not take that long, but every step was filled with trepidation. The slightest mistake would have cost him his life. This was a high-intensity game of life and death, and his mind was on edge the whole time. Chen Ge had exhausted a lot of his energy. Now that he had finally gained control of the situation, he had to kill the man once and for all. There were too many dead bodies. Ying Chen had blended into the crowd. Even a red specter would not be able to find him in a short amount of time, but Ying Tong could. Ying Tong knew Ying Chen's real identity. No matter how Ying Chen tried to hide, Ying Tong would be able to find him at first notice. With the cooperation of so many red specters, Ying Chen was finally cornered. He stopped before his own home on the 7th floor. The corridors on both sides were blocked, and the whole corridor was covered in blood vessels and spider webs. Ying Chen wanted to say something, but Chen Ge did not want to give the man the time to do so. If he could kill the man directly, why would he waste time? In fact, Chen Ge felt like giving someone like Ying Chen the chance to speak was a sign of disrespect to the dead. I'll destroy the soul of the person behind the door first, and then I'll go and send the real you to the police station. With the addition of the tunnel lady's son, Chen Ge's tactics became more versatile. This red specter could plunder the dead's memory to create a dream. It was effective even in other people's worlds behind the door. After all, the monsters behind the door were all created from the memory of the door pusher. In other words, as long as the tunnel lady's son was around, no matter how many specters and monsters there were, they would not be able to pose any threat to Chen Ge. The tunnel lady's son specialized in group attacks. With him holding the others back, all of Chen Ge's red specters would be able to surround and attack the others without fear. Before Ying Chen could fully absorb the curse of this building, he was already surrounded by red specters. To make matters worse, Chen Ge did not give him any chance to stall for time. He did not even allow him to speak. Instead, he gave everything he had to kill. This was the first time that he had encountered an opponent like this. The faces were torn apart one after another. Ying Chen's body was on the verge of breaking apart. It was only the black threads formed by the curse that held him together. Chen Ge, I saw it. Ying Tong stared at Ying Chen, who was not far away. His eyes had never shone so brightly before. His real face is hidden at his heart. When Ying Tong said that, Miss Red had already weaved through the crowd. Her bloodied hand reached out to grab Ying Chen's heart. The sharp fingers pierced through Ying Chen's chest, and the face on his chest was torn open. Ah! All of Ying Chen's faces screamed. Then his facial features melted like ice, and he morphed into the appearance of a baby. However, this baby's eyes were strangely beautiful, like gems. Ghost fetus. Chen Ge's eyes narrowed. This man had been luring Ying Chen from the shadows. He had the power to stop the tragedy from happening, but he not only did not stop him, he continued to deepen the resentment in Ying Chen's heart, trying to drag Ying Chen deeper into despair. Do you hate happiness that much? Do you really want everyone to become like you? Chen Ge wanted to talk to the ghost fetus, but unfortunately, the thing that was attached to Ying Chen was merely a lingering spirit of the ghost fetus. Most of the curse that connected the whole building had not been absorbed, but Ying Chen had lost his chance. Several red specters tore him apart, and in the truest sense, they had managed to destroy his soul. Cracks appeared on the stairs, and the dead bodies that served as bricks started to fall off. But perhaps because there were still many lingering curses, the collapse of this world was especially slow. After witnessing Ying Chen's death, the knot in Ying Tong's heart was completely unraveled, and light returned to the bottom of his eyes. He led Mr. Wood and Miss Red to find Miss Dress while Chen Ge stood at the spot where Ying Chen had died. When the curse dissipated, there was an additional picture on the ground. Reaching out to pick up the picture, Chen Ge studied it closely. It appeared to have been taken by his father. In the picture, there was a sea of flowers. The young Chen Ge stood in the middle of it with a rather nervous expression. He seemed to be afraid of the bees that were flying around him. The sun shone on his body, and he and his shadow made the same pose for the camera. This is a very beautiful world. You've seen it before. Putting the picture away, the building became more unstable. Chen Ge quickly led his employees to search for his backpack and hammer. When Chen Ge returned, he realized that the red high heels was madly absorbing the remaining curses inside the building. Strange black patterns appeared on the red high heels. Just a glance at them would cause one's hair to stand on end. Of all the red specters, only the red high heels was not afraid of curses. Her power was related to curses. When Chen Ge interacted with the ghost fetus several times, the red high heels was the biggest winner. The other red specters shared the negative emotions and resentment, but she alone received all the curses from the ghost fetus. As it continued to accumulate, the presence that the red high heels gave off started to change. Including Xiao Bu and the tunnel lady's son, none of the red specters were willing to get close to her. This red specter who specialized in curses gave off an extremely unsettling feeling. If this continues, she might become a new top red specter. Chen Ge had no idea how powerful the red high heels had become after consuming so many curses. In any case, he knew that even if it was the ghost fetus curse, the red high heels would be able to absorb and resolve it. What kind of experience has she gone through? Initially, the red high heels followed Chen Ge because she was scared by Zhongya, but later, the red high heels' attitude toward Chen Ge started to change, especially after the ghost fetus trial mission started. After the ghost fetus mission is over, I need to have a good chat with the red high heels and find out more about her past. The red high heels' original form was a woman covered in bandages. Her getup reminded Chen Ge of the cursed hospital. After gathering everything, Chen Ge met up with Ying Tong on the 7th floor. They watched as the red high heels sucked away most of the curses in the building. The dead bodies turned into dust. Before the building collapsed, Chen Ge grabbed Ying Tong's hand and pushed open the black iron door. With one step, the world turned upside down. Opening his eyes, Chen Ge collapsed to the ground. Exhaustion washed over him like a wave. Hearing the movement, the boy who was sleeping on the bed woke up. He curled up beside the bed with his eyes closed. The boy was very timid, and there was a faint scar on his face. "Don't be afraid, Ying Tong." Chen Ge's voice echoed in the room. "I am Chen Ge. I will save you from this place." The name Chen Ge had a special meaning for Ying Tong. Everything that happened in the nightmare was real. He tried his best to open his eyes, but probably because he had not opened his eyes for a long time, he was not used to it. "It's fine. Take your time. Your life in the future belongs to you." After resting for a while, Chen Ge stood up. The black phone in his pocket kept vibrating like it had received several messages, but he did not look at them. Taking out the hammer, Chen Ge had a smile on his face. He opened Ying Tong's bedroom door and walked toward it. In the middle of the quiet night, a dark shadow moved slowly inside the living room. The clock on the wall was ticking. It was 3 in the morning. The fingertip scratched the wall, and the person finally stopped at the door to Ying Chen's bedroom. The doorknob slowly turned, and the door was pushed open. The cold gaze pierced through the darkness and landed on the man in pajamas on the bed. He was sleeping soundly, and the corners of his lips were curled upward like he was dreaming about something very happy. The shadow outside the door slowly approached the bed and silently moved to the side of the bed. Suddenly, the sound of pages flipping came from the dark bedroom, and the stench of blood filled the room. Ying Chen, who was lying in bed, frowned. He turned around and happened to face the shadow next to the bed. Squatting down silently before the man, the shadow tilted its head to study the sleeping man. Then, it slowly raised the exaggerated hammer in its hand. "Ying Chen." The soft call made Ying Chen's eyelids flutter. The sleeping man slowly opened his eyes. In the blurry state, he seemed to see a person standing next to the bed. His eyes slowly focused, and a hammer that was covered in barbs and had blood grooves was hurtling toward his shoulder. Sucking in a cold breath, Ying Chen instantly jumped up from the bed and rolled to the side. The barbs tore through the pajamas and landed on the bed, directly breaking through the wooden bed. Ying Chen did not dare imagine that if he had not evaded the attack earlier, he would have been crippled. Standing on the other side of the bed, Ying Chen's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was scared, and even his voice was shaking. "Who are you? You were able to evade it not because I did not hit you but because I wanted to play with you slowly." The voice in the dark caused Ying Chen's skin to crawl. At the same time, he felt like this voice was very familiar to him, like he had heard it somewhere before. He was still in a state of shock, and before he could think about anything else, the figure rushed over again. His palm reached for the table, and Ying Chen took out a fruit knife. But before he could swing the knife, His arm was hit by a giant force, and he lost all feeling in that moment. His whole arm fell limply on his shoulder, and the fruit knife fell to the ground. Kicking the knife to the side, the shadow that stood in the dark glared at Ying Chen. At that moment, Ying Chen did not even dare to move. He leaned against the wall. He had no idea how this scary thing had appeared inside his room. In the end, I'm not good at bullying the weak. The game you're passionate about is too boring in my eyes. The figure took a step back and shook his head. He dragged the heavy hammer out of the bedroom and closed the door behind him. His heart raced. Ying Chen held his arm that had lost all feeling. He felt like he was dreaming. The stench of blood thickened, and blood vessels spread through the room. Pale faces appeared on the walls. Leaning against the bedroom door, Chen Ge put away the hammer and listened to the screams coming from Ying Chen's bedroom. Half an hour later, the screams stopped. Chen Ge reopened the door and dragged Ying Chen out. His mental fortitude is quite average as well. He is far from the ghost fetus, Ying Chen. When Chen Ge dragged Ying Chen away, the room that Ying Chen used to keep the strays kept the cats meowing. One of the cats was extremely shrill. It reminded Chen Ge of the cats meowing in the world behind Ying Tong's door. It was because of the cats meowing that he was able to pinpoint Ying Chen's location. Oh, I almost forgot. You are also victims. Chen Ge smashed down the door. The moment the door opened, countless cats rushed out. They crawled through Chen Ge's body and scattered before disappearing. Are those the cats that died in this room? Well, at least they have regained their freedom. Quote. Chen Ge entered the room. There were a few injured strays on the ground. They were very afraid of Chen Ge. Once Chen Ge walked in, they curled up in the corner, trying to escape. You saved me behind the door, so let me help you outside the door. Chen Ge was not a doctor. He decided to send the few cats to the veterinary hospital after dawn. After they were treated, he would bring them back to New Century Park. Chen Ge, Ying Tong walked out from the room. He touched the wall. The boy still had not gotten used to opening his eyes. What's wrong? There is a dead body hidden under Ying Chen's bed. It belongs to my stepfather. The stepfather that Ying Tong mentioned was the relative that Ying Chen had mentioned earlier. This relative was a good mentor, but Ying Chen did not think so. And Mr. Wood, Miss Dress, and Auntie Wu, I know where they are. Ying Tong was referring to the location of the dead bodies, and that made Chen Ge feel bad. He touched Ying Tong's head. Yes, we will find all of them. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Ge called Li Zheng's number. When the call was connected, Li Zheng's sleepy voice came through the phone. It was then that Chen Ge realized that it was not even 4 in the morning. It's like this, Inspector Li. I am currently at Ying Chen's home. Didn't we agree to go to his home to investigate this morning? Li Zheng had woken up. He sensed something strange from the tone in Chen Ge's voice. You know how much I hate evil. Whenever I think about the fact that there are still evildoers on the loose, I cannot fall asleep. Stop wasting time and get to the point. Have you found anything? The sound of Li Zheng putting on his clothes came through the phone. Ying Chen is indeed not just a cat abuser. He has killed people before, and the body is under the bed. Please come over as soon as possible. We have found both the witness and the evidence. Quote. You have to ensure the safety of yourself and the witness. We will be there in a minute. Quote. After the call ended, Chen Ge listened to the busy tone and turned to look at Ying Chen. To subdue such a cruel murderer, do I have to suffer some more injuries? Chen Ge silently tore off his coat and the clothes underneath. He looked quite haggard. While waiting for the police to arrive, Chen Ge took out the black phone from his pocket. He swiped the screen and clicked open the few unread messages. The 4-star trial mission, Ghost Fetus, has been completed 70%. The ghost fetus has lost his eyes that can see through people's hearts, and he will no longer be able to read your mind. Thank you, Red Spectre's favored. You do not have much time left. Thank you, Red Spectre's favored. A cursed special Red Spectre's affection level has broken through the threshold. Activated affection mission, Red High Heels. Red High Heels affection mission. Once completed, there is a high chance that the Red Spectre attached to the high heels will be accepted as an employee. Have you heard of a cursed game? The name of this game is Red High Heels. Mission requirement. Enter the cursed hospital at midnight and search for a pair of blood red high heels. Mission hint, am I beautiful? There is no time limit for the affection mission. As the affection level increases, the difficulty of the mission will decrease. At 4 a.m., Li Jung arrived at Ying Chen's home with the team. Ying Tong was protected by them and handed over to a professional doctor for examination. Chen Ge stayed at the scene to cooperate with the police. The investigation and evidence collection went on from 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. before Chen Ge could finally take a break. He had cooperated enough. The rest could be left to the police. Brother Jung, I'm about to open for business. Can you let me go back to inform my employees before I come back? Li Jung was familiar with Chen Ge's situation. He knew that Chen Ge was having a hard time, so he nodded in agreement. I'll have someone drive you back. One more thing. Chen Ge pointed at the few stray cats in the small room. Can I take them with me? It's fine if you want to adopt the stray cats, but not now. We found human blood stains in the cat's fur, so they can't leave this room temporarily. Then, can you find a vet to treat them? Some of the cat's claws are already showing their bones. I really can't bear to see them like that. Quote. Don't worry, leave it to us. The Zhujiang police were very trustworthy. Chen Ge thanked them. Now that the police were busy, he did not want to trouble the police and took a taxi back to New Century Park. Just as he reached the haunted house, Chen Ge heard Xiao Jiyu and Wu Jinpeng's voices. Why isn't Mr. Chen here yet? Doesn't he normally stay at the haunted house? Could something have happened to him? Wu Jinpeng was very worried. He knew that Chen Ge often did dangerous things to search for his parents. Initially, I was worried, but I got used to it. Our boss has a habit of running at night, and once he does it, it will last the whole night. When I woke up this morning, I checked my phone, and the boss's footsteps started from 4 digits. Xiao Jiyu. Chen Ge's voice came from behind him, and it gave Xiao Jiyu a fright. Go and get your makeup done. Prepare to open for business. Pushing open the gate, Chen Ge entered the dressing room to help his employees with their makeup. Then, he personally taught Wu Jinpeng various scaring techniques and had some of the employees in his backpack return to their respective scenarios. It was not until 10 p.m. that Chen Ge could not take it anymore. He went out to grab something to eat and then returned to the staff break room to sleep. The ghost fetus mission lasted for 9 days, and he had entered several doors in a row. His body was getting tired. He slept until 3 p.m., and Chen Ge was woken up by his phone. He glanced at the caller ID and quickly answered it. Brother Jung, why are you looking for me? I need to trouble you to come over. Ying Tong has some things that he is only willing to tell you. The child suffers from a serious mental illness. I've been a police officer for many years, but this is the first time I've seen such a pitiful child. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Chen Ge carried his backpack and ran out of the haunted house. Under the shocked gaze of the visitors, he hailed a cab and rushed to the police station. Inside the large conference room at the police station, there were 4 people sitting there, and 2 of them were children. Ying Tong sat next to Chen Ge with his eyes closed. Li Jung and Zhen Zhen sat on the other side of the table. Chen Ge, Captain Yan has taken over this case. When he found out about Ying Tong, he was very angry. I rarely see him so angry. Li Jung opened the laptop on the table and took out the recorder. This time, I've asked you to come here because I want to clarify something. What is it? Li Jung sighed. How did you manage to deduce the murder case from Tong Tong's dream? Chen Ge, I hope you will not treat me as a police officer. Just treat me as a friend and tell me everything that you know. Quote. Ying Tong was the 7th child chosen by the ghost fetus. Zhen Zhen was a defective product created by the shadow, and that was why he was able to dream about him. But Chen Ge could not tell Li Jung about these things because the ghost fetus was too dangerous. The fewer people who knew about his existence, the better. I do not wish to pry into your secrets. I am just worried that there are other people who are suffering the same despair as Ying Tong. Li Jung looked at Chen Ge, hoping that Chen Ge would say something, but the conference room was eerily quiet. This stalemate lasted for 10 minutes before Li Jung spoke again. Actually, after we found out about the case of the Ying Chen brothers, we asked Tong Tong again to see if he had any other dreams. Or did he dream about someone else? Quote. Did he dream about someone else? Chen Ge was curious. The ghost fetus had chosen 9 children, and there was still one child who was still hiding in Zhujiang. Yes, he dreamt about it. Li Zheng's expression was strange. The person he dreamt about the most was you. The scenes he described were all about your childhood. We did not mean to investigate you. Before this, we wanted to help you find your parents, so we searched for some information about you. Quote. I don't get it. Tong Tong dreamt about me. Chen Ge knew that he was one of the 9 children chosen by the ghost fetus, but he did not think that the ghost fetus would possess him. The ghost fetus was a demon god, but Zhongya was not afraid of him. If the ghost fetus was with him, then Zhongya would have discovered it. Recently, Tong Tong's dreams have all been about you. He dreamt that you were killed in many different ways. Li Zheng imported the recording pen into the computer and played it before Chen Ge. Listening to Tong Tong describe such scary content in such a childish tone, Chen Ge's palms were soaked with sweat. Tong Tong dreamt about 9 ways to die. In other words, Chen Ge was killed 9 times in Tong Tong's dreams. No wonder he was so afraid of me the last time I saw him. Chen Ge did not answer Li Zheng's question but asked something else. Brother Zheng, other than me, did Tong Tong have any other dreams? There was one more child left. There were only 2 nights left until the ghost fetus woke up. No. Li Zheng shook his head. The conference room fell into silence again. Li Zheng looked at Chen Ge and frowned. When it came to other people's stories, Chen Ge would always be able to find the truth, but when it came to himself, the man did not say a word. If you really do not want to talk about it, it's fine, but I hope you can trust us. Don't shoulder everything on your own. Li Zheng poured a glass of water for Chen Ge. One last thing, I need to tell you. Ying Tong's psychotherapy needs your cooperation. The child only trusts you. Okay, no problem. Chen Ge agreed readily. He touched Ying Tong's head. By the way, Brother Zheng, if I want to adopt a child, what kind of procedure do I need to go through? Adopting a child is not something that can be decided on a whim. You'd better go back and think about it. Li Zheng was like a nagging big brother. Raising a child is easy, but educating them and healing their childhood wounds is a very difficult thing. Even a professional doctor would not be able to guarantee that. You have no idea how difficult that is. Difficulties can be overcome. Chen Ge counted on his fingers. Those who were close to him included Fan Yu, Zhang Ling, Ying Tong, and so on. Even though these children had been traumatized before, when they walked out from the shadows, they would definitely become very powerful people. Red specters existed because of the lingering spirit in their heart, but a human's life was limited. Chen Ge was worried that after he left, the haunted house's employees would be homeless, so he started to plan for the future. To be friends with so many red specters, a normal person would not be able to do it. Just the news alone would scare them to death. Of all the children that Chen Ge knew, Fan Yu was the most suitable person to take over Chen Ge's position. Be it the painter inside the door or Fan Yu outside the door, they were all to Chen Ge's liking. With Chen Ge's current condition, he could not adopt a child, at least not legally, but he could take care of the child on his behalf. Li Zheng did not understand that, but when he heard what Chen Ge had to say, he was touched. He thought that Chen Ge wanted to adopt a child because he pitied Chen Ge. He had no idea about the predicament that Chen Ge was facing. The ghost fetus mission gave Chen Ge a lot of pressure. He had almost been killed behind Ying Tong's door. If he had died behind the door, what would happen to the lingering spirits inside the haunted house? Honestly, Chen Ge did not have 100% confidence that he could complete the ghost fetus mission, and he could not guarantee that he would be able to survive. After chatting with Li Zheng for a while, Chen Ge prepared to leave. He was not in a good mood. There were only 2 nights left, but he still did not know anything about the last child. Chen Ge, wait a minute. Li Zheng suddenly spoke when Chen Ge was about to leave the room. He switched off the recorder and silently took out his phone. There is something that Captain Yan told me not to tell you, but I think it's best if I give you a reminder. He opened the phone, and there was a surveillance video on it. Last night, Ying Chen had returned to his residential area with a black bag. Not long after he entered the residential area, the surveillance at the corner of the street had captured a man wearing a trench coat. The man was wearing a black hat that covered his eyes and nose, revealing only a mouth that was always smiling. The non-smiler. Chen Ge recognized the man in the video. He did not expect the non-smiler to have found Ying Chen last night. Ni Xin's main doctor is still unconscious. According to the nurse on duty, they also saw the same strange man at the hospital that day. Li Jung put the phone away. Captain Yan seems to know some information about this man. After he found out about the appearance of this strange man, he offered to take over Ying Chen's case. He looked very worried. I asked him many times, and in the end, he was so annoyed by me that he told me to stay away from that person. Quote. Captain Yan seems to know a lot about non-smilers. Yes, it seems to be related to a case from a few years ago. When Captain Yan was young, he had once worked in Zhujiang. He had participated in the investigation of a child's murder case. The murderer of the case was already dead. Everyone thought that the case could be closed, but Captain Yan believed that the murderer was someone else. Unfortunately, he was too young at that time. He only knew right and wrong, not winning or losing. Later on, he was transferred to another place. But to everyone's surprise, Captain Yan rose through the ranks from that small place. Due to his outstanding ability, he was directly transferred to Shanghai. Li Jung respected Captain Yan a lot, and every word he said was dripping with admiration. Captain Yan was once a police officer in Shanghai. Not only that, never mind, it's hard to explain. All you need to know is that when Captain Yan was at the peak of his life, he did not walk the path that others had arranged for him. Instead, he returned to Zhujiang. He returned to reinvestigate that child's murder case. Chen Ge was curious. How many years ago was that case? About 20 years ago. 20 years ago. The non-smiler appeared in Zhujiang at that time. Chen Ge's interest in this case was piqued. He wanted to know the details, but Li Jung was unwilling to say anything more. In any case, you have to be careful. Those monsters who are always smiling appear to be following you. I will be careful. Chen Ge nodded. Take good care of Ying Tong and Zhen Zhen. The monster might make a move on these two children. Chen Ge was about to walk out of the conference room when Ying Tong, who had been sitting obediently on the chair, suddenly ran over. He searched for Chen Ge's voice and grabbed Chen Ge's shirt. Ying Tong, please cooperate with the doctor for now. I will come back to see you after I am done with my work. One of my things has been taken away by the police, can you help me look after it for a while? Ying Tong's voice was very pitiful. What is it? A doll made from clay, and it has my name written on it. When he heard what Ying Tong said, a light flashed across Chen Ge's eyes. He turned to look at Li Jung. Brother Jung, have you seen a clay doll like this before? Quote. Most of the twisted dolls inside Ying Tong's room have the human tissue of the victims left on them, and they were all handmade by Ying Chen. Through the appearance of the dolls, we can determine Ying Chen's psychological state. I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding. Can you bring us over to take a look? No matter what, Ying Tong and I can be considered witnesses. Quote. After asking for Captain Yan's permission, Li Jung led Chen Ge into the evidence room. They found the clay statuette that Ying Tong mentioned in the corner. Where did you find this clay statuette? Every child chosen by the ghost fetus would have a clay statuette like this. Chen Ge had looked for it at Ying Chen's house, but he had not found it. It was with Ying Tong. The child has been carrying the clay statuette with him. We believe the statuette has to be related to the case, Li Jung explained. He has been carrying it with him. No wonder I could not find it. What did you say? I think you are overthinking it. This doll is probably the child's spiritual sustenance, and there is nothing on it. Why don't we return it to the child? Perhaps it will be beneficial to Ying Tong's mental illness. The sound of a cat's meowing drifted into Chen Ge's ears. He used ghost ear to confirm that the sound came from inside the doll. That is not impossible. As long as Ying Tong is willing to cooperate, we can give him the clay statuette for safekeeping. The forensics and professional investigators had already inspected the statuette, but they did not find any clues. If that was the case, they might as well return it to Ying Tong and try to win his favor. Thank you. Chen Ge held the statuette. Brother Jung, do you mind giving me some alone time with Ying Tong? You sure are a troublemaker. I've realized that most people who come to the police station are eager to leave as soon as possible, but you refuse to leave. Do you really treat this place like your own home? Even though that was what he said, Li Jung still walked out of the room. This uncle has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He looks so strict, but he is actually a good person. Chen Ge held the statuette, and his eyes slowly narrowed. His voice lowered. Ying Tong, tell me the truth. Miss Dress, Mr. Wood, and Auntie Wu are all inside this statuette, right? When he saw the statuette, Chen Ge had already noticed that something was wrong. The statuette was surrounded by curses, and it kept tormenting the lingering spirits. After a long time, Ying Tong said, there is also Miss Red. Miss Red. Chen Ge nodded. You want the statuette back to protect them? Yes. Ying Tong, this statuette is like the room where you are imprisoned. Their souls are trapped inside it, and they are tortured every day. Are you willing to let them continue like that? Of course not. Then I will release all of them and help them fulfill their last wishes. Under Ying Tong's confused gaze, Chen Ge placed the statuette on his own shadow. The black threads that symbolized the curses started to snap. The temperature inside the evidence room dropped. 3 gusts of cold wind blew past Chen Ge's body and stopped beside Ying Tong. Using yin-yang vision, Chen Ge could see clearly that they were the cleaner, Auntie Wu, Mr. Wood, and Miss Dress. The scene before him was quite scary. The 3 of them had retained the appearance they had before they died. Looks like the ghost fetus, statuette has suppressed their 3 lingering spirits. While Chen Ge was thinking, a shrill cat meowed. As cracks started to appear on the statuette, a cat covered in blood tried to escape from the statuette, but its body was bound by endless cursed threads. The black blood from the statuette seeped into Chen Ge's shadow. The black threads that bound the cat all snapped. When she leapt out from the statuette, the wounded cat morphed into a thin woman in a red dress. Are you a cat? Or a human? Quote. The woman did not answer. She was still in shock. After she escaped from the statuette, she hid in the corner like a stray cat that was chased away for no reason. She seems to be different from all the other red specters that I've met. Chen Ge was about to talk to the woman when the statuette that was placed on his shadow suddenly shattered. When the last drop of black blood was absorbed by the shadow, an indescribably scary presence spread madly in all directions. Time seemed to have stopped for a second. When everyone in the room came back to their senses, everything had returned to normal. Zhangya has woken up. Chen Ge turned to look at his shadow. The light around his shadow twisted. Before this, he could still see something with his yin-yang vision, but now he could not see anything. The 3 lingering spirits in the room almost perished on the spot. The red specter who behaved like a cat was also given quite a fright. Don't be afraid. She is actually a very gentle woman. In the future, we will be a family. Chen Ge told the few lingering spirits about his and Ying Tong's experience behind the door. It did not take him long to convince them. The black phone vibrated like it had received a new message. After the discussion was over, Chen Ge took out the transparent tape that he usually prepared for the pen spirit from his backpack. He repaired the statuette and then summoned Miss Red and the rest back into the comic. He gave Ying Tong some instructions and then left the police station. Sitting in the taxi that took him back to the theme park, Chen Ge opened the black phone and clicked on the new message. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored. Congratulations for gaining Miss Red's affection. Miss Red, unknown Red Spectre, she has no name. Everyone who knows her calls her Miss Red. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored. Congratulations on obtaining 3 cursed remnant thoughts. Quote. Mr. Wood, lingering spirit, in the eyes of others, he was dull and boring, but after he found out the truth, he stepped forward without hesitation. Because he was worried about the poor child, his lingering spirit refused to go away. In the end, he was trapped inside the statuette by the ghost fetus, curse. Miss Dress, lingering spirit, cheerful, innocent, and straightforward. She would be the center of attention no matter where she went, but she chose to face the truth. Because she cared about the poor child, her lingering spirit gathered, and she was trapped inside the statuette by the ghost fetus, curse. Auntie Wu, baleful specter, she, who was so calculated for the sake of daily necessities, did not expect that one day, she would become a hero. She almost saved Ying Tong, and that angered Ying Chen. Of all the victims, her fate was the worst, and her resentment was the deepest. After her death, she was trapped inside the statuette by the ghost fetus, curse. After the ghost fetus, mission is over, 9 scenarios will be opened at once. By then, I will not have enough employees. They sure came at the right time. Chen Ge put the black phone away and closed his eyes to rest inside the taxi. Returning to New Century Park, Chen Ge crawled into the staff break room. In 2 more nights, the ghost fetus will be born. I have confirmed 7 children. Of the remaining 2, 1 is me, and there is no clue about the other. Chen Ge sat on the chair and twirled the ballpoint pen that was wrapped in cellophane tape. Should I use the pen spirit to make a prediction? He tried to ask the pen spirit for the name of the 9th child, but the pen spirit only touched a dot on the paper before it died. Its body was almost transparent, like it was about to disappear. Aren't you a bit too weak? Since the first time we met, how many questions have I asked you? Tell me, which question did you answer properly? Quote. Chen Ge was afraid that the pen spirit would feel wronged, so he did not dare answer. After putting the ballpoint pen away, he started to worry again. The hint given by the black phone about the ghost fetus, mission is that I am only 1 step away from the truth. Is it hinting to me that the door at the haunted house is where the ghost fetus is hiding? Shaking his head, Chen Ge still could not make up his mind. For some reason, he did not want to face the door inside the haunted house's toilet. Should I enter my own door at midnight tonight? Once this idea appeared, Chen Ge quickly chased it out of his mind. I'd better play it safe. After all, there are no clues for now. Why don't I go to Coffin Village tonight and discuss this with the woman in the well? If the non-smiler can come with me, it'll be even better. This is the best place to build friendship and resolve misunderstandings. Quote. If Chen Ge had found 8 children, he would definitely enter his own haunted house to investigate, but the key was that there was still 1 child that he had not found. The chance that the ghost fetus was hiding in that child was very high. Every child represents 1 thing, a face, love, and a heart. What else does the ghost fetus need? After the sky turned dark, Chen Ge packed his backpack and rushed to Zhujiang's children's home with all his employees. Coffin Village appeared like it could only be found by those who had once lived there, so Chen Ge found a way to borrow Zhang Ling's big sister to enter the mountain. After walking in the mountain for 3 hours, the scenery before Chen Ge's eyes finally started to change. White lanterns hung high in the dark mountain. The wisps flickered, lighting up rows of old houses. When I was here last time, I was so spooked by this scene. Chen Ge and Zhang Ling's big sister stood together. Behind them followed Xu Yin, Xiao Biyu, foul odor, and other red specters. Arriving at Coffin Village again, Chen Ge was excited. Last time, he had only taken away a small portion of the ghosts, and most of them had escaped. Coffin Village was different from other scenarios. Most of the ghosts here were related to the folklore, and they were very unique. My completion rate for the trial mission in Coffin Village is very low. I only took a look at the door before leaving. I didn't explore it too deeply. Perhaps the door hides the secret of the well ghost. The well ghost had existed for a long time. She was very mysterious and knew many secrets. She seemed to have entered the deeper part of the Red City through the blood door. The night breeze blew, but Chen Ge did not feel creepy, he only felt refreshed. With Zhang Ling's sister leading the way, Chen Ge once again entered Coffin Village. He dragged Dr. Skullcracker's hammer and held the comic in his hand. Like a worker in charge of a census, he went from house to check. Every family in Coffin Village had a coffin in the main hall to worship their ancestors. There was nothing wrong with that, but due to the existence of the ghost from the well, these traditions had been twisted. Combined with the influence of the door, it led to the appearance of this unique scenario in Coffin Village. The people living in the big city would not expect such a paradise to exist in the middle of nowhere. It has been so long, but Coffin Village hasn't changed at all. Revisiting this place, Chen Ge sighed. Looking at the rewards that he had gained in the comic, he was quite satisfied. From the front of the village to the center, the white lanterns on the front door swayed anxiously. More and more shadows appeared at the small square in the middle of the village. The villagers gathered together, but they did not seem to be welcoming Chen Ge. All of them had dark expressions on their faces. History was strikingly similar. When Chen Ge first entered Coffin Village, something similar had happened, but it was not him and the villagers who were fighting at the square. A few of them looked quite familiar. Chen Ge and Zhang Ling's sister took a step forward. Don't act like you don't dare to speak up. There is no deep hatred between us. The last time I came here, I was chased by all of you. When Chen Ge spoke, the red specters surrounded him to protect him. The villagers became a lot more obedient, looking like they were simple and honest. The door of the house on the other side of the village was pushed open, and a woman wearing various accessories walked out. Her surname was Zhu, and she was one of the people that the ghost trusted the most. Normally, she was the one who managed the village. Hello, we meet again. Chen Ge and the employees turned to look at Ms. Zhu. She had a troubled expression on her face, but in the end, she squeezed out a smile. Chen Ge, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? The woman surnamed Zhu braced herself and said. Zhang Ling is fine, don't worry. Chen Ge chatted with Zhang Ling for a while before slowly revealing his real purpose. Actually, I'm here today to discuss something with the red specters from your village. Don't worry, it's just to discuss something. The villagers huddled together, and Ms. Zhu's brows were deeply furrowed. Those who did not know the inside story would think this was some unscrupulous developer who wanted to demolish the ancestral home and take over the land. Looking at the red specters behind Chen Ge, the woman surnamed Zhu hesitated before telling the truth. Ever since she appeared last time, she hasn't come out from behind the door again. The ghost baby has been taken away. There were 2 red specters in Coffin Village. The ghost from the well was immeasurably powerful, but she was heavily injured when she tried to reincarnate. The ghost baby was not that powerful, only slightly stronger than Meng Nan. Looks like she might have run into some trouble behind the door. Chen Ge thought about it. There's no other choice. It's going to be midnight soon. If she can't come out, we can only go behind the door to look for her. If not for the fact that he had been busy, Chen Ge would have gone back to Coffin Village to take a look. That's not a good idea, is it? For the villagers of Coffin Village, the woman from the well was the village's god. Just like how the ancient people worshipped the river god, they often held rituals, and the door was the place where the god lived. There's nothing wrong with that. Once we've made things clear, there won't be any more misunderstandings. Chen Ge remembered the location of the door. He had a good memory. After getting the permission from Ms. Zhu, Chen Ge carried his backpack and followed his employees to the well ghost's home and found the door. When midnight arrived, with the help of a few red specters, he pushed the door open and entered. A thick blood fog covered his whole body. Chen Ge's pupils narrowed, and he soon noticed that something was wrong. How is this possible? Coffin Village behind the door had been leveled. There were scary claw marks everywhere, and there were marks left behind by countless chains. Coffin Village behind the door has been destroyed. Chen Ge could not believe his eyes. He had the red specters stand guard beside him and be on high alert. Blood vessels and curses have soaked the ground. Just standing here makes one feel very uneasy. Chen Ge studied the place for a long time. His eyes moved between the chains, the lingering curses, and the blood vessels. Is this Dr. Gao's doing? I saw him once in Liwan City. At the time, he was hugging his wife's head, and his whole body was bound by black chains. Quote. When Dr. Gao was in Liwan City, he was already a top red specter. He had shared the shadow's heart with Zhang Ya, so perhaps he had become a demon god like Zhang Ya. The Society of Strange Tales did come to Coffin Village before, but due to my interference, they failed. The more Chen Ge thought about it, the more he believed that the killer was Dr. Gao, but he could not understand why Dr. Gao, who was already a top red specter, would come to Coffin Village. Could it be that the woman in the well really has mastered the method to revive the dead? Be it when he was alive or after he died, Dr. Gao wanted to revive his wife. That was his biggest obsession, and he would do anything for this obsession. Quote. Human nature was complicated, but sometimes, it could be simple. Dr. Gao was the best example. He was the best psychologist in Zhujiang and also the scariest madman in Zhujiang. Standing on top of the ruins, Chen Ge's expression kept changing. When I was doing the mission at Coffin Village, I ran into the people from the Society of Strange Tales. One of them was Wu Fei, and the other should be Dr. Gao, who was carrying his wife's body. At the time, Dr. Gao was fighting outside, and after Wu Fei entered the door, this arrangement did not seem wrong. It made perfect sense. If the suspect was not Dr. Gao, Chen Ge would not have wasted his brain thinking about it. Could it be that Dr. Gao predicted this would happen to him? Has he been preparing to become a red specter since a long time ago? After Wu Fei was brought into Coffin Village by the woman in the well, he became the key for the woman to understand the Society of Strange Tales, but he also became the key for Dr. Gao to confirm the location behind the door of Coffin Village. The more Chen Ge thought about it, the more afraid he became. That's right. Before Dr. Gao committed suicide, he purposely ran into the door at my haunted house and carved the picture of the devil on the door. That can be considered as a set of coordinates that he left behind. Quote, "The plan started when he was alive, and he carried it out after he died. This is a plan that spans the whole city and transcends life and death." Goosebumps rose on Chen Ge's neck. What is Dr. Gao up to? How many secrets does he know? Quote, "This former leader of the Society of Strange Tales made Chen Ge nervous. If this was someone else, perhaps Chen Ge would try to capture them and use various methods to force them to reveal the truth, but that would not work on Dr. Gao. However, this method would not work on Dr. Gao. In fact, even after he found out about Dr. Gao's real identity, he did not dare to think too deeply about Dr. Gao's words because the latter might unknowingly reverse brainwash him. For people like Dr. Gao who were smarter than him, Chen Ge's plan was to ignore them. If he could capture them, he would have Zhongya consume them. If Dr. Gao has recovered his rationality, the situation will become even more complicated. Chen Ge knew that he was very close to the truth, but it was at a time like this that he had to be more careful. All the secrets are intertwined, and everyone has their own obsession. Some will win, and some will lose. Together with his employees, he searched Coffin Village behind the door. Chen Ge did not find anything related to the well woman or the ghost baby. Coffin Village was about to be assimilated by the blood fog, like the memory that created this scenario was slowly disappearing. Thankfully, the door to Coffin Village was about to collapse, and Chen Ge's group could easily return the way they came. The woman in the well might have been to that red city, and Dr. Gao might have been there as well. They must know something. Before coming to Coffin Village, no one expected something like this to happen. After the fruitless search, Chen Ge left the world behind the door with the help of many red specters. The Zhu woman stood outside the door. From her perspective, Chen Ge had only gone in for a while. Did you see her? Chen Ge naturally knew who the Zhu woman was talking about. He closed the door and made sure the villagers outside could not hear him before he said, "I'll tell you a very unfortunate news. Coffin Village behind the door has been leveled, and there are curses and bloodstains everywhere. I did not find the woman." You didn't find her. The Zhu woman's expression shifted. Don't worry. She might have gone somewhere else, but you'd better not tell anyone about this. Chen Ge sighed. Since I couldn't find her, I have some questions that I can only ask you. Ask away. I'll tell you everything I know. After knowing that the well woman was not behind the door, the Zhu woman's attitude became better. The woman had a hard life when she was alive, and she could not find peace after her death. Therefore, she has been trying to reincarnate. As the person who knows her the most in the village, do you know what she has done for her reincarnation? Chen Ge was curious himself. I don't know the details, but I heard from my great-grandmother that as long as I prepare a coffin to bury her past and a new body, she will not trouble me. A coffin to bury the past. A new body. Quote, yes, that coffin will bury all the memories and misfortunes. After the coffin is buried, you will lose everything. In other words, from that moment onward, you will no longer be yourself. The Zhu woman thought back to what her great-grandmother had once said. The body that holds new life refers to newborns. I don't know the specifics, but I do know that every 10 years, the village will choose a girl with no defects and place her in this room. Place the girl inside the room where the door is. You let a baby be alone with a red specter. Quote, she is as gentle as a mother before the baby, but before other people. The Zhu woman glanced at the door inside the room and did not dare continue. I think I get it now. For the well woman, there are two conditions for her to reincarnate. First, she has to bury her past completely, and second, she has to have a suitable body. Chen Ge stood inside the room. Everything that had happened in Liwan City had finally connected. The so-called various that I've heard in eastern Zhejiang is about planting a soul into another child's heart. The cases in eastern Zhejiang should be the ghost fetus experiments. For the ghost fetus, the body that welcomed him was one of the 9 children that he had chosen. The well woman could only be chosen from Coffin village, so she had failed, but the ghost fetus had chosen the whole of Zhejiang, so he might succeed. With regards to the coffin that buried the past, this hint reminded Chen Ge of something that had happened in eastern Zhejiang. When he was doing the mission related to various at eastern Zhejiang Dam, he had discovered a floating coffin at the bottom of the dam. Inside the coffin were many mannequins with names carved on them. At the time, the water ghost that he was looking for was inside the coffin. See chapter 591 and chapter 592 for details. The scariest thing was that there was a large hole under the coffin. It was unclear where it led to, but Chen Ge remembered very clearly that Xu Yin had been urging him to leave. The past of the ghost fetus is buried inside the coffin. Chen Ge did not think that a coffin was enough to bury a demon god's past. He believed that the ghost fetus past was probably buried inside the hole at the bottom of the river. That is a very important piece of information. Chen Ge asked the Zhu woman some more questions and then left Coffin village with Zhang Ling's sister. Excluding tonight, he only had 1 night left, so he needed to hurry to eastern Zhejiang Dam to take a look. Crossing the mountains, when Chen Ge returned to Zhejiang, it was already dawn. He hurried to eastern Zhejiang Dam. The place was very deserted, and no taxi was willing to go there. The journey took up some more time. It was not until 7 a.m. that Chen Ge finally reached his destination. When he got out of the taxi, his body was about to collapse from exhaustion. The ghost fetus mission had lasted for 9 nights. In these 9 days, Chen Ge had entered several doors. This kind of exhaustion was not only physical but also mental. With the river breeze blowing, Chen Ge carried his backpack and walked toward the dam. The air here was very fresh. The only drawback was that it was very deserted. Based on his memory, Chen Ge found the manager's room. He was about to knock on the door when he saw a mother carrying a child over the dam's railing. The mother held her child's hand and looked at the dark water quietly. What are they doing? Chen Ge was worried that they might do something rash, so he ran over. Calm down. Chen Ge silently made his way to the dam. He slowly approached the mother and son, and when he was about 5 meters away from them, he called out to them. At this distance, even if the mother did anything rash, he would have enough time to save her. Hearing Chen Ge's voice, the mother turned to look behind her with surprise. She did not expect someone to come so early in the morning. Can we have a little chat? Chen Ge reached out his hand. He stopped where he was and maintained a suitable distance. That way, he would not give the mother too much pressure. After experiencing so many things, Chen Ge was no different from a professional suicide intervener. Don't tell me you've misunderstood something. The woman smiled. She held the boy's hand and wanted to return to the dam, but the boy refused. He whimpered and resisted with all his might. The woman's tone and demeanor were very normal. She did not sound like someone who had been forced into a corner by life. Sighing in relief, Chen Ge slowly walked toward the mother and son. How could you climb over the railing with a child? It's too dangerous. What if you slip and fall? This dam is very deep, and I hear there are fish that are almost 2 meters long living inside. Quote. I'm so sorry, I'll be more careful in the future. The woman held the boy's hand and used her body to shield the boy from Chen Ge's view of the boy's face. Don't get too close to the water, especially a child. Chen Ge knew there were water ghosts inside eastern Zhejiang Dam. The boy stood at the edge of the dam and kept reaching out to touch the water. If the water ghost appeared now, the consequences would be unimaginable. After much effort, the woman finally dragged the boy behind the railing. The boy did not appear to know how to speak. His throat was making muffled noises, and his hands gripped the railing. He kept making a fuss. He seems to like the water. Chen Ge felt that something was off. It's not that he likes the water. He just likes to come to eastern Zhejiang Dam to play. I don't know why, but if he doesn't come to Eastern Zhejiang Dam at least once a day, he will make a fuss for the whole day. Your child. Chen Ge's gaze skipped over the woman and looked at the child she was protecting behind her. The child had a very cute face, but perhaps because he often cried, his eyes were especially red and bloodshot, not as clear as other children's eyes. I will be more careful in the future. The woman did not answer Chen Ge's question. She did not want to discuss her child with others. Holding the boy's hand, the woman gently said to the child, "It's time to go." There was a hint of heartache and concern in her voice. It was obvious that she loved this child very much, even if this child was different from other children. I've heard some things from the dam manager, but I don't know if it's true or not. Chen Ge said softly. He told me that there are water ghosts in the reservoir and a sunken coffin. Some children saw black grass floating by the water and went to check it out curiously. In fact, the grass was the hair of the water ghost. When the children got close to the water, they were dragged down by the water ghost and locked in the coffin. As Chen Ge spoke, he kept an eye on the child. He did not notice any abnormal reaction from the boy. You still believe in these things? The manager probably wanted to warn the children who came to the dam not to swim in the water. The woman did not believe in these ghost stories. I have some pictures with me. Chen Ge took out his phone. He found the pictures of the police retrieving the dead bodies from the dam and the pictures of the mannequins that were taken out from the coffin. The morning sun slowly rose, and the light fog above the dam dissipated. The scenery was beautiful, but the people on the dam were not in the mood to appreciate it. Chen Ge held his phone and showed them the pictures that he had saved. From other people's perspective, Chen Ge was a strange person. He stopped a mother and son early in the morning, told them scary stories, and showed them scary pictures. A normal person's reaction would have been to say something and then find an excuse to leave, but the mother was different. She kept rebuking Chen Ge in front of her child. Even though she had seen the pictures, the woman still did not believe in any ghost stories, and she kept insisting to Chen Ge that all the ghost stories were lies. Initially, Chen Ge did not mind it, but he slowly felt that something was wrong. The woman did not seem like she was trying to convince Chen Ge but more like she was trying to convince herself again and again. Could she know something? But she refused to believe it. Chen Ge had a good impression of this woman. After experiencing the ghost fetus mission, he now respected parents who were good to their children. Just as Chen Ge and the woman were trying to convince each other, the boy started to cry for no reason. He grabbed the railing and shook it hard, trying to get closer to the water. Did your child encounter something here? Chen Ge turned his attention to the boy. He felt like he would not be able to get any information from the adult. No, the boy has been like this since he was very young. He can only calm down here, and I have no idea why. Once the woman mentioned her child, her voice would soften. It was clear that she did not want to hurt her child, and she did not want outsiders to think that her child was different from other children. I once worked at a children's home, and I saw a child like him, but the place the child wanted to go to was a haunted house. Chen Ge walked to the boy's side and squatted down before him. He followed the boy's gaze and looked down. Are you looking for something? Is there something underwater that bothers you? Quote. The woman did not want Chen Ge to talk to her child. She pulled her child behind her, but the boy refused to let go of the railing, crying and making a fuss. However, the woman had probably gotten used to this. No matter how hard the boy cried, she did not get angry, but the worry at the bottom of her eyes could not be hidden anymore. Can you tell me your name? Chen Ge had always thought that he was popular with children, but the boy before him had completely ignored him and kept crying. I have toys here. Do you want to play with them? Chen Ge opened his backpack to take a look and then silently closed it. I'm sorry, but we've been out long enough. It's time to go back. The woman picked up the crying boy and tried to take him away. Chen Ge continued to look at the water and asked probingly, are you looking for your past? Seeing that the woman was going to take the boy away, Chen Ge stood up and added, are you looking for the ghost fetus, past? He was just testing the boy. He felt that there was something strange about the boy, that was all. But to his surprise, when he mentioned the ghost fetus, the boy stopped crying. It was very sudden. Even the child's mother did not expect this. The wind blew through the dam, and the boy's eyes moved to Chen Ge for the first time. It appeared like the term ghost fetus had a special meaning for him. Sir, what did you say earlier? The woman stopped moving and turned to look at Chen Ge. It's nothing. Chen Ge's expression was serious, and he gave off a very scary feeling. It was like a patient who had gone to the hospital because he suspected that he had a terminal illness. After the examination, the doctor held the patient's report and refused to say anything. That was how the woman felt. The more Chen Ge refused to say, the more curious she became because this had never happened before. Fine, it's fine if you don't want to tell me. After a long silence, the woman bowed at Chen Ge. She was about to leave when Chen Ge's voice suddenly came from behind her. Are you willing to believe me? Stopping again, the woman's expression was rather helpless. What are you trying to say? Can you stop beating around the bush? Quote. Your child might not be your child. When Chen Ge said that, the woman was obviously angered. She ignored Chen Ge and turned to leave. I know what I said will make you uncomfortable, but I don't want to lie to you. There seems to be another person living inside your child's body. Initially, Chen Ge just wanted to give it a try. He did not expect that after he mentioned the ghost fetus, the boy would have such a reaction. This meant that there was a memory related to these two words deep inside the boy's mind. In other words, Chen Ge had a feeling that he had found the last child chosen by the ghost fetus. Assuming his earlier speculation was not wrong, the ghost fetus had buried his past inside the cave at the bottom of the dam, and the boy would subconsciously come here every day. Obviously, he was attracted by the memory and wanted to search for his past. The chance of the ghost fetus being inside him was very high. Of all the chosen children, only this boy was attracted by the ghost fetus, memory. Of course, this was all Chen Ge's own speculation. He could not rule out the possibility that the ghost fetus had set this up. I know my child is different from other children, but I think you have crossed the line by saying that. The woman hugged the boy, and there was a trace of tiredness in her eyes. It was as if she had explained this to many people before, but now she was too tired to explain anymore. Calm down, I have no intention of harming you or your child. Honestly, I have a lot of experience when it comes to saving children. Who are you? Have you seen us mother and son here before? Quote. I know it is pointless to say anything more, but I hope you can trust me this once. Chen Ge opened his phone and clicked open the previous news on Zhujiang's local legal channel. This is an article about me. I mean you and your child no harm. It was difficult to gain the trust of a stranger, but Chen Ge had an advantage, and that was his reputation in Zhujiang's law enforcement system. With the legal channel's guarantee, most people were willing to trust Chen Ge. The woman's attitude softened a little. She looked at the articles one by one and suspected that they were all fake. She took out her phone to search online and found Chen Ge's real job, the boss of a haunted house. This made things even more interesting. I didn't lie to you, did I? You are quite famous. The woman looked gentle on the surface, but after spending some time with her, Chen Ge realized that the gentleness was just her camouflage. This woman was not willing to trust others. She appeared to have been relying on herself. Now, we can have a good talk. Chen Ge turned to the boy. When did he become like this? I don't know when it started. Perhaps he was born different. I don't think it's his fault. It's probably because we haven't learned how to accept him. The child was the softest spot in the woman's heart. It was the spot that made her strong, but it was also the spot that worried her the most. The doctor said that my child is autistic and suggested early treatment, but I feel, oh well, the doctor should be right. I'm just overthinking things. The woman was hiding something. She was still unwilling to say it, and Chen Ge did not force her. Can you bring me to the place where the child usually lives? Chen Ge wanted to go to the girl's home to see if he could find any clues, but it was not polite to say that directly, so he used a more roundabout way of saying it. That's not a problem, but I need to go to work. How about we meet at noon? The woman handed Chen Ge a name card. Then, unwilling to waste any more time, she left in a hurry. A real estate agent. Chen Ge glanced at the name card and placed it inside his backpack. New Century Park is about to open. It's not practical for me to enter the dam alone. He carried the backpack and found a spot that was away from the sun. He flipped through the comic and summoned Shu Yin. Xiao Bi Yu, Meng Nan, and the water ghost. I have a favor to ask of you. Chen Ge stared at the water ghost. In a bit, bring the 3 red specters with you into the dam. I need you to find a coffin. There is a big hole under the coffin. Go into the hole to look around and see if there is anything hidden inside. I can go alone. There's no need to trouble them. The water ghost's attitude was good, completely different from when he first met Chen Ge. Don't think that I'm asking them to follow you because I'm worried that you might run away. I want them to protect you. The hole is very dangerous, so don't let your guard down. Chen Ge sent them into the dam and then stood next to it to wait. Half an hour passed, and the red specters still did not return. Has there been an accident? That's impossible. With Xiao Bi Yu around, even if we run into a top red specter, we should be able to escape unscathed. Quote. After waiting for a long time, just as Chen Ge was about to have the other red specters explore the hole, the smell of blood thickened in the air, and the few red specters silently appeared beside Chen Ge. Did you find anything? Seeing how pale the water ghost's face was, Chen Ge had a bad feeling in his heart. The hole seems to be connected to a few other rivers in Zhujiang. There are many forks in the road, and we've been walking for a long time, but we still haven't reached the end. Meng Nan was the first to speak. And there seems to be something very scary inside the hole. Even Xiao Bi Yu feels threatened by it. Even Xiao Bi Yu feels threatened by it. That is not something a normal red specter can do. Quote. The thing giving off that scary presence does not appear to be a red specter. The water ghost's face was pale. Initially, he had wanted to find a chance to escape, but once he entered the hole, he became obedient and followed closely behind Xiao Bi Yu. Then, what do you think it could be? I'm not sure, but it shouldn't be a ghost or a lingering spirit. By the way, we also found these inside the hole. The water ghost took out 2 crude hand-carved statues, one male and one female. The names of Chen Ge's parents were vaguely carved on them. Where did you find them in the hole? There were statues of the 2 of them everywhere in the cave, but all of them were broken. It was as if someone had deliberately smashed them after they were carved. We searched for a long time before we found 2 that were still relatively intact. Chen Ge looked at the names of his parents on the statues and was silent. No one knew what he was thinking. The sun rose, and Chen Ge summoned all the red specters back into the comic. He held the 2 statues and stood next to the dam. I heard the shadow say something before. When the ghost fetus is born, he might use the whole city as his mother. The water was so deep that one could not see the bottom. No one knew what kind of scary things were hiding under the clear surface. The ghost fetus probably wishes to have his own parents. Putting away the 2 statues, Chen Ge turned to leave. All the shadow's changes started after he entered the world behind the door. The door inside haunted house changed him completely. After the ghost fetus mission is over, I'll push open the door to take a look. Quote. He hailed a cab to return to New Century Park. Chen Ge helped his employees do their makeup, and then he entered the staff break room to sleep. He had to conserve his energy, because tonight was the last night. When the sun rose again, the person who opened his eyes to see the sun might not be himself anymore. Haunted house was on the right track. He did not need to worry about it anymore. The employees had gotten used to the life there. Their lives had been extended in a different form. At 1 p.m., Chen Ge was woken up by the alarm. He grabbed his backpack and left the staff break room in a hurry. Following the address on the name card, he arrived at the old city. After so many twists and turns, I'm back here. The old city was huge, and Chen Ge had only been to a small part of it. He held the name card and asked around. Finally, he found the woman's workplace next to a very old residential area. Zhuhong Housing Agency. The words on the sign were missing, and the glass door was left open like there was some kind of malfunction. It could not be closed properly. The electric pole that faced the door was covered with many advertisements. There were those for marriage, those for skin diseases, and missing persons. Several bicycles were parked messily next to the electric pole, and one of them had a punctured tire. The tiles at the door were neat, but other than the part at the door, the tiles on both sides were cracked. When one stepped on them, black dirty water would leak out from the cracks. As Zhujiang continued to develop, Many places in the old city had been renovated, but this place was obviously an exception. Chen Ge took the name card and looked into the room. An old man was sighing on the old wooden sofa. He was holding a muddy cup of tea in his hand. There seemed to be someone arguing in the room. It was so loud that even Chen Ge could hear it clearly from the doorway. "Big sister, the place you recommended to me is really not suitable for me. No matter what, you have to return it today." "Yeah, it's not like we're being unreasonable. The problem is, who would dare to live in such a house? Check out. Don't look for excuses. It hasn't been easy for us either. If you insist on not retreating, then we'll come here every day to cause trouble." Quote. A few people gathered around the service desk. The crowd was agitated. They seemed to have been cheated by the real estate agent. "Sir, what are they arguing about?" Chen Ge walked into the house quietly. He did not inform the staff and sat beside the old man as if he was very familiar with him. "Are you also here to rent?" "Yes. Why else would I come here?" Chen Ge turned to look at the service desk with curiosity. The boy's mother had a bitter expression on her face as she kept explaining something to the people around her. "Do not come here to rent a house. You'd better leave now," the old man whispered to remind Chen Ge. "Why?" Chen Ge asked casually. "Don't be greedy. Even though the rent here is the cheapest around here, but," the old man scratched his head and squeezed out 4 words. "It's a long story. Don't tell me half of it. You're making me more and more curious. The main reason is that I don't know how to explain it. In any case, his house is very strange. Many things happened to it. In the past, there was a rumor that his family ran a haunted house business." The wrinkles on the old man's face squeezed together. "You know about haunted houses, right? Their boss rented out houses where people died at a low price and did not tell the tenants about it. Coincidentally, the tenant was a ghost story lover. He searched for real ghost stories on the internet every day, and one night, he came across a report on the internet, and the picture used in the report was his home." Quote. That was so exciting. Chen Ge realized that the old man was quite interesting. He even knew about real ghost stories. It was more than exciting. He was almost scared to death. The bed that he slept in had a dead body lying on it, and the pool that he usually bathed in had been soaked in a dead person's body. Who would be able to take that? The old man sighed, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. Then, did the landlord let him return the room? If he did, then he wouldn't have been exposed. The landlord refused to give him a refund. He only promised to move the tenant to another room. The tenant was here to work, and he did not have much money on him, so he agreed. Then, the worst happened. The old man put down the cup. He started moving in the afternoon, and it was not until night fell that he arrived at his new home. When he arrived, he started to search online to see if there were any murders related to his new home, and the result. Chen Ge was curious. He had a feeling that the tenant would not be that lucky. The previous room was a homicide, and this room was a suicide. When the wall was peeled back, there was hair hidden inside. The old man found it hard to continue. This is too much. Is the landlord purposely trying to scam the tenant? Chen Ge put down his backpack and leaned against the back of the sofa. He changed into a more comfortable position. Then, did the landlord move the tenant to another room? The tenant was scammed twice, so of course he wouldn't dare stay here anymore. He would definitely ask for a refund and leave. This time, the landlord will give him a refund, right? Do you see the tall man at the innermost part of the room? If the landlord had promised to give him a refund, he wouldn't have come here to cause trouble. The old man smiled bitterly. So, it's him. Chen Ge used his yin-yang vision to study the man. The man had dark circles around his eyes. Even though he looked tall, he was lacking in yin energy, and his yang energy was weak. He was not the only one who was scammed. The landlord refused to give a refund, so everyone had to band together to demand an explanation. In the end, the landlord refused to show up, and the black-hearted boss of the agency went into hiding, leaving only the receptionist on duty every day. The old man sighed. We've been here many times already, but they just won't give us a solution. Every day, I return to my own home in fear. I think you can call the police or contact the local reporters. This is indeed the agency's fault. We've tried everything we can, but there's nothing we can do because each of us has a different reason for checking out. Even though we all know that we're not lying, the people outside don't think so. The old man's words triggered Chen Ge's curiosity again. Each of you has a different reason for checking out. Yes, for example, me. I can be considered the oldest tenant here. I can hear the bell every night at 12:00. I've been used to it for so many years. But recently, I realized that all the tenants around me can't hear the bell. I'm the only one who can hear the bell. The old man sighed helplessly. If we didn't know about this, we would have stayed here, but now that we know, who would dare to stay here? Furthermore, no one will believe this reason. They'll think that I've gone senile. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Quote. The old man stared at the cup of murky tea. It's not easy to find a place to stay, but there's no helping it. The number of tenants around here is decreasing, and it's getting scarier when I go home at night. As Chen Ge chatted with the old man, the people at the service counter started to argue. The boy's mother kept apologizing. She was used as a shield by the boss. Sir, then why did they want to check out of their rooms? It can't be that everyone's place is haunted, right? Quote. Only the tall man's place is haunted. The other people's reasons are similar to mine, the old man said softly. The old man said in a low voice, the couple who quarreled the most fiercely are new here. They live on the 4th floor. Young people like to stay up late and always sleep very late. One day, when they were playing a game, the man heard the window creak. He thought the window was not closed properly, so he ran over to take a look. Then he saw a shadow waving at him from the 4th floor of the opposite building. It seemed to be inviting him over. Quote. Shadow. What happened next? Quote. He liked to play games. At the time, he did not pay much attention to it, but now that he thought about it, it was quite scary. The next day, he volunteered to stay by the window. At 2 a.m., he saw the shadow waving at him from the 4th floor, asking him to go over. The old man had a talent for storytelling. The cadence of his voice was able to draw Chen Ge into the story. Did he go over? Who would dare go at night? He waited until noon the next day before he went over, but the people at the building told him that the room was empty. It had been vacant for a long time. The old man lowered his voice. Do you think that's the end of it? The night he returned, he stayed by the window again. There was no one waving at him from the opposite building, but the glass window at his home kept creaking in the middle of the night. It sounded like someone was crawling outside the building, trying to pry open his window. Quote. What the f***ck, that's so scary. Chen Ge held his heart. Could it be a psychological effect? Who can say for sure? The key thing is, we are not the only ones who have encountered strange things. The old man pointed at a student who was filling out a document to the left of the counter. That student kept hearing a woman whispering to him upstairs, like she was whispering something. He thought that the soundproofing on the floor was bad, so he did not pay much attention to it. After a week, his upstairs neighbor came down to warn him not to talk to anyone in the middle of the night. It was then that he realized that the woman's voice did not come from upstairs, but probably from somewhere inside his home. Quote. That might not be the case. Both upstairs and downstairs can hear it so clearly. Perhaps the woman is hiding in the middle of the floor, hiding a body inside the wall. Chen Ge analyzed the situation out of habit. Now that you put it that way, the old man's expression shifted. That's possible. I was just saying, don't take it to heart. Then how can I not take it to heart? The old man stood up and walked toward the counter. His determination to check out became stronger. To share the pressure with the boy's mother, Chen Ge also hurried over. Everyone, please calm down. I will help you solve your problem. To be honest, the boy's mother did not have a good impression of Chen Ge at first, but when she was surrounded by a group of people, Chen Ge had stepped forward to save her, and that had changed her view of Chen Ge. Who are you? This was the first time that many of the tenants had met Chen Ge. They were angry, and the anger in their hearts was directed at Chen Ge. Who I am is not important. The important thing is that I can help you solve your problem. Chen Ge carried his backpack and stood before the crowd. Can you give me one night? There's no point in you making a scene like this. Why don't you trust me this once? Quote. The few tenants were also conned by the black-hearted boss. They did not trust Chen Ge at all. This is ridiculous. Why should we trust you? You keep dragging it out, and you come up with all kinds of excuses and excuses. In any case, you just don't want to help us solve our problem. If I can't solve your problem tonight, I will rent all of your rooms. I will pay for the deposit that the agent keeps, and I will refund the rent that the landlord refuses to refund. If you still don't believe me, we can sign the contract now. It will be written in black and white, and whoever breaks the contract will have to pay 10 times the compensation. After Chen Ge said that, the whole room became quiet, and all the tenants who were checking out turned to look at him. Are you sure? Of course, but before you leave, you have to tell me everything you've experienced while renting the house, word for word. This was a business that did not cost Chen Ge anything. Not only would he be able to recruit potential employees, he would also be able to help desperate tenants, and he would be able to obtain the most direct and accurate information. Line up, one by one. The old man wanted to persuade Chen Ge to calm down, but seeing how excited the tenants were, he shook his head and did not say anything. The experience of the students and the couple was similar to the old man's description. The main focus was the tall tenant. He was in a very bad mental state. 2 bad renting experiences had drained him. Both of the places that I rented were haunted. The landlord and the agent worked together to lie to us. If they refused to refund the rent, I plan to use legal means to protect my rights. Is there something that you haven't told the rest of us? Chen Ge had a feeling that the man was acting strangely, like he was hiding something. Suddenly being questioned by Chen Ge, surprise flashed across his eyes. After a long hesitation, he said, I don't think you'll believe me, but in my dream, a dead person spoke. Anything can happen in a dream. The problem is, when I woke up, I opened my eyes and saw the dead person lying on the ceiling. The man did not seem to have told the other tenants about this. When he said that, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Then, do you remember what the dead person told you in your dream? Big brother, don't you think your focus is too strange? When you open your eyes and see the dead person lying on the ceiling, can you still remember what he said? The man gasped. The mention of this sent chills down his spine. In other words, you've already forgotten what they said. Chen Ge nodded and asked the next question. Then, this kind of thing happens often, right? Or does it happen once in a while? Quote. I was scared to death when it appeared once. Do you think I still dare to stay there? Now, I rent a place here and sleep at my friend's place at night. The tall man frowned. I came to Zhujiang to earn money. I haven't even found a stable job, and I'm already going crazy. I understand. How about this, I'll go home with you tonight, and we'll go take a look at that haunted house. Chen Ge gave his number to all the tenants. Please go home tonight. I'll check each room one by one. I hope you can cooperate. Can't you go now? To be honest, I really don't dare enter that room at night. Whenever I do, my heart keeps shaking like someone is watching me. The tall man looked like he had been traumatized. You can wait outside for now. I'll go in with you. Chen Ge asked the people in detail about the strange things that they had experienced. He recorded all the strange things that had happened to them and tried his best to persuade them to leave. Looking at the paper that was filled with records, Chen Ge was confused as well. If all the tenants were not lying, then the density of ghosts at this residential area was as high as his haunted house's 2-star scenario. Strange things were going on in almost every room, and they were all of the most frightening sort. You're really going to give them a refund? The boy's mother poured a cup of tea for Chen Ge. I know you want to help me, but I advise you not to get involved. It's not easy for them. I'll help if I can. Ever since Chen Ge joined the real estate agency, he had his eyes on this residential area. Even if the tenants were not in trouble, he would create trouble to help them. That was the best way to help others. Actually, the tenants don't trust you. They just think you're willing to help them refund the rent, so they came up with these stories to trick you. The boy's mother passed the freshly poured tea to Chen Ge. You think they're just telling you a story? Of course. I've been an agent here for many years. If this place is really haunted, I would have quit already. The woman sighed. The industry is not doing well. They're just finding an excuse to return the rent. You've worked here for so many years, and you've never encountered anything strange. Chen Ge was surprised. The residential area that the woman described was very different from the one that the tenants described. It is indeed our company's fault to hide the identity of the haunted house, but we are also victims. The landlord has lied to us. Not investigating the origin of the house is your negligence. Think about it from another perspective. If you brought your child to live in a haunted house, wouldn't you feel uncomfortable? My son and I are currently living in a haunted house. We bought it 10 years ago, and the price was much lower than the market price. We've lived here for 10 years, and nothing bad has happened. Actually, most of the time, it's just a psychological effect. As long as I don't let my imagination run wild, it really doesn't matter if it's a haunted house or not. The woman was very courageous and cheerful. She had a strong heart and spoke gently. It could be said that her personality was very good. Your home is also a haunted house. Chen Ge slowly lifted his head to look at the woman. And you've lived there for 10 years. That might be hard for you to understand, but for a real estate agent like me, I'm used to it. Not everyone cares about haunted houses. What I mean is, you haven't encountered anything strange in the past 10 years. Has your child ever said anything special to you? Quote. The mention of the child made the woman lose the desire to chat. He has never called me mother even once in his life, so what could he possibly have said? I thank you for helping me persuade them to leave, but you're calling a person who is pretending to be asleep. They're just trying to scam you. Tomorrow, they'll definitely come to ask for the deposit and rent. Quote. That might not be the case. Through this short conversation, Chen Ge discovered the problem with the woman. Not only did she not believe in the existence of ghosts, she would subconsciously ignore all abnormal events. So many tenants had said that there was something wrong with the residential area, but the woman stubbornly believed that they were just looking for an excuse to leave. Furthermore, from the woman's expression, Chen Ge could tell that she was not faking it. She truly believed that the tenants were messing with her, and she did not think too deeply about it. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll go take a look at the tenant's place now. Chen Ge held the paper that was filled with words and prepared for the mission that night. The woman's child was probably the 9th child chosen by the ghost fetus. Knowing more about the child and his living environment could effectively lower the difficulty of the mission. I'll go with you. After all, there are no other tenants at the moment. Even if there are, they'll be scared away by those old tenants. The woman packed up, grabbed a bag, and walked out from the service counter. Is that appropriate? We have a service to accompany our clients to look at their properties. If you really refund them the rent, then you'll be our biggest client. The two walked down the old street and entered the older residential area next to it. Jinhua Apartments and Juhong Apartments used to be separated, but for some reason, the wall between the two areas was torn down, and the two areas were joined together. The woman was very professional. She had memorized the information of every apartment in her heart. The one with the new white paint outside is Jinhua Apartments. It was built 26 years ago. Most of our tenants are gathered here. It is split into 2 buildings, A and B. Each building has 9 floors. At the time, it was one of the taller buildings in the old city. It is equipped with an old-fashioned elevator. By the way, my home is here. The few dusty, short, and run-down buildings next to them are Juhong Apartments. There are 4 buildings in total, and the developer made the bold claim that they would only build 4 residential buildings, but they ran into problems when they were only able to build the 4th building. However, the name Juhong Apartments was retained. After entering the residential area, the woman's mental state obviously improved. Actually, Juhong Apartments is not a bad residential area. The east and west sides are next to the river in the middle of the city, the south side is an orchard, and the north side is next to Jinhua Apartments. Other than the lack of natural lighting, it is very suitable for living. Are you real estate agents all so eloquent? This place is so secluded that there is barely a soul in sight, and you are telling me that the environment is very good. Chen Ge looked around. Juhong Apartments was located in a very secluded location. The east and west sides were separated from the city by a small river, and the south side was a large and dark forest. If the woman had not mentioned it earlier, he would not have thought that it was an orchard. At least the air here is very clean, and there is no pollution. To have such a pure land in the middle of a bustling city is such a rare and precious thing. Just as the woman said that, she saw Chen Ge stop moving. She followed Chen Ge's gaze and saw that Chen Ge was looking at a notice stuck outside Jinhua Apartments Block A. The gist of it was that this place was haunted, and it was best not to rent a place like this. It's just the tenants venting their emotions. The woman tore down the notice without batting an eyelid. After walking around, Chen Ge had a good grasp of the layout of the residential area. Jinhua Apartments was connected to Zhuhong Apartments, and there were 2 entrances in total. The largest and most formal entrance was at Jinhua Apartments, and the other entrance was at the south side of Zhuhong Apartments. It led to the dark orchard. What is the point of opening the door to the residential area there? Does it mean that people often enter that orchard? Quote. Initially, the plan for Zhuhong Apartments was to turn the south side of the residential area into an ecological garden, but that did not work out. This concept was rather advanced at the time, and many people disagreed with it. In the end, the project was abandoned. A dilapidated, old, and creepy residential area had turned into a paradise in the woman's mouth. Perhaps this was her occupational disease. You do not need to purposely beautify this place. I am here to solve the problem, not to rent a place. Jinhua Apartments was quite normal. At first glance, it looked like a normal residential area. Other than the small number of tenants and the quietness of the place, there was no other problem. But the neighboring Zhuhong Apartments was different. It had a completely different atmosphere from Jinhua Apartments. There was not a single person to be seen, and the whole residential area was empty. I say, is there really no one living in this residential area? The people here are quite nice, but there are still some old tenants. The rent here is very cheap, and the prices of goods around here are low. If you get used to this place, you will feel very comfortable. Those who are used to this place are probably not as simple as they seem. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Ge scanned the few dilapidated buildings. It was just a casual glance, but he already noticed some very scary details. There was a row of wigs hanging on the balcony of the first building's 3rd floor. The owner appeared to be a hairdresser. This was the first time that Chen Ge had seen someone drying their hair like this. Is that row of wigs? There is a hairdresser who runs a hairdressing training class on the 3rd floor of Zhuhong Apartments Block 1. After his training class closed down, he moved all the human skulls and wigs home. This place is covered in water, so it is rather humid. So, he occasionally takes out the wigs to dry to prevent them from growing mold. The woman was indeed an agent who had worked at the real estate agency for many years. She knew most of the tenants here. Are the neighbors fine with him drying his hair on the balcony like this? He is only drying his hair in the morning, so it has not affected the others. Even though the wigs on the 3rd floor were scary, it was still acceptable. Moving his eyes up, Chen Ge saw the 4th floor. There was a human shadow hidden behind the curtain. Ever since Chen Ge entered the building, the shadow had not moved an inch. Do you know who lives on the 4th floor? It's a middle-aged man who lives alone. He rarely comes out, and I have no idea what he does for a living. However, he is wearing branded clothes. There is a big problem with this man. Why would he choose to stay at a dilapidated residential area like this? Chen Ge had already memorized the location of the man's room in his mind. Perhaps he is trying to avoid paying a debt. Continuing to look up, Chen Ge made another discovery on the 5th floor. The curtains of the leftmost room on the 5th floor were not closed tightly, and half a telescope and a camera were exposed. If not for Chen Ge's yin-yang vision, he would not have been able to see those things clearly. A peeping Tom. Out of habit, he turned to look at the opposite building. The balcony on the 5th floor of the 2nd building had women's underwear hanging. They were of different colors and appeared to be of different sizes. If that was all, Chen Ge would not have minded it, but the problem was that he saw several large black plastic bags on the balcony. He had no idea what was inside them. Hey, it's so rude to stare at them like that. The woman reminded him softly. There is a pair of sisters living on the 5th floor of the 2nd building. They are not that old, and they come from the countryside. They are simple and innocent. Simple and innocent. Standing in the residential area, Chen Ge felt his head swell. The problem of this residential area was much more serious than he had expected. Most of the normal tenants had moved out, and he felt that the tenants who stayed were more or less abnormal. Other than being careful of ghosts, I have to be careful of the tenants as well. There were many factors to consider, and it was very difficult to investigate the boy's abnormality. However, Chen Ge had no choice but to force himself to continue. After walking for about half an hour, Chen Ge's forehead was covered in sweat, and he was starting to feel tired. Your physical condition is not that good. How long have you been walking? After interacting with Chen Ge for a while, the woman realized that the man before her was actually quite a nice person. Even though his words were not very reliable and he was always suspicious, at least he had an interesting way of talking, and he had a good personality. Chen Ge wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He was feeling strange himself. Before this, his stamina had always been very good, and he rarely felt tired, but as the ghost fetus mission continued, his physical condition had started to slip. To become a human, I have to fulfill two conditions: to bury the past in a coffin and to store a new body. Could the body that the ghost fetus is missing be me? Or should I say that when he is truly complete, I will become incomplete? Quote. Today was the last day of the ghost fetus mission. Chen Ge knew that thinking about it would not help him, but he could not help it. It was as if his body could sense that something bad was about to happen. You look so pale. Are you suffering from heatstroke? Do you want to come to my place to rest? Quote. Sure. The woman did not expect Chen Ge to agree so readily. She was stunned for a moment before leading Chen Ge into Jinhua Apartments Block A. They took the old-fashioned elevator to the 4th floor. Before they stepped out of the elevator, they heard the wailing of a child. This is bad. The woman jogged to room 401, opened the door, and rushed in. The room was a mess. Plastic cups were left on the sofa, and water stains were everywhere. The fruit bowl on the coffee table had been overturned, and various fruits were rolling on the ground. Chen Ge followed the woman into the room. He realized that all the lights in the room had been switched on, and all the drawers and cupboard doors were open. Even the door to the fridge was open. It appeared like someone was searching for something inside the room. Avoiding the trash and fruits on the ground, Chen Ge entered the bedroom and saw a heart-wrenching scene. The child's eyes were swollen from crying, and a scary scream came from his lips. His teeth were gritted together, and the expression on his face was one of agony. He seemed to be unable to control his emotions. His arms kept slapping at the woman, and he kept using his teeth to bite the woman's shoulder. Do you need help? It's fine. Shang Nguyen is just afraid. The woman's shoulder was already bleeding from the bite, but she still maintained her position. The boy punched the woman's body, and the woman hugged the boy lightly. Her fingers slowly patted the boy's back. After crying for a few minutes, the boy returned to normal. He sat on the ground and played with the woman's sleeve with an innocent expression. How long has he been in this condition? Why don't you send him to Peiji school? Chen Ge had many questions in his heart, but to not disturb the woman, he waited for a long time before asking. I don't know how to tell you this. The woman held her shoulder and looked at the boy on the ground. Shang Nguyen is different from other children. I know you wish to take care of him on your own, but is that really good for the child? The teachers at Peiji Academy are more experienced than we are. They have a whole set of scientific methods to help children recover. How do you know I haven't contacted the school for Shang Nguyen? There seemed to be more to the woman's words. The teachers and doctors treat Shang Nguyen as an autistic child, but I don't think Shang Nguyen is autistic, even though some of his symptoms are similar to autism. Chen Ge did not know how to comment on this mother. She was very perceptive. If Chen Ge was not wrong, Shang Nguyen was not autistic. He was merely deprived of something by the ghost fetus. The child was violent, rigid, and unable to communicate. He was forever trapped in his own world. His actions were hard for normal people to understand. Occasionally, he would harm others and himself. He appeared to be in a lot of pain, but other than his mother, no one in the world could really understand that kind of pain. Even his mother had no idea what he was going through. Shang Nguyen is very afraid of strangers. He has a visceral fear of everyone. It feels like everyone is out to hurt him. The woman entered the room and changed into a new set of clothes. She was holding the shirt from earlier. The shoulder was dyed red. It was clear that Shang Nguyen had bitten it hard. I suspect that Shang Nguyen suffers from paranoia, but the doctor told me that is impossible. Shang Nguyen has not even formed the concept of danger in his mind, so there is no such thing as paranoia. Then, Did the doctor tell you how to treat Shang Nguyen? The doctor also advised me to send Shang Nguyen to Peiji Academy and give him some medication, but, the woman hesitated for a long time, but she still decided to say it. Shang Nguyen will often act up because of some small things. He will bite and smash everything around him. He is very aggressive. When the other children in Peiji school acted up, they would recover quickly with the help of professional teachers, but Shang Nguyen was different. All the teachers and doctors were powerless. Other than using a large dose of medicine, only I could calm him down. Quote. Putting the bloody shirt into the washing machine, the woman sighed softly. I've visited all the schools in Zhejiang. Initially, there were schools that were willing to take him in, but later, all the schools found out about Shang Nguyen's condition, and gradually, none of them were willing to help. They were not afraid that Shang Nguyen would hurt the staff or the teachers, but they were afraid that Shang Nguyen would hurt himself, and they would not be able to answer to me. Of course, that was probably just a courtesy. Quote. The woman and Chen Ge stood inside the bedroom while Shang Nguyen sat on the ground. He played with the two chopsticks like there was no one else around. He placed one chopstick on top of the other and then pulled out the chopstick underneath. He kept repeating this process. There are obvious difficulties in verbal communication, strange repetitive movements, low cognitive ability, and very few facial expressions. These are all symptoms of autism. What exactly happened to Shang Nguyen? Chen Ge wanted to get to the bottom of this. He looked around the room. If you go to work, will you leave Shang Nguyen alone at home? Where's the father? Quote. When Shang Nguyen was very young, his father died of illness. Sorry. It's been a few years. I'm used to it now. The woman squatted beside the bed and pulled out a black cloth package from under the bed. After opening it, there were hundreds of wooden chopsticks neatly placed inside. What are you doing? I told you, Shang Nguyen is different from other children. He does not like toys. Instead, he likes to play with wooden sticks and chopsticks. I have no idea why, but when I'm busy with work, I pour out all these chopsticks, and he can play with them for an entire day. Looking at Shang Nguyen, who was playing with the chopsticks quietly, a smile appeared on the woman's face. He is quite cute like that. How did you discover that he likes to play with chopsticks? Chen Ge was quite curious about this hobby of Shang Nguyen's. One time, when we were having dinner, I took an extra pair of chopsticks with me, and I saw Shang Nguyen poke the extra pair of chopsticks into the rice. Then, he kept staring at the chopsticks. 2 chopsticks stuck vertically into the rice. Normally, on the 7th day of death, this bowl of rice would be given to the deceased to eat. Chen Ge tried to explain, but the woman only rolled her eyes at him. I'm telling you again, I don't believe in those ghost stories. She dumped all the chopsticks next to Shang Nguyen and let him play with them. Normally, when I bring him to the dam, I will take out all the chopsticks and place them all over the house for him. This morning, I left in such a hurry that I forgot about it. Shang Nguyen was playing with the chopsticks alone in the bedroom. He was very focused. Chen Ge used this time to ask the woman many questions, but he did not get much out of it. Compared to the other children chosen by the ghost fetus, Shang Nguyen had not experienced any external stimulation. His life was very simple. In fact, the number of strangers that he had interacted with could be counted on one hand. Chen Ge could not predict the deepest despair in the child's heart, so he could not gain the upper hand in the world behind the door. In the evening, Chen Ge left the woman's home and returned to New Century Park. That night was the last night of the ghost fetus, 4-star trial mission. Whether he lived or died would depend on that night. With his back against the wall, Chen Ge placed all his Spectre employees into the comic. Other than the lingering spirits that did not have any combat ability, he did not even let the white cat go. The world behind the door is weaved from the door pusher's memory. The reason why all the specters appear is because of lingering spirits, and lingering spirits themselves are memories that contain intense emotions. Therefore, when one enters a certain door, red specters and specters will be bound by the rules behind the door. Only by breaking free from the limitation of the memory behind the door will they be able to appear in other people's worlds. But the white cat is not included in this limitation. It is just a cat. The rules behind the door that target specters will not be able to restrain it. Quote. Normally, Chen Ge thought that the world behind the door was too dangerous, so there was no need for him to risk his life with the white cat. Furthermore, he did not think that a cat would be able to help him turn the tables, but Yingtong's experience behind the door had given him a rude awakening. He had to fight for every bit of help behind the door. Furthermore, the white cat had consumed the blood vessels that the Society of Strange Tales had prepared for the red specters. Chen Ge had a feeling that the cat's potential had not been fully unleashed. You have consumed the Society of Strange Tales' precious blood vessels and gained a great benefit from it. As the only member of the Society of Strange Tales, it is not too much to ask for a favor from you, is it? Chen Ge found a bag and wanted to put the white cat inside it, but he realized with a shock that the bag that he had been using earlier could not hold the white cat anymore. Your body seems to have grown bigger. Seeing the familiar backpack, the white cat wanted to run, but he was one step too slow. I know you will not let me shoulder all the responsibilities alone. Carrying the two backpacks, Chen Ge walked out from the staff break room. He entered the toilet cubicle and looked at the cracked mirror and then at the cubicle door that was sealed shut by wooden boards. What will come will come. There is no need to be afraid. Fear will only disturb your heart. Then, Chen Ge lowered his head to look at his own shadow. It was a pool of darkness. Even with yin-yang vision, he could not see anything. Ever since he consumed Yingtong's mud statuette, Chen Ge's shadow had changed again. Zhangya appeared to be reacting, but she did not appear to be fully awake. I can't care so much anymore. Exiting the haunted house, Chen Ge stood at the door. After a moment's hesitation, he stopped moving. He took out the key to the door from his pocket and placed it on top of the gate. I have been through life and death with the few employees. They can be trusted. Even if something happens to me, they will know what to do. Chen Ge had brought all the specters away with him, but there were still many lingering spirits inside the haunted house, like the students from Muyang High School, the students from the School of the Afterlife, and Xiaoxiao's parents. This was their home that they had finally found. Chen Ge did not want them to be homeless again. Exiting New Century Park, Chen Ge stood by the roadside and was about to call for a taxi when he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned to look and saw a young man wearing a cap standing across the road. The cap covered the upper half of his face. Chen Ge could not see his eyes and nose, but he could see the strange smile on his lips. A non-smiler. His size and height are different from the non-smiler that I saw last time. Quote. Chen Ge reacted very quickly. Without any hesitation, he reached his hand into his backpack and pressed the play button on the recorder. The light from the streetlights was distorted, and the noisy street became much quieter. The young man wearing the cap did not expect Chen Ge to summon a red specter the moment he saw him. He did not care about his surroundings at all. The smile on his face froze. He tried to hide into the crowd, but Chen Ge had already summoned a red specter, so how could he let him escape? Why did you come to me at a time like this? Do you have a death wish? Chen Ge made up his mind. If one red specter cannot capture you, then I'll summon two. If two is not enough, then I'll summon 5. Even if I have to go through the night of 100 specters, I will capture you. The ghost fetus mission gave Chen Ge a lot of pressure, and he was not in a good mood. Normal people could not see red specters and baleful specters, but they felt the temperature of the street drop. Carrying the two large bags, Chen Ge chased after the young man. Seeing the man run into the alleyway, he felt even less worried. This kind of dark alleyway was Chen Ge's favorite. He did not have to worry about anything here. When you're being chased by me, you should run toward the crowded area. It's best if you hide inside the police station and never come out. Soon, the young man was cornered. He still had a smile on his face, but the smile was rather scary. There was no confrontation, no question. When Chen Ge caught up to the non-smiler, the first thing he wanted was for the red specter to enter the young man's body. Compared to the young man speaking on his own, Chen Ge preferred to use this method to explore on his own. A monster like the non-smiler was neither a human nor a ghost. Chen Ge had always wanted to find out what he was, so of course, he did not want to give up this rare opportunity. Chen Ge's stance scared the young man. The young man seemed to want to say something, but he could not. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. After Shu Yin and Meng Nan crawled into the young man's body, the young man's face twisted, and the smile on his lips slowly returned to normal. He leaned against the wall and collapsed to the ground, and he soon lost consciousness. This man is so different from the non-smiler from the cursed hospital. When the young man collapsed, a patient's record fell out from his pocket. Compared to the young man's fashionable outfit, this tattered patient's record looked out of place. It should be something from many years ago. Mr. He died at 12 a.m. on X year X month X day. Cause of death: suffered from excessive shock inside a haunted house, resulting in a heart attack. Those who receive this patient's record, please hand it over to Chen Ge within 3 days, or else the next one will be you. This patient's record was like one of those boring cursing games on the internet. If one did not forward it, what would happen? The writing was very scary. Chen Ge did not have many friends, so no one had ever forwarded something like this to him. He had been hoping that someone would forward it to him. That way, he would be able to lead his ghost employees and push forward to deliver the blessing to the first person who wrote the curse, to let the other person know what the real meaning of backlash was. He should be the young man's surname. He died from the shock he received during a haunted house visit. At the back of the record, it was written that he had to hand it over to me after 3 days. My name is on it, so the person's initial target should have been me. Is the non-smiler planning to lay his cards on the table? Is he warning me? Or does he want to cooperate with me? Quote. Chen Ge had met several non-smilers, and each one had a different power. However, they all had something in common. All of the non-smilers were extremely cunning and powerful. Cooperating with them was like asking a tiger for its skin. Who knew when they would betray him? Moments later, Shuyin and Meng Nan left the young man's body. Shuyin returned to the recorder while Meng Nan stayed where he was. Did you notice anything wrong? Chen Ge inspected the young man's body, and he did not find anything wrong. The young man has a heavy yin energy around him. Before Shuyin and I entered his body, there was another ghost inside his body, but that ghost is too cunning. However, that guy is too cunning. When you summoned us, he had already left, giving up on this young man. Quote. In other words, this young man is possessed by a ghost. More or less, this young man's mission appears to be to deliver this patient's record to you. Once he delivers this patient's record to you, their goal will have been achieved. Meng Nan analyzed the problem clearly. Of all the red specters, he was the most intelligent one. Temporarily, I do not wish to become enemies with the cursed hospital, but I did not expect them to voluntarily come to me. Chen Ge opened his backpack and placed the patient's record on top of the red high heels. Before he could say anything, he realized that the handwriting on the patient's record had started to twist and twist like a strand of hair. In the end, there were only 5 words left on the paper: you will die tonight. Without needing Chen Ge's call, the red high heels appeared on her own. Her hand that was hidden under the bandage gripped the patient's record and tried her best to change the handwriting on it. Her body slowly became illusory. It seemed that after paying a huge price, the word, you, on the patient's record was erased. The words on the medical record had changed to, die tonight. It did not specify who would die that night. The cursed hospital wants to harm me. This is their curse. They did not show their face and hid in the dark. They completed the assassination through the help of unrelated people. Chen Ge gained a new understanding of the cursed hospital. Normal methods would not work against them. He had to be extra careful. The non-smilers and the cursed hospital are clearly trying to stop me. Why would they do that? To claim the ghost fetus for themselves. Isn't that a bit too greedy? Quote. Chen Ge put the medical record away. After removing the word, you, this medical record from the cursed hospital should be able to be handed over to someone else. Perhaps they just want me to be cursed and weakened. That way, they will have more confidence in completing their plan behind the door. The appearance of the cursed hospital reminded Chen Ge. Other than being careful of the ghost fetus that night, he also needed to be careful of the cursed hospital's dirty tricks. Before even entering the door, they have already started to scheme against each other. These people who live in the shadows of the city sure have dirty hearts. They were willing to use any means necessary to fight against such opponents every day. Chen Ge felt like it was not easy for him to be able to maintain his rationality until now. Chen Ge used the young man's phone to send a message to his family. After telling them his current location, he left. He had something very important to do that night, so he could not waste too much time here. At 8 p.m., Chen Ge hailed a taxi to Zhuhong Intermediary. There was not a single light in sight on the whole street. It was dark, and it was very creepy. It is only 8 p.m. now. Do the people here rest so early? Zhuhong Intermediary was already closed. Chen Ge walked toward Jinhua Apartments alone. When I came in the morning, the walls on both sides of the street did not seem to have so many flyers. Chen Ge stopped moving and glanced at the wall. All the flyers were pasted with Shang Nuan's mother's picture. They claimed that she was a liar, that she had a promiscuous private life, and that she was a mistress kept by the boss of the intermediary. These flyers are all new. Chen Ge tore off a random one. He realized that there were still some edges left under the flyer. It seems like someone comes to post them every day, and then they are torn down every day. The person who tore down the flyer should be Shang Nuan's mother, and the people who posted them are probably the tenants here. Quote. Entering Jinhua Apartments, Chen Ge felt uncomfortable. He could smell a faded stench. It was similar to the stench in Yingtong and Yujian's rooms. The other children only have this stench in their rooms, but at Shang Nuan's place, the whole area is filled with this stench. The situation was not good. Only Chen Ge could smell the stench, and every time he smelled it, something bad would happen. Tonight, the residential area was exceptionally quiet. Occasionally, a few houses in the two residential buildings in Jinhua residential area would have their lights on. Zhuhong residential area, on the other hand, was completely dark. It was as if all the buildings were haunted, and no one lived there. Standing at the entrance of Block A, Chen Ge called Shang Nuan's mother. The phone rang for a long time before the call was answered. Hello, I'm Chen Ge. I came to look at the house this afternoon. Chen Ge gave his name. He could hear the child's crying and the sound of things being broken coming from the other side of the phone. I'm sorry, something happened here, the woman's voice revealed a trace of anxiety. Do you need help? I'm downstairs. I'll go up now. Chen Ge hung up the phone without waiting for the woman's reply. After he entered the stairwell, he realized that the stench had thickened. The apartment building at Jinhua Apartments looked normal from the outside, but it appeared like the interior had not been cleaned for a very long time. Various trash were piled up in the corridor, and various advertisements were pasted on the walls. There were also many flyers that insulted Shang Nuan's mother. Every flyer had a picture of Shang Nuan's mother. The woman in the black and white pictures had a peaceful smile on her face. It was a stark contrast to the profanity on the flyers. Chen Ge was a good judge of character. After a short interaction, he believed that Shang Nuan's mother was not that kind of person. Someone was purposely trying to smear her name. Without taking the elevator, Chen Ge walked down the dirty and messy corridor and arrived at the door of room 401. Are you all right? Standing outside the door, Chen Ge could hear the sound of things being broken. Moments later, there was the sound of footsteps, and then the door was pushed open. Shang Nuan's mother stood at the door carrying two black trash bags. Her fingers were bleeding, and they appeared to have been cut by glass shards. I might not be able to go with you to look at the house today. Shang Nuan's illness suddenly acted up. Even the medicine is not working. The woman was panicking. She placed the trash bags at the door and prepared to close the door. However, Chen Ge grabbed the door before she could. You won't be able to handle this alone. When the door was pushed open, Chen Ge was hit by a pungent foul odor. This stench was stronger than any of the children's homes that he had visited before. Where is this stench coming from? Chen Ge had smelled this stench a long time ago, but he had never been able to pinpoint its source. Initially, he suspected that the stench came from the children who had been chosen, but after he entered the door and helped the children find their missing body parts, the stench disappeared from the children's bodies. Therefore, until now, he still could not pinpoint the source of the stench. However, he had a feeling that this question that had been bothering him for a long time might finally be answered that night. The living room was a mess. The floor was covered in water stains and trash. The cheap sofa had holes bitten out of it, the light fixtures were broken, and the drawers had been pulled out from the cupboard. They were thrown together haphazardly. There were also cold leftovers on top of them. The woman originally wanted to stop Chen Ge, but the boy's painful screams came out from the bedroom. She ignored Chen Ge and hurried into the bedroom. "Shang Nguyen, what's wrong with you? Can you please tell your mother?" Quote. The answer to the woman's plea was the sound of the lampshade shattering. Shang Nguyen appeared to have lost control of himself. His lips kept making strange noises as he ran around like he was looking for something. He is afraid. He is afraid of something. Fear, anxiety. Chen Ge had seen this kind of emotion on many visitors' faces before, but Shang Nguyen's reaction was more thorough than those visitors'. The feeling of fear appeared to come from the bottom of his heart, and it was slowly consuming him. Chen Ge looked at the messy room and reached out to pull the woman away. "Have there been any strange people who have come to your home recently?" "No. Other than you, no outsider has come into this home for a long time." The woman was agitated. As a mother, seeing her child in such pain was a torment for her. Has he ever lost control like this in the past? Normally, he would lose control, but just like what you saw this afternoon, he would return to normal after a little coaxing. He has never been like this before. Even the medicine did not help him. The woman was on the verge of tears. "Should we call the ambulance? I am afraid that he might hurt himself." Quote. "If he still does not recover in 15 minutes, then we will have no choice but to send him to the hospital." Chen Ge did not have a better idea. The boy only stopped his crazy actions when he was exhausted. He lay on the chopsticks that littered the floor. Like a fish that had been abandoned on the shore, his chest rose and fell rapidly. What concerned Chen Ge was Shang Nguyen's current expression. He gritted his teeth, and his throat kept making noises. His face was twisted with hatred, but his eyes were filled with tears. He appears to be asking for help. The woman had already run over to pick up Shang Nguyen. Like usual, she comforted Shang Nguyen. In his mother's embrace, Shang Nguyen's expression slowly returned to normal. He closed his eyes like he had fallen asleep from exhaustion. The woman placed Shang Nguyen on the bed. She stood beside him and looked at Shang Nguyen silently. Shang Nguyen, who had calmed down, was no different from other children. In fact, he was cuter than most children. This scene was rather sad to watch. Chen Ge did not disturb them but stood guard at the door. The woman cleaned up Shang Nguyen's bedroom and busied herself until 9 p.m. before leaving the room. She looked very tired, and the exhaustion radiated from the bottom of her heart. It appeared like she had not had a good rest for a long time. After cleaning up Shang Nguyen's room, the woman still had to clean up the messy living room. She had already cleaned up this place earlier that morning. "Let me help you. I like to do chores at home. Aren't you going to help the tenants look at the place? It is already 9 p.m. If you continue to drag this out, they will get impatient." Quote. It's fine. Chen Ge worked very fast. He only used 10 minutes to clean up the house with the woman. At the same time, he used this opportunity to inspect Shang Nguyen's home. Unfortunately, the result was to his disappointment. This was a very normal house. There was nothing out of the ordinary inside. "You clean every day, and you work so hard every day. Don't you feel wrong?" Chen Ge did not dare talk about the flyers on the wall directly. He wanted to take a roundabout way and slowly lead the woman to tell the truth. "I don't know." The woman placed the third bag of trash at the door. She pressed lightly on her finger that was covered with a band-aid. "Before Shang Nguyen, I did not even know how to cook. At the time, if I thought about this kind of life, I probably would have banged my head against the wall and killed myself. But after Shang Nguyen, seeing him grow up day by day, I feel like I have changed from the person I used to be." Quote. Is it because you have become a mother? Not really. The woman touched her injured finger. I did not think about it that much. I just hope that one day, Shang Nguyen will call me mother. Chen Ge nodded and stood up. Why don't you give me my number? If you run into any trouble in the future and you can't solve it, feel free to call me. Thank you. I will go take a look at the other tenants first. If there are any problems, I will contact you. The woman walked Chen Ge to the front door. Once she opened the front door, she saw the flyers that were pasted on her door. The corridor was filled with her pictures. At that moment, even Chen Ge felt like she had been wronged. Is it because you refused to refund the rent that the tenants started this? Chen Ge asked softly. I don't know. The woman shook her head. She was on the verge of breaking down. I have no idea who started this rumor. Every morning, after I left the house, the corridor would become like this. Even if I tore down all the flyers, they would reappear the next day. With so many flyers, there must be a lot of people working together. Have you not noticed this before? No, these flyers only appeared after I returned home. To be able to know when you returned home, the people who posted these flyers probably live in this residential area. In fact, they might even be your neighbors. Chen Ge lowered his voice. Are they trying to chase you away? That is possible. Shang Nguyen often yells and screams, and all the neighbors hate him. Quote. Other than posting flyers that insulted you, did they do anything worse? Chen Ge slowly got the feeling. Don't try to hide it. These encounters are probably one of the reasons for Shang Nguyen's illness. I have also received some letters. Letters. Chen Ge narrowed his eyes. Are they threatening letters? Can I take a look at them? Quote. Why don't you go to the other tenants first? I will help you look. Okay. Chen Ge stood at the top of the stairs. Before he left, he reminded her, there might be other people coming to find you tonight. You'd better not open the door for them. That night was the ghost fetus, last night. Everyone who was involved would do their best. As Shang Nguyen's mother, this woman would definitely be dragged into this as well. I will be careful. After the door closed, Chen Ge took out the comic and summoned Xiao Biyu and Meng Nan. He had them stand guard outside Shang Nguyen's door. The cursed hospital might have their eyes on Shang Nguyen as well, so Chen Ge had to be careful. Trying to recall the room numbers of the tenants, Chen Ge called one of them. This tenant also stayed at Jinhua Apartments Block A, and his room was just above Shang Nguyen's. No one is answering. Didn't you say you would go to his place tonight? Chen Ge walked up the stairs. The flyers on the wall had decreased a lot, and he soon reached the door of the tenant's room. Is anyone home? Before Chen Ge's raised hand landed on the door, he saw an old envelope stuck on the door. People still send letters in this day and age. A very bad feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. Flipping through the comic, Chen Ge summoned the Red Spectre. Go and open the envelope. The Red Spectre had no idea what Chen Ge was up to. He tore open the envelope and took out a medical record that was stained with blood. A death notice. The Red Spectre very innocently opened the medical record and read it aloud. Please hand this notice to Shang Nguyen within 3 days, or else the next one will be you. Chen Ge took a step back. Are you sure Shang Nguyen's name is the only one written on it? Yes. The Red Spectre held the envelope and stood where he was. How come I have a feeling that something is not right? Looks like the non-smilers have not only cursed me but also Shang Nguyen. At this point, Chen Ge suddenly stopped. He stood in the corridor and looked around. With a start, he realized that similar envelopes were stuck in the gap of most of the doors. The letter that Shang Nguyen's mother mentioned, could it be one of these cursed letters? The cursed hospital appears to have distributed letters to all the neighbors. Quote. He hurried back to Shang Nguyen's door and knocked heavily on it. Moments later, Shang Nguyen's mother opened the door. She was holding a large paper box in her hands, and it was filled with old envelopes. Chen Ge, why have you come back? Quote. The letters that you were talking about earlier are these letters inside the paper box. Looking at the letters, Chen Ge's scalp went numb. Have you opened them all? I have only opened part of them. They are all filled with Shang Nguyen's death notices. The woman's face was dim. She did not know that the cursed hospital had used these letters to focus the hatred of everyone in the entire residential area on Shang Nguyen. Everyone was cursing him, everyone was an accomplice, and everyone wanted him dead. Looking at the letters inside the paper box, for some reason, Chen Ge felt that this scene was very familiar. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.